Lei Xiaogu is an immortal who has lived for 700 years. With his experience, he can handle almost any situation. He has also brought many capable subordinates with him. From now on, the company's affairs will be entrusted to him. Kino introduced him with a serious expression. Frank frowned slightly. His eyes were filled with caution as he asked, "Young master, can he really be trusted?" "Of course," Kino replied calmly. "I have already bound him with a demon contract." Hearing that, Frank's tense expression immediately relaxed. Since a demon contract was involved, there was no need to worry about betrayal. He lowered his guard and began handing over the company's affairs in an orderly manner. At that moment, Banner also came forward to greet Kino. His face was pale, and exhaustion was clearly written all over him. "Young master, I'm going to sleep first. If I don't rest now, I really won't be able to hold on anymore." After saying that, Banner turned and hurried toward the house next to the manor. "Banner, wait a moment." Kino suddenly called out to him. Banner stopped and looked back helplessly. Kino took out a potion formula and a vial of Lazarus pit water, then handed them over. "Banner, I may need to trouble you a little longer. Help me test this formula. You can start after you've rested." Kino still felt more comfortable letting Bruce Banner personally verify something this important. Banner sighed and accepted the materials. At first, he only glanced at them casually, planning to study them properly after getting some sleep. But in the next second, his movements froze. His tired eyes suddenly became sharp, and his gaze locked onto the formula in his hands. The document described the properties and effects of Lazarus pit water, along with several possible research directions for developing potions. "Young master, is this real?" Banner's voice trembled with excitement. His eyes were fixed on the vial of blue liquid in his hand as if he were holding the most valuable treasure in the world. "The water is real," Kino said seriously. "But I still need you to verify the formula and make sure there are no hidden problems. This will become our company's main product in the future." Banner stared at the documents, his mind already running at full speed. "The formula itself looks fine, but I can tell the creator was in a hurry. Based on these research directions, at least 5 different potions can be developed from it." Kino nodded casually. "Well, I only gave him 5 days to work on it." In truth, the formula had only taken 1 day. The remaining time had been spent accompanying Damien and reading comics. Banner's eyes burned with excitement. "Young master, for the later formulas, can I apply for awards under my own name?" His expression was full of passion. For a scientist, this was a discovery capable of changing the world. It was the kind of achievement every researcher dreamed of. "Of course," Kino agreed without hesitation. "I don't care about fame." "Thank you, young master." Ugh. Banner's joy lasted only a second. In the next moment, he clutched his chest in pain. He carefully placed the Lazarus pit water and documents aside before collapsing to the ground. Kino frowned. "Banner, you got too excited." He was about to summon Venom to save him, but before he could act, Banner's body suddenly turned into black smoke and vanished. Only his clothes were left behind. Banner was dead. Frank and Lei Xiaogu also noticed the commotion and came over. Kino slowly turned toward Frank. "Frank, exactly how much have you been overworking Banner?" Frank scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "Not much. Just about a month or so." Lei Xiaogu looked at Frank with new caution in his eyes. He silently wondered what kind of terrifying efficiency this man possessed. Working someone to death was something even the League of Assassins rarely managed to do. Before long, a portal opened in front of Kino. Banner walked out from inside, wrapped in a torn cloth. "Young master, I'm going to the laboratory now." As he spoke, he gave Frank a resentful look. That single glance sent a chill down Frank's spine. Banner picked up his clothes, the Lazarus pit water, and the documents before turning to leave. "Banner, you can take a vacation first," Kino called after him. "No need," Banner replied without looking back. "After resurrection, my body is in peak condition. There's no better time than now." His pace grew faster as he left the manor. As he walked away, he muttered excitedly to himself. Nobel Prize, Scientific and Technological Innovation Award, Medical Contribution Award, Outstanding Invention Award. His voice gradually disappeared into the distance. Kino looked helpless. Frank looked slightly embarrassed. Lei Xiaogu, meanwhile, was still trying to recover from the shock of what he had just witnessed. After a moment, Kino turned to Frank. "Leave the company to Lei Xiaogu. You should focus on assembling the demon artifact squad." Frank bowed slightly. "Yes, young master." A faint look of relief flashed across his face. He knew very well that he was not suited for corporate management. Managing the manor was already his limit. Ring, ring. Suddenly, Frank's phone rang. He answered quickly, then opened his laptop and received a video file. On the screen, a group of robots were chasing each other through the city sky. The battle looked—
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Intense and chaotic. Kino glanced at the screen. "That's Tony." "Frank, who sent this?" Frank frowned. "I don't know. It was a woman's voice. She said to ask you to save Tony." "A woman?" Kino stretched lazily, looking completely relaxed. "Then let's go take a look." Since Tony still had Kino's tracking mark on him, and the mark had not reacted, Kino knew there was no immediate danger. After thinking for a moment, Kino called out loudly, "Venom, Pamela, Damien, do you want to watch a robot showdown?" Several voices immediately answered in agreement. Venom instantly merged into Kino's body. Kino picked up Pamela, and Pamela held Damien in her arms. In the next moment, they shot into the night sky. Frank and Lei Xiaogu exchanged glances, shrugged, and quietly returned to their work. Above the city, Tony Stark flew through the night in his sleek Iron Man armor. Against the dazzling city lights and dark sky, his red and gold suit looked especially striking. He moved through the swarm of robots with incredible speed and precision. Every turn, dive, and spin was executed with sharp control. The robots rushed at him like a swarm of locusts. Their cold metallic bodies reflected the city lights as they launched wave after wave of attacks. Tony raised both hands and fired powerful energy blasts. Several robots exploded instantly. But the moment they were destroyed, more robots quickly filled the empty space. Bullets rained down like a storm, striking his armor and sending sparks flying everywhere. Inside the helmet, Tony's expression was grim. He dodged through the air, weaving between attacks while searching for a way to break through. "Come on, you metal scrap heaps!" Tony roared and increased his firepower. More robots were blown apart, turning into falling debris. But another wave soon emerged from a nearby factory, replacing the destroyed machines almost instantly. "Damn it, Obadiah! Where did you get so many reactors? Was there a tech leak?" Tony cursed under his breath. Sweat formed on his forehead inside the helmet. He kept dodging, firing, and calculating, but the endless wave of enemies made him feel a rare sense of helplessness. For the first time in a long while, Tony Stark felt like he was being cornered. During this period, after Chino's warning, Tony had been secretly collecting evidence to send Obadiah Stanat to prison. But not long ago, Obadiah suddenly gave up all his authority and asked for nothing more than a peaceful retirement. In the end, Tony's heart softened. After all, Obadiah had acted like a father figure to him for so many years. So Tony took back full control of Stark Industries and gave Obadiah a comfortable position, allowing him to retire peacefully. But Tony never expected that the moment he lowered his guard, everything would fall apart. The employees of Stark Industries, including Pepper, were kidnapped. The moment Tony received the news, he put on his armor and rushed over at full speed. But as soon as he arrived, he was ambushed by a massive group of combat robots. Every robot was equipped with weapons and its own reactor. No matter how many Tony destroyed, the factory below kept producing more, one after another, as if the supply would never end. Tony wanted to destroy the entire factory in one strike, but there were still many innocent people trapped inside. That left him stuck in a dangerous dilemma. Sweat rolled down his forehead. His eyes were filled with anger and anxiety, but he could only endure it and continue fighting while searching for a way to save the hostages without harming them. Meanwhile, inside the factory, a red-haired woman in a black combat suit silently crawled through the ventilation ducts. She was none other than the SHIELD agent, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Natasha looked down at the robotic parts being manufactured below, her expression turning serious. "I've infiltrated the factory, Fury. This place has become a weapons plant. It can produce one robotic soldier every 10 minutes, she whispered through her earpiece. On the other side, Nick Fury's irritated voice came through. "Motherf? Is Obadiah trying to start a war? Find the hostages first. If you can't, blow up the base." "Understood." Natasha replied calmly and carefully climbed out of the ventilation duct, hiding herself in a concealed position. "Fury, are you sure that call I made was useful? We don't even know if that demon lord has returned from hell." As she moved through the factory, she stayed alert and whispered her doubts. A few days ago, flowers and plants started growing around that demon lord's manor. That should have been Poison Ivy's work, protecting the estate. But recently, all of them disappeared. That means the demon lord has returned. With his relationship with Stark, he'll definitely come. Nick Fury's tone was firm. Ever since Chino appeared, SHIELD had been gathering intelligence on him. His abilities and appearance were almost identical to Superman from the comics. On top of that, Pamela's powers, name, and completely blank history made the agents suspect something even more unbelievable. This so-called demon lord might be able to travel through comic worlds. He might even be able to bring people out of them. "I hope you're right," Natasha muttered helplessly. "My gadgets are useless against these metal monsters." Originally, her mission had been to infiltrate Tony Stark's inner circle. But before she could even begin, the mission had turned into a hostage rescue operation. Fortunately, her task was only to locate the hostages. The Special Forces team would handle the actual rescue. Moving carefully through the dark and complex factory corridors, Natasha finally found the hostages. "Fury, I found the hostages. We can move now," she whispered, pressing her earpiece. But instead of Fury's voice, all she heard was static and interference. "Nat Shat, quick." The sudden disruption made Natasha's body tense instantly. Years of combat experience warned her that danger was close. Without hesitation, she leaped away from her position. A split second later, an electric whip tore through the air and struck the exact spot where she had just been standing. The ground sizzled, leaving behind a deep burn mark and the sharp smell of scorched metal. Well, what do we have here? A little lost kitten." A mocking voice echoed through the corridor. Natasha looked up and saw a battlesuit standing in front of her. It was completely different from the mass-produced mechanical soldiers outside. This suit was clearly superior in both design and material. Its armor gleamed with a cold metallic light, while 2 electric whips extended from its arms, crackling with deadly energy. Bang, bang, bang. Natasha immediately pulled out her handgun and fired several shots at the suit's chest reactor. The bullets hit their target, sending sparks flying, but they barely damaged the armor. When her gun clicked empty, the person inside the suit chuckled coldly. Out of bullets? Then it's my turn. With a mechanical sound, a compartment on the suit's shoulder opened, revealing a mini-missile. Damn it! Natasha cursed under her breath and turned to run at full speed. But no matter how fast she was, she could not outrun a missile. In the next instant, a fiery explosion swallowed her whole. Ivan Vanko, what the hell are you doing? Using missiles inside the factory? Do you want to blow us all to hell? A furious roar came from another battlesuit. It was Obadiah Stanez's voice. Just dealing with a little stray cat, Ivan Vanko replied casually. Stop doing stupid things. If you don't want your father to die, then get back to work. Obadiah's words were filled with a clear threat. Ivan's eyes flashed with cold hatred. But in the end, he could only lower his head. Understood. After saying that, Ivan turned and left. Ever since Obadiah learned that Tony had successfully miniaturized the arc reactor and built his own Iron Man suit, he had been planning to take that power for himself. But Tony had become cautious. He had even begun investigating Obadiah's crimes, leaving Obadiah with no chance to strike. That only deepened Obadiah's hatred. Then one day, Obadiah remembered that someone else had once worked on arc reactor technology. He searched across the world until he finally found that person. Unfortunately, by the time he found him, the man was already dying. But there was one thing Obadiah had not expected. That man's son was extremely talented. Just like Tony, he had successfully miniaturized the reactor. That son was Ivan Vanko. And so, Obadiah's plan began. First, he pretended to repent. He surrendered his authority, acted as if he wanted to retire peacefully, and made Tony lower his guard. But secretly, he took control of Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing. Then he blackmailed Ivan Vanko into building him an army of armored suits. After that, he kidnapped the hostages and lured Tony into the trap. His goal was simple. He wanted to use this moment to show the world the power of his mechanical army. Inside the command room, Ivan Vanko entered and saw Obadiah staring intensely at the screen. On the screen, countless robots were locked in battle with Tony. Yes, just like that. Exhaust his energy. Once he's drained, I'll crush him myself. Obadiah's breathing grew heavier as his expression twisted with excitement. The whole world will witness the power of my mechanical soldiers. I will become this nation's new arms king. Ha 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 ha. His sharp, insane laughter echoed through the command room like the cry of a monster. His eyes were completely dark, like an abyss without a single trace of light. Beside him stood a massive 3-meter-tall battlesuit, radiating a terrifying pressure. Ivan Vanko stood behind him, silently watching Obadiah's crazed expression. For some reason, a chill slowly climbed up his spine. Quote of the chapter. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Lord Acton. Natasha didn't feel any pain in her body. She slowly opened her eyes and found herself standing on top of a tall building. Not far away, Stark was engaged in an intense battle. How did I get here? Of course, I saved you, a voice responded. Who? Natasha immediately became alert and turned her head to look behind her. She saw a man, a woman, and a child standing there. The Demon King. Natasha gasped in shock. Kino nodded slightly but didn't pay her much attention. His gaze was fixed on the sky. Natasha, your location has changed. Where are you? Nick Fury's voice suddenly came through her earpiece. Fury, I'm on a tall building northwest of the weapons factory. I encountered the Demon King, Poison Ivy, and a child. How much time has passed? Natasha walked to a corner, responding in code while scanning Kino and the others with her eyes. 8 seconds. Nick Fury's answer made Natasha's pupils shrink. If she counted the time she was attacked, it meant she had been moved in less than a second. Fury, in just an instant, I was transported 300 meters away to a high-rise building. And for some reason, Tony Stark hasn't noticed us despite the close distance. Natasha's fingers trembled slightly as she signed her message. On the other end of the communication, Fury fell silent. He didn't respond for a long time. Ever since the Demon King appeared, they had been constantly gathering intelligence on him: flight, super strength, summoning demons. Now, he had also demonstrated super speed and large-scale invisibility. Who in this world could possibly control him? A deep sense of unease settled in Fury's heart. Taking a deep breath, he said, Natasha, request the Demon King's help to save Tony and the hostages. Understood. Natasha replied. She had always been confident in her ability to handle men. She adjusted her breathing, swaying her slender waist as she walked toward Kino with a graceful charm. Kino, thank you for saving me. At that moment, the Black Widow's face was slightly flushed, her eyes filled with admiration and delight. With her alluring beauty and affectionate gaze, any man would be captivated. It's nothing. You can take them away. Kino spoke as he opened a portal. Under the guidance of the League of Assassins, a group of people emerged from it. Oh my god, I just came back from hell. I took a photo. I need to post this on Facebook. I need to go home and change my pants. The once quiet rooftop was instantly filled with noise, voices mixed with joy, excitement, and chaos. Natasha stared at Kino in shock, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. In just 1 second, he had not only saved her but also rescued all the hostages. His speed was beyond imagination. Thank you for your help, Natasha said, her voice carrying genuine gratitude. However, when she saw that Kino had no intention of responding, she pursed her lips slightly, looking a little awkward. But she quickly regained her composure and prepared to leave with the hostages. Well, it's normal, she thought to herself. Men always act more gentlemanly when they're around other women. Her curiosity about Kino grew even stronger. Just then, a blonde woman rushed over in a hurry. Are you Mr. Kino? Please, save Tony. Pepper's voice was filled with urgency and worry, her eyes full of pleading desperation. She knew exactly who the robots attacking Tony were. Right now, Tony was surrounded. Perhaps the only one who could save him was the Demon King standing before her. Tony had mentioned before that he and Kino had a good relationship. Tony's lover, Pepper Potts, Kino recognized her. And no, I'm just his employee, Pepper said, blushing slightly and avoiding his gaze as if trying to clarify things. All right then, I'll just assume that, Kino said with a sly smile, making it hard to read his true thoughts. Mr. Kino, can you save Tony first? Pepper pleaded again, her voice trembling with emotion. Sure. With that, Kino looked toward the factory. His eyes glowed a blinding red, and a red beam shot out, striking the factory's armory directly. In an instant, the entire factory exploded. A massive fireball shot into the sky, thick smoke billowing outward. Pepper stood frozen in shock, her mouth slightly open. She had only asked Kino to save Tony. She hadn't expected him to act so directly and violently. He had destroyed the entire factory in an instant. Natasha sighed and rubbed her forehead in frustration. Her original plan had been to handle the situation discreetly. But now, with the factory in ruins, there was no way to cover this up. Forget it. Let Fury deal with this headache, she thought, giving up on trying to find a solution. Above the factory, Tony was thrown backward by the explosion but barely managed to stabilize himself. No, Tony shouted in despair as he watched the factory erupt in flames. Anxious and furious, he tried to rush down, but the relentless robotic soldiers blocked his path. Ignoring his dwindling energy reserves, Tony poured everything he had into his chest reactor. Unibeam, he roared. A powerful energy blast shot out from his chest, tearing through the robotic soldiers. Wherever the beam struck, holes were blasted into the enemy forces, sending metal shards flying in all directions. After eliminating the last of the robotic soldiers, Tony dived toward the ground. His thrusters flickered and sputtered, barely functioning, as if they might fail at any moment. But in the end, he managed to land safely. Staring at the ruined, burning factory, Tony's eyes were filled with determination. Even with his armor nearly depleted, he stubbornly searched through the wreckage. Every movement was heavy and strained, his mechanical limbs groaning with each motion. JARVIS, initiate a life scan. Sir, under these conditions, it is impossible to find any survivors. Shut up. Just scan. Understood, scanning now. Tony anxiously watched the holographic display. The scan returned no traces of biological life. That only meant one thing: anyone inside had been reduced to ashes. From the rooftop, Kino smirked as he mimicked Tony's voice mockingly. Shut up. Just scan, he said, laughing to himself. What do you think he's looking for? His employees? Kino asked playfully. Pepper's face flushed red, but she tried to maintain her composure. Of course. Even though he's irresponsible, arrogant, and a playboy, he does treat his employees well, she said. Though she spoke calmly, her eyes never left Tony, and an unconscious smile formed at the corners of her lips. You all agree, right? She turned to the group of Stark Industries employees behind her. Absolutely not. Our boss has never managed us properly. He doesn't even know our names. The employees grumbled one after another, but their faces carried amused smiles. A leader is best when people barely know he exists. When his work is done, they will say, we did it ourselves. Kino had an amused smile on his face. Let me give you some advice. When dealing with a tsundere like her, it's best to be direct. Otherwise, if you expect her to take the initiative, you might as well die once just like you did just now. Pepper looked at Tony, who was still rummaging through the rubble in the distance. Her eyes flickered with complex emotions: concern, anticipation, and a hint of unshakable determination. She bit her lip as if carefully considering Kino's words. I understand. If he dares to reject me, I'll resign and apply to be his housekeeper instead. With that, Pepper turned and walked downstairs. The sound of her high heels echoed crisply against the floor. The surrounding Stark employees exchanged glances before following behind her. Natasha shook her head with a smile. This so-called Demon King really enjoyed playing Cupid. Watching Kino's little family huddled together, she decided not to disturb them. Kino sat on the rooftop's edge, hugging Pamela and Damien tightly. This time, Tony has to treat me to a big meal as thanks. I've done him a huge favor, Kino said smugly. If he finds out you were the one behind the explosion, he'll probably want to kill you, Pamela retorted, rolling her eyes at him. You know my body is tough, Kino grinned mischievously. Ugh, don't say things like that in front of kids. Despite her words, Pamela still leaned in for a kiss. Venom suddenly appeared, sitting on the other side of Kino, pressing against his arm. Who were you talking about earlier when you mentioned Tsundere? Venom asked. No one in particular. Now give me a kiss. Kino playfully dodged the question. Venom didn't refuse and kissed him instead. Sitting on Kino's lap, Damien let out a full burp. He hadn't even eaten anything, yet he somehow felt completely stuffed. She rolled her eyes in exasperation as she watched the chaotic yet sweet scene in front of her. Deep down, she muttered to herself, adults are so hard to understand. In the ruins, detecting faint life signs, Jarvis's voice echoed in Tony's ear. Tony's eyes immediately lit up as if he had just caught a glimpse of hope in the darkness. He hurried toward the location Jarvis had marked, stepping over unstable debris that creaked under his weight. Lifting a massive steel plate, he uncovered a battered and broken suit of armor. Exposed wires sparked, and the suit was riddled with damage. Although the model was different from the mechanical soldiers he had fought before, the design was unmistakably the work of the same person. As Tony's gaze locked onto the suit, its shattered helmet flickered weakly before slowly opening. Inside, a man with an unkempt beard was revealed. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, speckled with bits of his internal organs. Even with the protection of the armor, the sheer force of the explosion had been too much for a mere human to endure. To New York. Stark. A weak voice rasped out. Boom. Tony let go of the steel plate in his hands, letting it crash onto the ground with a cloud of dust. Whiplash Ivan Vanko was dead, without even a last, meaningful line. Under different circumstances, Tony might have been interested in interrogating him about where he got his technology. But now, the mechanical soldiers, the kidnapping, the explosion Vanko had been involved either directly or indirectly. Tony was filled with nothing but rage. He wanted this to end. Falling to his knees, Tony clenched his fists and slammed them against the ground. His usual playful, carefree demeanor had completely vanished, replaced by deep pain and despair. His eyes held nothing but helplessness. If his nearly indestructible Iron Man armor couldn't withstand the blast, how could Pepper, with her fragile human body, possibly survive it? At that thought, an invisible hand seemed to grip Tony's heart, suffocating him. A low, guttural sound of grief escaped his throat. Tears welled in his eyes, but he stubbornly refused to let them fall. Tony Stark, the once arrogant billionaire, looked utterly alone. Behind him, the ruins seemed to tremble, rising unnaturally as if guided by an unseen force. But Tony, consumed by sorrow, failed to notice. His advanced suit automatically switched to low-power mode, standing silently by his side. With its sensors dulled, the suit failed to detect the looming danger. Then, a chilling voice hoarse, filled with hatred and fury shattered the silence. Tony. The sound was so eerie, so venomous, that it sent shivers down Tony's spine. His body instinctively tensed as he turned his head. But before he could clearly see what was coming, a massive iron hand came crashing down toward him. Boom! The tremendous force sent Tony flying like a cannonball. His body traced a long arc through the air before slamming into the ground, tumbling violently. Each impact against the hard surface sent sparks flying. After a series of bone-rattling rolls, Tony managed to stabilize himself, kneeling on one knee. But he didn't waste time checking his injuries. Ignoring the pain, he raised his head and looked toward his attacker. The sight made his blood run cold. Obadiah Stana stood before him, piloting the massive ironmonger suit. The armor was tattered and wrecked, its chest cavity exposed. Yet, disturbingly, flames flickered around its damaged frame, seemingly repairing it no, enhancing it. Even more horrifying was Obadiah himself. Half of his body had turned into charred white bone, burning with an eerie, unnatural fire. His grotesquely twisted face, illuminated by the ghastly flames, looked like a demon that had crawled straight out of hell. A suffocating aura of death and destruction radiated from him. Obadiah, are you really still alive? Tony's voice was barely a whisper, laced with disbelief. Of course. I've never felt better, Tony. I really underestimated you. Obadiah's voice, coming from within the ironmonger suit, carried a mix of madness and terror. The armor's damaged cockpit sealed itself completely, encasing Obadiah within. He believed Tony had been the one to destroy the factory. And for the first time, Obadiah had truly felt fear. He had nearly died. He had no idea what had caused his current state, but it didn't matter, he felt stronger than ever. Now, Tony, die. Obadiah roared. From Ironmonger's back, a massive Gatling gun rose and began to spin rapidly. A storm of red-hot bullets burst forth, sweeping across the battlefield like a fiery whip. Tony cursed, ducking behind a thick concrete wall for cover. Bullets rained down mercilessly, tearing through the wall in mere seconds. With no time to rest, Tony forced his battered body to keep moving. His suit's energy warning blared repeatedly, each step feeling heavier than the last. End of chapter. Quote, monsters are not born in darkness, they are forged in the fire of vengeance. Kino stared at the sudden turn of events. This is the power of the Ghost Rider, Mephisto. Pamela gently picked up Damien and said with tenderness, darling, go ahead. Venom quickly reattached itself to Kino, instantly forming a golden Superman-like battle armor that radiated a dazzling light. Kino was about to fly forward to rescue someone but hesitated. No rush. Tony seems to have another plan. His gaze remained fixed on the distant battlefield. Ha ha ha. Obadiah laughed maniacally, completely unaware that his human flesh was being constantly eroded. The eerie flames devoured his life force at an alarming rate, yet he was too lost in madness to notice. Tony grabbed a large steel plate and used it as a temporary shield against Obadiah's attacks. Sir, the suit's power is down to 2%. In 5 minutes, it will completely shut down. J.A.R.V.I.S voice echoed in Tony's ears. Behind the trembling steel plate, Tony felt the relentless impact shaking his insides as if his organs had been displaced. The pain was unbearable, and he nearly coughed up blood. JARVIS, activate Apollo mode. Tony gritted his teeth and shouted, "Sir, Apollo mode has never been tested. Furthermore, your armor is only 72% intact. Activating it may result in an explosion." JARVIS warned with concern. "Activate it, JARVIS, don't make me say it a third time," Tony roared. "Understood, sir." Apollo mode, initiated. The chest plate of Tony's armor began to shift, ejecting the depleted arc reactor and replacing it with a black core device adorned with white patterns. "Dad, Mom, Pepper, watch over me." Tony closed his eyes and silently prayed. Meanwhile, the bullets from the Gatling gun pierced through the steel plate. Kino focused intently. If the bullets penetrated Tony's armor or his energy levels became unstable, he was ready to use his super speed to intervene. In the next moment, a massive fireball erupted from Tony's position, incinerating both the bullets and the steel plate in an instant. "Tony Stark, truly the greatest genius of this century," Kino murmured. "What?" Obadiah screamed in disbelief. He stopped firing, his screen showing nothing but blinding white light. Seconds passed, and the brilliance gradually faded. Tony stood, clad in crimson armor, glowing like embers in a roaring fire. The once solid ground beneath them was now replaced by a seething sea of molten lava. "Obadiah, prepare to die." Tony's voice, cold and unwavering, resonated from his suit. The eyes of his armor gleamed with an intense red light, sending a chill down Obadiah's spine. Enraged, Obadiah retaliated. "You're the one who should die, Tony Stark." Obadiah roared in fury, launching another attack with his Ironmonger suit. With its full firepower unleashed, machine guns roared, micro-missiles swarmed like bees, anti-tank rockets screeched through the air, and a chest-mounted laser beam was unleashed with merciless precision. Such overwhelming firepower could easily decimate a well-equipped military unit. Yet, facing this onslaught, Tony merely raised his hand. A blazing flame shield materialized before him, absorbing and melting every projectile into liquid metal. Even the powerful laser beam dissipated upon contact. Tony advanced steadily toward Obadiah, his every step exuding an unshakable resolve. His suit's display projected staggering energy readings, 200%, 250%, 300%. Apollo mode, powered by a fire-based ring, removed its safety limits, amplifying solar energy to its maximum potential. However, Tony had failed in two aspects. First, he hadn't found a material strong enough to withstand the immense energy, and second, he lacked a mechanism to regulate the energy output. Once activated, there was no stopping it. The best-case scenario? He would become a colossal bomb, powerful enough to sink the entire city into the ocean. "I really am the world's greatest arms dealer," Tony said bitterly. "JARVIS, prepare my will. After my death, Stark Industries goes to Kino, and all my assets should be donated to the Children's Fund." "Understood, sir." Tony now stood before Obadiah. Why won't you just die? In the desert, you survived? And now, again? Why won't you just die?" Obadiah screamed hysterically, completely unhinged. His chest-mounted laser cannon continued to fire relentlessly, illuminating the battlefield. "This time, I will." Tony gritted his teeth, pressing forward against the blinding laser, inch by inch, until he reached Obadiah's reactor and crushed it with his bare hand. A burst of sparks flickered as the reactor lost power. Ironmonger, manipulated by Hellfire, weakly swung its iron fist at Tony, but the attack melted into liquid metal upon impact. The suit then went completely offline. Tony could feel an overwhelming heat wave approaching, knowing his energy shield could only last a few more seconds. "Time to go, Obadiah." Tony grabbed the Ironmonger's torso, his thrusters igniting with an intense burst, propelling both of them into the sky. "Tony." Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced through the battlefield like a whistle cutting through the air. Tony's heart trembled, and he instinctively looked down. There, not far below, a golden-haired woman was sprinting toward him. Her long, golden locks danced wildly in the wind, shining like a radiant beacon. Pepper? She was safe? A surge of indescribable relief and joy filled Tony's chest. But before he could fully process this moment of happiness, another voice reached his ears. "Wait, Tony. I was wrong. I truly regret it this time. Please, spare me. I'll give up everything." Obadiah's voice quivered with desperation, fear seeping into every word. By now, he was in complete disarray. He had never imagined things would spiral so disastrously. He knew Tony too well. Once Tony made up his mind, nothing could change it. And now, Obadiah had finally realized what Tony was about to do. It's too late. By this time, Tony had soared hundreds of meters into the sky. His screen displayed rapidly climbing energy levels, 700%, 750%. Each number that ticked upward felt like an irreversible countdown, sealing their fate. From the moment you kidnapped Pepper, it was already too late. Tony's words cut like a blade, striking deep into Obadiah's heart. Faced with Tony's unwavering resolve, Obadiah was consumed by despair. He let out one final, furious scream. "Damn you!" Quote, "A true genius is not measured by their intelligence, but by their willingness to sacrifice for the greater good. Please support me if you can." Tony slowly closed his eyes. The world around him seemed to quiet down as a flood of thoughts overwhelmed his mind, bringing back memories of his entire life. During his youth, Tony had been like a dazzling star, quickly rising to prominence with his extraordinary talent and intellect. His name echoed in academic circles and the field of innovation, where people admired and anticipated great things from the young genius. However, as time passed and he stepped into adulthood, Tony gradually fell into a spiral of rebellion and recklessness. The once ambitious and passionate young man became indulgent and lost in a life of extravagance. He strayed from the right path, seeking momentary thrills and vanity, squandering his potential on meaningless pursuits. Now, standing at the edge of life and death, Tony was filled with regret and helplessness. He thought about the words he never got to say and the emotions he had buried deep within his heart. He reminisced about the things he had always longed to do but never found the courage to attempt. What a boring life, he murmured. So many things left unsaid, so many things left undone. What a pity. If only time could rewind, if only he could make amends. Is this the legendary life flashing before your eyes moment, Tony? A voice full of amusement interrupted his thoughts. Tony's eyes snapped open. Standing beside him was a figure clad in golden armor. Chino. Boom. A massive fireball exploded in the sky, its brilliant light illuminating the dark night as if it were daytime. No, Tony. Pepper collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face. Pepper, are you crying for your boss? A voice that sounded almost like an illusion echoed through the air. Pepper lifted her tear-filled eyes in disbelief as she saw Tony, slightly battered but still standing. She staggered to her feet and ran towards him, while Tony opened his arms, ready to embrace her. Aren't you going to give me a welcome back kiss? Tony smirked playfully. Smack. A crisp slap landed on his face, making his head tilt slightly. A burning sensation spread across his cheek. That slap hurt? But the next moment, her tear-stained lips pressed against his. Tony's pupils shrank. His mind instantly thought, maybe I should get slapped more often? After a long moment, they finally parted. The surrounding employees had gathered, watching the scene with bated breath. I love you, Tony Stark. What's your answer? Pepper's eyes locked onto Tony's, filled with determination. Her gaze seemed to warn him if he dared to refuse, another slap was coming his way. Tony opened his mouth, wanting to respond, but, don't make any more regrets, Tony. Chino's voice echoed in his ears. Taking a deep breath, Tony stepped back. Pepper's expression faltered for a moment before regaining her resolve. In her heart, she vowed, I won't give up. Then, to her shock, Tony dropped to one knee, revealing a small box in his hand. As he flipped it open, a dazzling gemstone ring gleamed inside. This is my answer. Marry me, Pepper, Tony declared, his voice filled with love and anticipation. Pepper covered her mouth in disbelief, her eyes welling up with fresh tears. She had imagined this moment countless times but never expected it to happen so suddenly. At that moment, glowing fungal vines spread from the ground beneath them, blooming into roses of various colors. Within seconds, a magnificent sea of flowers surrounded them, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. It was the perfect proposal scene. Even Natasha, who was watching from the shadows, couldn't help but show a look of longing. No woman could resist such a romantic moment. Pamela, standing nearby, withdrew her hand, her eyes filled with admiration as she watched Tony and Pepper. A quiet longing surfaced in her heart. She, too, wished for such a romantic moment. She, too, wanted to get married. Don't worry, I haven't found the perfect proposal gift yet. Our engagement will be witnessed by the entire world. Chino's voice was gentle. I believe in you, my love. Pamela leaned in and kissed him. Damien, watching from the side, had a complicated expression. He muttered to himself, how many times have they kissed today? Don't they get tired? I do. Pepper's voice trembled with joy and excitement. She reached out her delicate hand, and Tony carefully slipped the ring onto her finger. The moment their lips met again in a passionate kiss, the surrounding employees erupted into cheers and applause. All employees here will receive a 50% salary increase. At those words, the crowd's joyful smiles grew even wider as they sent their heartfelt blessings to the newly engaged couple. Tony and Pepper approached Chino. Gratitude and happiness shone on Tony's face. Chino, this is the third time you've saved my life. I really don't know how to thank you. No need to thank me. I got to witness a touching love story tonight, after all, Chino teased, glancing between Tony and Pepper. Pepper, blushing, wiped her eyes. Sorry you had to see that. She tightened her grip on Tony's hand, her radiant smile never fading. Looking at Damien, she smiled and asked, is this your child? Good evening, Uncle Tony, Aunt Pepper. My name is Damien Wayne, the boy greeted politely. Chino shook his head. He's a friend's child. I'm just his godfather. Godfather. Pepper repeated the word thoughtfully. Exchanging glances, Tony and Pepper came to a silent agreement. When we have children in the future, we want you to be their godfather too, Tony said seriously. Are you serious? Are you turning me into a daycare owner? Chino looked exasperated. Tony smirked and patted him on the shoulder. Hey, buddy, don't be so reluctant. Being the godfather of a Stark kid is an honor. Besides, with your skills, handling a few kids will be a piece of cake. Chino sighed, then chuckled. All right. Since you trust me so much, I'll accept. But you better start working on making those kids soon. Pepper's face turned crimson as she lightly shoved Tony, who simply burst into laughter. Don't worry, we'll get to it. Chino, what have you been up to lately? I haven't been able to reach you, and your phone keeps saying you're out of service, Tony asked curiously. I'm setting up a company for my hell reconstruction project. Hell reconstruction? What does hell look like? Can I see it? Sure. As soon as Chino agreed, a bright glow shone on his wrist. Before he could react, a crimson portal suddenly opened, and a fiery red hand lunged out, grabbing his wrist. Quote of the chapter. Love is not just about finding the right person, but creating a right relationship. It's not about how much love you have in the beginning but how much love you build till the end. A hand suddenly grabbed Kino by the wrist and violently pulled him inside. Oh my god. Pepper covered her mouth in shock, her face filled with disbelief. Natasha's pupils shrank. What was that hand? Pamela held Damien in her arms, her worried gaze fixed in the direction where Kino had disappeared. Damien, too, looked at the spot where Kino vanished, his expression full of concern. It's okay, Pepper. Tony remained calm, gently wrapping his arm around Pepper's shoulder to comfort her. A few minutes ago. Help me put on a show, Tony. Can't it wait? Let me finish making my new armor. No, I hate rats. I can't sleep peacefully unless I get rid of them. Thank you. No problem. It seems like they are coming for me. Here, take this. You might need it. A ring. On the other side, Kino opened his eyes to find himself in a blood-red palace. The walls seemed to be oozing fresh blood, and the air was thick with the stifling stench of iron. Before him stood a tall, twisted demon with crimson skin and jet-black hair. Its aura was suffocating, radiating an overwhelming sense of dread. Welcome, new Lord of Hell, Kino. Mephisto sat upon his throne, gazing down at Kino with a look of amusement and greed. Kino smirked slightly, his gaze unwavering as he met Mephisto's eyes without a trace of fear. Mephisto was surprised by Kino's reaction. He was too calm, too composed, nothing like someone who had just arrived in hell. But it didn't matter. This was his domain. No one could escape his grasp here. Serve the feast, Mephisto ordered. Soon, grotesque demons filed into the hall, carrying trays of food. They placed one dish after another in front of Kino. Steaming human brains, soup filled with eyeballs that still seemed to move, roasted limbs with twitching muscle fibers, everything laid out was nothing less than a demon's banquet. A distinguished guest deserves a fine meal. Please, enjoy. A rotting corpse, covered in writhing maggots, set the tableware in front of Kino. A few maggots fell onto the table, squirming near Kino's plate. Mephisto leaned back in his throne, arms crossed, watching with a sly grin, expecting Kino to show disgust. Kino's lips twitched. He spoke in his mind. Venom, do you want some brain soup? Are you insane? Just hold on. I'm almost done searching. I don't think I can take much more of this. Stay strong. When we get back, Pamela can help you wash your eyes. Fine. I'll endure it a little longer. Let's get to the point, Mephisto. Kino didn't even glance at the disgusting meal. His sharp gaze locked onto Mephisto, his voice laced with impatience. Hand over your hell core, the one that allows passage to the human world. Mephisto's crimson eyes gleamed with greed, as if he had already secured his prize. A faint demonic presence had appeared on Earth, bypassing the planet's 3 great magical barriers. That alone was enough to catch his attention. He had sent his avatar to investigate and found footage of a human summoning demons in the mortal realm. Long ago, hell had shattered into fragments due to a catastrophe. Mephisto had obtained one such piece and became a hell lord. Now, another fragment had surfaced in a human's possession, allowing them to summon demons freely on Earth. If he could claim it and link his hell to this fragment, he could use it as a gateway to invade the mortal realm and harvest souls at will. Moreover, his power would remain unaffected. Even the mighty Ancient One might struggle to stop him. But after searching tirelessly, he found no trace of that human's aura. Even that person's residence was protected by an unusual power, barring him from entry. Left with no choice, he turned to Obadiah. So, you used Obadiah to lure me out because of this? Kino asked. Exactly. His hatred attracted me, but he was useless. He couldn't even utilize a tenth of the spirit of vengeance's power. Mephisto scoffed in disdain. He really was weak. If he had used even half of its power, Tony's Apollo armor might not have been enough to beat him. Kino's eyes held a hint of disappointment. Ghost Riders have Wolverine-level regeneration, yet he treated it like a one-time revival token. He really lowered the standard. Give me your hell, and when I rule the earth, I will share it with you. Mephisto's expression was sincere, but his words dripped with deception. Really? How about we sign a contract? Kino asked, smirking. Mephisto was momentarily speechless. He was always the one deceiving others into signing contracts. Now, someone was offering him one? It caught him off guard. Mephisto's face darkened. His crimson eyes burned with menace. Kino, think carefully. You are in my hell. Your life and death are in my hands. With a mere snap of my fingers, you will suffer eternal torment, never escaping. He spread his arms wide. A sinister force radiated from him, making the entire hell tremble in response. Found it. Take him down. I've had enough of you. Kino snapped. He flipped the table over and smashed the rotting corpse beside him into pulp. With explosive force, he shot forward like an arrow, launching himself at Mephisto without hesitation. Foolishness. Mephisto sneered, raising his hand to grab Kino, his fingers crackling with demonic energy. However, the moment they clashed, boom, a deafening explosion shook the palace. A crimson figure crashed through the throne, soaring skyward like a meteor, sending shockwaves through the air. The demons in hell stared in utter disbelief as their lord was blasted away like a rag doll. Impossible? How can you possess such power? Mephisto barely managed to stabilize himself mid-air, his robes torn, his hair disheveled, his face filled with shock. A Hell Lord's strength was tied to hell itself. The longer they were away, the weaker they became. But Kino defied this rule. Suspended in the air, Kino stared down at Mephisto with icy contempt. Did you really think I was just another Hell Lord? I am a demon king. Arrogant? This is my hell. Mephisto roared in fury. A crimson light descended from the sky, pressing down on Kino like an unstoppable force, crushing him back toward the ground. This was the weight of hell itself, a pressure as heavy as countless mountains. So heavy. The ground beneath Kino cracked and shattered as he struggled under the immense force. Quote of the chapter. Hell is not a place you are sent to, it is a place you create for yourself. Please support me if you can. I will imprison you in the deepest depths of hell, where there is no space, no time, until you are willing to surrender hell to me. Mephisto spoke cruelly, his voice echoing through hell, carrying an undeniable authority and coldness. A mere human dared to think that obtaining a fragment of hell would allow him to challenge Mephisto? Utterly delusional. Using only Superman's strength was proving to be difficult. Kino was pinned down, unable to move. Even Superman's power was insufficient when facing the weight of an entire world. Within the core on his chest, apart from the emblem of the god of the mortal realm glowing, another symbol also lit up. Let me see if your strength can withstand an entire hell. Kino grinned excitedly. The power of the god of the mortal realm intertwined with that of the tortured demon, wrapping around his body. Let's call it the god of destruction. The immense pressure on his body gradually lightened, and Kino, the god of destruction, slowly straightened his back. Mephisto, is this all the weight your hell has? Impossible? This must be an illusion. Mephisto stared at him in shock, utterly unable to believe that someone could withstand the weight of an entire world. Boom, boom, boom. The red glow surrounding Kino intensified, burning like an inferno. The ground beneath his feet crumbled deeper, completely breaking through his biological force field. His clothes disintegrated into dust. At the same time, the more damage Kino suffered, the stronger his power became. Now, it's my turn. Before his words even finished, Kino appeared before Mephisto in an instant, throwing a punch. A series of sonic booms echoed throughout hell. Ugh. Mephisto had no time to react before he was sent flying by the powerful blow. Like a cannonball, he crashed into a distant mountain, shattering it into pieces and sending dust flying everywhere. This wasn't his own hell, so Kino could unleash his full power without hesitation. Before Mephisto could emerge from the rubble, Kino's eyes suddenly glowed red. A beam of heat vision, 2 meters thick, erupted straight toward Mephisto, relentlessly pushing him deeper underground with sheer energy. Wherever the heat vision passed, the rocks melted instantly, turning into boiling lava. The entire hell was bathed in the fiery light. Instant transmission? Mephisto instantly vanished from the depths and reappeared in the sky. His chest was covered in horrifying burn wounds, with charred flesh revealing glimpses of scorched internal organs. However, in mere moments, he regenerated completely. Killing a Hell Lord in hell was nearly impossible. All demons, attack him! Mephisto roared, his voice booming like thunder throughout hell. A massive wave of demons surged forward like a black tide, charging at Kino with relentless fury. So what if you're strong? You're only one person, and my demons are infinite. Mephisto roared, confident in his victory. Demons? You think you're the only one who has them? Kino scoffed, raising his hand. Behind him, a massive portal suddenly appeared. Ruoar. Deep, guttural growls echoed as the first figure emerged, a towering green beast, the Hulk, exuding pure, overwhelming power. Then came Abomination, Bassa, and Shangang. More and more demons continued to appear behind Kino, a seemingly endless army of terrifying creatures. What are your orders, young master? She stood beside Kino, glancing at his powerful physique, her face flushing slightly. He was amazing. Hold off those demons. Don't let them interrupt me. Kino's words were brief before he charged toward Mephisto. Kill them all. In She's understanding, eliminating all the demons meant none of them could interrupt her master. In the depths of hell, 2 demonic armies clashed with earth-shattering force, the sounds of battle shaking the underworld. Kino's army fought like berserk beasts. Hulk's massive fists sent waves of enemies flying with every strike. Abomination was no less terrifying, using his superior combat techniques to crush foes effortlessly. Bassa and Shangang led their demonic forces, cutting through enemy ranks like unstoppable war machines. Meanwhile, Mephisto's demons, though numerous, crumbled before the overwhelming might of Kino's forces. Their attacks were easily countered, their defenses shattered, and their formations thrown into chaos. Severed limbs and gushing blood painted the battlefield in horror. Kino's forces advanced without resistance, forcing Mephisto's army into a corner. Panic spread among Mephisto's demons. Their morale collapsed, and they fled in terror only to be mercilessly hunted down. The battlefield had turned into a blood-soaked hellscape, with Kino's army reigning supreme over the carnage. Where did these demons come from? Mephisto looked down at the battlefield in disbelief. The aura of Kino's demons was entirely foreign to him. They were born from a hell like his own, so why was there such an immense difference? And within this human's hell, fighting me, and you still dare to be distracted. Kino's furious voice rang out as he suddenly appeared in front of Mephisto, his right hand seizing Mephisto's head with precise force. At that moment, Kino's entire being radiated an aura of terrifying power, his speed defying logic as he dived toward the ground. In the blink of an eye, a massive explosion erupted as Kino smashed Mephisto's head into the solid earth. Dust and debris filled the air as Mephisto let out a painful wail. Kino continued his devastating descent, carving a deep, horrifying trench through hell itself with Mephisto's body. Ugh, damn it! Mephisto roared in agony, barely able to contain his fury. He rapidly gathered the infernal flames around him. Engulfed in blazing fire, he charged toward Kino like a raging beast. Yet, for Kino, the hellfire did not burn, it only fueled his power further, making his strength surge even more violently. Seeing Mephisto rush toward him, Kino smirked in disdain. With fists of godly might, he rained blow after devastating blow upon Mephisto. Each strike echoed with explosive force, illuminating the battlefield with blinding flashes of destruction. The relentless assault sent shockwaves through the depths of hell, carving out a vast, expanding chasm. The very foundations of hell trembled under their battle, as if the realm itself was on the verge of collapse. Demons across the battlefield shuddered as the ground quaked beneath them. Is hell being destroyed? Meanwhile, she led a group of demons into the palace and declared, His Majesty is rebuilding hell. We need resources. This demon king looks rich, loot all the treasures and take everything. She led a group of demons rampaging through the castle with overwhelming momentum. Under Mephisto's orders, the castle had very few guards, making it feel empty and desolate. Who are you? Wait, Sir. With she leading the charge, they showed no mercy. Any demon they encountered was mercilessly slaughtered. Their path was drenched in blood, and soon, they found the treasury. The grand doors of the treasury were tightly shut, but such obstacles were meaningless before them. With a simple wave of her hand, she unleashed a tremendous force, shattering the doors into countless fragments. Inside, mountains of treasures and rare artifacts gleamed under the light, their brilliance enough to blind anyone with greed. She's eyes shone with excitement as she led the demons inside. Piles upon piles of gold, mystical artifacts and unimaginable fortune. Space demons, devouring demons, take everything. She commanded without hesitation. At her command, the space demons, humanoid creatures with hollow stomachs, opened the void in their abdomens, unleashing a powerful suction force. The treasury's gold, jewels, and rare artifacts were irresistibly pulled in, vanishing into the abyss of their stomachs. The devouring demons, resembling massive serpents, opened their maws wide, swallowing everything in their path. Their throats were like bottomless pits. No matter how precious the gems or how mysterious the scrolls, everything was devoured. Yet, Mephisto had amassed his wealth over endless ages. No matter how ravenous the demons were, it was impossible to empty the vault in mere moments. Wait, stop, I surrender? Your hell I will know. Before Mephisto could finish speaking, Kino sent him flying with a devastating punch. This time, Mephisto truly admitted defeat. It wasn't just Kino's monstrous strength. If this continued, his entire realm would collapse. You want to surrender? I refuse. Kino's figure blurred as he rushed forward, unleashing a brutal onslaught. Each punch carried an unfathomable force, leaving Mephisto utterly helpless, his wails of agony echoing through hell itself. Don't think I have no means to stop you. Mephisto's eyes widened in fury as he attempted to manipulate the authority of hell, trying to expel Kino from his domain. But suddenly, his expression twisted in horror. What have you done to my hell? He could feel it. His connection to hell was weakening. Someone was tampering with the very core of his realm? You guess. Seeing Mephisto's panic, Kino smirked, already knowing that venom had succeeded. In a dark underground chamber, a blood-red crystal pulsed ominously, tightly wrapped in black, tendril-like structures. They found out. Venom's rasping voice muttered. Now that he had been discovered, he stopped holding back, his corruption spreading rapidly. At the same time, the crushing pressure on Kino vanished completely. From the moment Mephisto had shown malice toward Pamela, they had decided to kill him. But killing a Hell Lord was no simple task. They first needed to strip him of his authority. So, the moment they were dragged into hell, they began secretly searching for its core. Once they found it, they acted without hesitation. Kino engaged Mephisto in a fierce battle, drawing all of his attention, while Venom infiltrated the hidden chamber, corrupting the very foundation of hell itself. Get out of my way. Mephisto was desperate. He tried to escape and rush back to his castle, but Kino blocked him at every turn. At this moment, Mephisto was nothing more than a powerless punching bag, taking hit after hit from Kino's relentless assault. With the suppression of hell gone, Kino could finally unleash his full strength. Each attack carried enough power to shake the very fabric of the realm. The demons who had been fighting elsewhere froze in terror. The ground split apart, massive fissures forming as if the apocalypse had arrived. Hulk and his group had already fled back to the castle. Thanks to the combined efforts of the mountain demons reinforcing it, the castle barely survived the cataclysmic chaos. What terrifying strength. This is His Majesty at full power. Bassa muttered in awe as he watched the battle unfold. Honestly, Hulk, the fact that you survived a punch from the young master is insane. Abomination remarked. Hulk, still hurts. Hulk rubbed his stomach, recalling the past blow. Even now, he could feel the phantom pain of that strike. Wait, I'll give you whatever you want. Pure souls, grimoires, wealth, I can give you anything? Just stop. Mephisto had lost all his previous arrogance. His voice was now filled with desperation and fear. He deeply regretted everything. What he had thought was an easy prey turned out to be a dragon, a ruthless, unstoppable force. Now, he only hoped to preserve his existence. If the corruption continued, he would lose his very authority as a Hell Lord. Without it, he would be reduced to a mere powerful demon, easy prey for others. Even if Kino spared him, countless demons would seek his soul. The longer one lived, the more they feared death. Then sign this. Hearing those words, Kino stopped in midair and tossed a black parchment toward him. A demonic contract. Mephisto grabbed it and, upon reading, his face turned ghastly pale. This wasn't just a demonic contract, it was a slave contract. Becoming a slave meant surrendering everything to Kino. That alone might have been bearable after all, Kino was still human. Even if he was long-lived, Mephisto could outlast him. But then he read the final clause. The contract stated that even after Kino's death, ownership would automatically transfer to his descendants. And if all of Kino's descendants perished, Mephisto would die as well. He wouldn't just be a slave, he'd be a bodyguard, caretaker, and eternal prisoner. I am a Hell Lord? You dare humiliate me like this? Impossible? I'd rather die. Mephisto roared, his voice filled with defiance. Then die. Kino raised his fist once more, preparing to strike. Wait. Let's talk this through. Mephisto shouted in sheer terror. You refuse to sign, but you also refuse to die. You're making things very difficult for me. Kino sighed, his face full of fake concern. Difficult for who? Mephisto was on the verge of tears. Feeling the corruption already devouring 5% of his authority, then 6%, he gritted his teeth. Fine. I agree. Finally, as if using every last ounce of strength, Mephisto uttered the fateful words. But the corruption continued, now reaching 7%. Stop it. Mephisto shrieked in panic. Sign the contract first. Kino remained unmoved, his cold gaze unwavering. Knowing he had no other choice, Mephisto's trembling hands clutched the pen. He signed his name. The moment the contract was complete, he was engulfed in flames, vanishing in an instant. Yet, the contract's power was now seared into his very soul, an eternal, unbreakable shackle. Quote of the chapter: chains of fate are cruel, but the ones we forge for ourselves are the hardest to break. Tell your people to stop immediately. Mephisto gritted his teeth as he glared at Kino, his eyes filled with fury and hatred. He had never suffered such humiliation before. Kino crossed his arms and remained silent, simply watching him coldly. What are you waiting for? Mephisto shouted anxiously, but before he could finish his sentence, a powerful heat vision shot toward him, sending him flying. With a deafening crash, Mephisto's body smashed into a small mountain, causing it to collapse. Rocks of various sizes tumbled down, raising a thick cloud of dust that obscured the sky. You should correct your attitude, slave. Kino slowly floated above Mephisto, his eyes still glowing red. Mephisto struggled to lift his head and looked up at Kino, his gaze filled with despair and anger. He could feel it clearly, his authority had already diminished by 8%. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. Slowly, he lowered his head, fell to his knees, and pressed his forehead against the ground. His body trembled slightly as he spoke. Please forgive your slave, master. Let's go, slave. Kino looked down at him indifferently, his voice devoid of any emotion. Yes, Mephisto responded in a low voice. As he stood up, his entire being seemed drained of spirit, like a man who had lost his soul. He obediently followed Kino. Inside a hidden underground chamber, the surrounding walls were covered with countless glowing runes that emitted an eerie light. These runes completely isolated the chamber's aura and provided strong defenses. Even spatial teleportation was impossible here. Without Kino's hell bracelet to sense its location, even the most skilled explorers would struggle to find this place. How long has it been? I wonder how Kino is doing. Venom murmured anxiously. Time was meaningless in hell, and since Mephisto had controlled the core for many years, the deeper one ventured, the harder the challenges became. Even with the symbiote's natural corruption abilities, their odds had been slim. Boom! The tightly sealed stone wall suddenly began to open, and a crimson demon stepped inside with heavy footsteps. Mephisto? Does this mean Kino lost? Venom's heart sank instantly. However, at that moment, a familiar voice came from behind Mephisto. How could I lose? If I did, the first thing I would do is come get you and run. Hearing Kino's confident voice, Venom's anxiety melted away. Kino slowly emerged from the shadows, his steps steady and powerful, his presence radiating an invisible pressure. Mephisto, on the other hand, lowered his head and stood to the side with a humble and submissive posture. He no longer had the arrogance and pride of a Hell Lord. As Kino approached, the air around them seemed to grow heavier. The faint light illuminated his determined features, and in his deep eyes shone the brilliance of victory. Why are you standing there naked, trying to act all mysterious? You scared me. Hurry up and explain what happened. Venom mercilessly shattered the moment, revealing its black head from the red crystal. Kino was indeed still unclothed, but he showed no sign of embarrassment. His body was now flawless, and besides, everyone here was a demon. Moreover, he and Venom had a relationship where they both knew each other's deepest secrets. Can't I act cool for a bit? I just fought a tough battle, after all. Kino's attempt at maintaining his image collapsed instantly as he grumbled in dissatisfaction. When we get back, Pamela and I will let you act as cool as you want. Now hurry up. Hearing Venom's words, Kino's face brightened. He immediately thought, I knew Venom had come up with something new again. To put it simply, this guy was afraid of death. Kino spoke animatedly for a long time, while Venom nodded from time to time in understanding. Mephisto stood silently at the side, his eye twitching. He was furious but dared not speak. You can chat all you want, but can you stop eroding my power while doing it? Yet, the erosion of his authority continued. It had already reached 10%. So, we're done here and can go home. Venom concluded. Yeah, this guy has already signed the contract, Kino replied confidently. He had absolute trust in the contract. He reached out and patted Venom's large head. Venom flowed over Kino's body, quickly forming a sleek and stylish superhero suit. What's this? Kino looked at the red crystal in his hand, puzzled. It's the hell core I corrupted. It's useless to me. Mephisto's eyes widened in shock. His heart bled as he realized that's my hell? That's my very foundation. Master, could you return it to me? Mephisto put on a flattering smile and looked at Kino expectantly. Although the core had been corrupted, if he could get it back, he could spend time reclaiming his authority. Return it to you. Kino played with the crystal absent-mindedly, a faint smirk forming on his lips. Yes, Master. If I lose this core, my power will decrease by 10%, and the other Hell Lords will target me. Mephisto's tone was filled with urgency and desperation. Only 10%? That's enough for you to stay alive. Consider this a greeting gift. Kino spoke indifferently and then placed the crystal on his wrist. From the moment he first touched it, he felt his own hell hungering for this item. As soon as the crystal made contact, it was quickly absorbed. Kino's hell expanded its boundaries and even gained new functions, though he would explore them later. What incredible power! His Majesty has won. Inside the treasury, she suddenly felt a surge of overwhelming energy rushing through her body. As the manager of Hell, she received the greatest benefits and could sense the changes in its structure. You useless fools! His Majesty has granted you a reward, so hurry up. Crack, crack, 2 whips lashed down. The already exhausted space demons and devourer demons shuddered, then resumed devouring treasures at an even faster pace. So tired? We were almost full, and now our strength can increase even more. Master, why are you glowing? Outside the castle, Abomination, who was hunting down remaining demons, looked at a masochist demon glowing with red light. I don't know. Basso was also confused. His power had grown stronger, but he was certain this had something to do with his Majesty. Ugh. Mephisto coughed up a mouthful of blood. He could feel his power slipping away, and even the very boundaries of his hell were beginning to collapse. Do you have a problem with that? Kino cast a cold glance at him, his gaze chilling to the soul. And no, Master. It's just my old injuries acting up. Mephisto immediately lowered his head, his body trembling slightly. He dared not resist. Good. Kino withdrew his gaze and glanced at the red crystal again. He could easily command Mephisto to hand over the entire Hell Core, but if he lost too much power, other Hell Lords or even his own subordinates would attack him. If that happened, Kino would have to intervene and protect him. Thinking this through, Kino realized a living Mephisto is far more useful than a dead one. Quote, a defeated enemy who still breathes can serve better than a dead one. Kino led Mephisto out of the underground cavern, preparing to return to the castle. Throughout the journey, Mephisto remained silent. Upon arriving at Mephisto's castle, Kino began gathering his demons in preparation for departure. Before long, a group of demons with grotesque and varied appearances assembled before Kino in an orderly manner. Young master, can we take these with us? Hulk likes pets. Take them to Milan and Dala. Over time, Hulk had learned to speak properly. Abomination and Hulk each held a 3-meter-tall demon wolf in their hands. However, the creatures whimpered in fear, resembling nothing more than frightened puppies. You can take them, but make sure they don't harm anyone. As Abomination and Hulk dragged their pets through the portal, Kino turned to Bassa and asked, where is she? I'm not sure, Your Majesty. She disappeared not long after the battle began, Bassa replied with a bewildered expression. Young master, I'm back. She's voice rang out as she briskly walked out of the castle, followed by a group of demons adorned with gold and jewels. They carried 2 large, round objects with extreme care. The 2 demons, originally slender, were now stuffed to the brim with treasure, looking as if they might burst at any moment. She approached Kino, who was now fully dressed, her eyes flashing with a hint of disappointment. What's all this on you? Kino asked, baffled by her golden appearance and the 2 spherical demons behind her, who were being carried like treasure chests. He didn't recall having such obese demons in his domain. Had their diet been too good lately? We found this hell's treasury. Your plan requires a lot of money, but these 2 demons were too useless to carry it all, she pouted in dissatisfaction. The space demon and devouring demon, bloated beyond recognition, rolled their eyes in distress but dared not speak. This woman was more terrifying than any demon. Mephisto merely glanced at them before looking away, secretly scoffing. Ordinary treasures? How utterly ignorant these demons were. You worked hard, Kino said with a gentle smile, patting her head softly. Though this treasure was a mere drop in the ocean for his grand plans, he appreciated her sincerity. Hihi, it wasn't hard at all, young master, she replied sweetly, her face glowing with happiness. You all head back first. I'll discuss your rewards later, Kino instructed. Understood, young master. She led the treasure-laden demons and the 2 bloated ones through the portal. Turning to Mephisto, Kino spoke in an indifferent tone. Slave, behave yourself for now. Don't wander into the human world unless I summon you. Yes, master, Mephisto responded submissively, bowing his head in complete obedience. Without another word, Kino stepped through the portal. Mephisto remained in his bowing posture until Kino's figure completely disappeared. Then, he slowly straightened up, the humility vanishing from his face, replaced by a deep resentment and unwillingness. His gaze swept across the devastated landscape of hell, collapsed mountains, cracked earth, and demons wailing in misery. His eyes burned with rage, as if he could incinerate everything in sight. I've never suffered such a humiliation. You think a mere contract can bind me? How naive, human, Mephisto sneered, his voice dripping with venom and fury. Stepping into the treasury, he pushed open the doors only to cough up blood in sheer anger. His collection, amassed over countless years, had been ransacked. Only a few worthless piles of gold remained. Damn it. He wanted nothing more than to rush out and kill that human, but the contract forbade it. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat him, of course not. He walked to the corner of the treasury, lifted a stone slab, and retrieved a black, chain-bound grimoire. At least the contract book is still here, Mephisto sighed in relief. This book had once been his greatest asset. Opening it, he chanted an ancient and sinister incantation, his voice echoing through the empty vault like a malevolent whisper. Contracts in this world hold power only because of the gods and demons standing behind them. Human, just you wait. I will make you pay dearly for this. As the wicked chant continued, black smoke billowed around him. His power surged like a raging current, tracing the mysterious origins of the contract binding him. A maniacal grin spread across his face, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. If the entity is weak, I will kill it. If it's strong, I will find a way to make it relinquish this contract. Human, you're finished. A hell connected to the mortal realm? Every demon lord and dark deity will want you dead to seize control of it. Mephisto cackled wildly, his laughter reverberating through the ruins of hell, as if he could already see Kino's inevitable demise. His consciousness and power shot forward like a streak of darkness, traversing the void until he arrived at a barren planet. The cracked earth was lifeless, with 4 massive craters marking the land. The air reeked of decay and death, devoid of any signs of life. Mephisto surveyed this desolate landscape, his confidence rising. This must be the domain of a weak god. No powerful deity would choose such a wretched place to reside. A sneer curled his lips as his eyes gleamed with greed and cruelty. He was already picturing himself shattering the contract's constraints and regaining his freedom. Are you the demon of this world? You bear my contract's mark. A melodious yet eerie voice suddenly echoed through the wasteland. Mephisto's gaze snapped to the source. A breathtaking woman stood in the distance, her beauty so striking that even a demon had to acknowledge it. He cautiously assessed her strength and smirked upon discovering she was weak. Moreover, the aura she emitted perfectly matched the contract's energy. The woman noticed his probing but merely smiled. Her expression was warm and gentle, yet held an unfathomable mystery. So, you're the god behind this contract? Mephisto asked darkly. Yes. Is there something you need? The woman observed him calmly. I order you to release me from this contract, or... Before he could finish, the violent storms of the planet suddenly and inexplicably ceased. Quote of the chapter: never underestimate the power hidden behind silence, for the quietest ones often hold the deadliest storms. Mephisto finally took in the full view of his surroundings and was horrified to realize that he was standing atop an unimaginably massive head. As he looked further, he saw the entirety of the enormous body. No, its interior. That's right, interior. This colossal being, larger than a planet, had been dissected. Organs, each the size of mountains, were exposed to the void. More shockingly, he was not standing on the edge of an open cavity but within the skull's eye socket. 4 deep, bottomless black holes remained where eyes should have been, as if silently narrating the immense pain and torture this entity had suffered. The Celestials. Mephisto's voice trembled with disbelief and sheer terror. Throughout the vast universe, the Celestials were among the most powerful beings, said to possess strength rivaling that of the 5 supreme gods. Yet here, before him, lay the dissected remains of a Celestial. Despite being an energy-based entity himself, Mephisto felt an unnatural chill crawl up his spine, spreading throughout his entire being. That chill threatened to freeze his very soul, making him shudder uncontrollably. Oh, so you recognize him? A voice suddenly echoed beside Mephisto. Without making a sound, Lucifer had appeared at his side. His tone was casual, yet carried an unsettling weight. This body is quite powerful. It must have been created by someone formidable. Its abilities were decent, but its personality was rather awful. Since it refused to serve me, I turned it into a puppet. As Lucifer spoke, he carelessly stepped on the massive skull beneath them. In an instant, the once dead Celestial twitched and slowly knelt in the void. The sight sent a wave of sheer dread crashing over Mephisto. Every hair on his body stood on end, and cold sweat poured down his back like a waterfall. His eyes widened in sheer terror. It felt as though an invisible hand had clamped around his throat, rendering him speechless. Lucifer slowly turned to him, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. His expression radiated an eerie chill, as if it emerged from the depths of the abyss. What was it you just tried to order me to do? His smile carried an unfathomable coldness and wickedness. Mephisto's heart plummeted into an abyss of despair as terror consumed his last shred of reason. Run! That single thought exploded in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Mephisto abandoned the portion of his power and consciousness that had come here. In an instant, his presence in the void vanished like a dying ember, leaving nothing behind. Back in hell, Mephisto's eyes snapped open. He gasped desperately for air, as if he had just clawed his way back from death itself. Who was that woman? Such terrifying power. He murmured, still shaken. But then a voice sounded behind him, making his pupils contract in pure dread. You sure ran fast. A hand lightly rested on Mephisto's shoulder. That simple touch alone froze him in place. He tried summoning his magic, nothing. His power was as still as a stagnant pond. He attempted to invoke his authority over hell, no response. Even his most desperate last resort, death, escape and resurrection, was impossible. Despair filled every corner of Mephisto's mind. Why had he not just obediently remained a slave? He had kicked an iron wall this time. It was as if the being behind him could hear his thoughts. Relax. You're that little guy's slave. I won't play you to death. But since you've been a bit disobedient, you need some proper discipline. Besides, I'm quite curious about the anatomical structure of a demon from this universe. Before Mephisto could even react, his entire body disappeared into darkness, swallowed whole. While earth-shattering events unfolded in hell, Kino remained entirely unaware. He had already returned to the human world. He materialized inside the mansion's living room. Pamela, I'm back. The moment Kino spoke, the door creaked open, and a green figure dashed toward him. My love, you're finally back. Pamela's voice rang with emotion. Pamela. Kino's face lit up with a joyous smile as he tightly embraced Pamela, who had thrown herself into his arms. I missed you so much, dear. You were gone for 10 days. Pamela buried her face in Kino's chest, her voice laced with longing and a hint of grievance. Sorry, I had to take extra time to deal with the enemy completely. Kino gently stroked her back, full of guilt. This battle had made him more aware of his limits. He wasn't invincible, but in this world, only the 5 supreme gods could challenge him. Pamela scanned him carefully, worry evident in her eyes. Are you hurt anywhere? No, I utterly crushed him. Kino chuckled, his tone light and confident. He squeezed Pamela's hand, hoping to reassure her. Pamela, however, remained unconvinced. She reached out to touch his face, as if verifying that he was truly unharmed. Really? Don't you dare hide anything from me. Kino took her hand and kissed it gently. My love, I promise, I'm perfectly fine. Stop worrying. Upstairs, Damien heard the commotion and rushed down. Godfather, you're back. Damien's face lit up with excitement. Then whoosh, Venom suddenly appeared and clung to Damien, nuzzling against him repeatedly. Damien, soft and cuddly. Did you miss me? Venom mom. Damien felt himself being squeezed breathless. As Venom detached, Kino realized something horrifying. He was now completely naked. Pamela blinked in surprise. My love, go get dressed, now. Pamela's face flushed red. Oh, right. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Kino hurried toward the bedroom. In hell, nudity hadn't mattered, but here in the human world, he still had some sense of shame. After dressing, Kino returned to find Pamela preparing food. This is delicious, Kino said, devouring ribs hungrily. He had fought for days without a single sip of water, so now, every bite tasted divine. Eat slowly. I can always make more. Pamela smiled. She had learned to cook Chinese dishes. Seeing Kino eat so happily made her appetite grow as well. Damien, try some chocolate. Venom sat before a massive plate of assorted chocolates. While she could eat human food, chocolate was her absolute favorite. Thanks, Venom mom. Damien took the chocolate and nibbled on it like a snack. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Tony? Why is he here? Kino, still chewing, sensed Stark's signature energy and was puzzled. Pamela, however, was unfazed. With a flick of her fingers, the plants at the door gently pushed it open. That guy comes here every day, asking if you're back. He thinks you went off to fight because of him. She sighed, shaking her head. Quote of the chapter: some powers are best left unquestioned, for to gaze into true horror is to risk losing oneself forever. Good afternoon, Miss Pamela. Has Kino returned? Tony pushed the door open with Pepper beside him and asked instinctively. This had become a daily question for him over the past few days. Today, he hadn't held much hope for a different answer. Tony, long time no see. Have you eaten yet? Kino's voice rang out. Kino, you're back. Tony's face lit up with joy as he turned toward the source of the voice and quickly made his way to the dining table. Yes, I just returned. Why don't you both join us for a meal? Kino smiled as he spoke. Excuse us, Mr. Kino. Pepper nodded politely and took a seat beside Pamela. Over the past few days, the two had become close friends. Sounds great. I rarely get the chance to eat Chinese food. Tony, being his usual self, casually found a spot and sat down. Pamela smiled slightly and manipulated the plants to bring over 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls. After all, Chinese food was best enjoyed with rice. This tastes really good. I think I should invent a robot that specializes in making Chinese cuisine. Tony spoke while eating. If you manage to create one, make sure to give me one as well. A cooking robot would be incredibly useful. Kino recalled the chefs in hell. If not for the high wages, they would have gone on strike by now. Demons in hell had insatiable appetites. Consider it done. Tony responded confidently as he continued enjoying the delicious meal. The dining room was filled with a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Pepper glanced at Venom's bowl, which was piled high with chocolate, and whispered to Pamela. Pamela, is it really okay for her to eat that much chocolate? Don't worry. Sister Venom is not from Earth. Chocolate is her primary food source. Pamela smiled as she explained. An alien. Pepper was momentarily shocked but quickly remembered that Mr. Kino was a demon king. Her expression gradually returned to normal. Venom pushed a piece of chocolate toward her. Try it. This brand has the best taste. Thank you. Pepper didn't refuse her kindness and placed the chocolate into her mouth. You haven't been sleeping well lately, have you? Venom noticed Pepper's tired expression and asked with concern. Yes, with Obadiah's death, the explosion at the weapons factory, and Tony becoming Iron Man, it's been overwhelming. Pepper sighed. Though she had been visiting daily, her stays had been brief, just long enough to deliver some gifts before leaving. Judging by today, she was finally taking a break, but tomorrow would likely be another sleepless night. Thinking about it, she shot a resentful glance at Tony. Tony, standing beside her, scratched his head awkwardly and said, I've been busy upgrading the Iron Man suit, so I dumped all the company matters onto you. Sorry about that, Pepper. Let me help you with that? Venom offered. That would be a great help. Pepper glanced at Tony, and after seeing his approving nod, she agreed. Venom took Pepper's hand, and her black symbiotic material silently seeped into Pepper's body. A few moments later, Venom released her hand and said, all done. Pepper immediately felt a surge of energy, as if all her previous exhaustion had been wiped away. Whoa, Pepper, your face. Tony suddenly exclaimed, eyes widening in surprise. What about my face? Pepper touched her cheek in confusion. It felt smooth and soft. Pamela used her plant abilities to bring over a mirror. Oh my god. Pepper stared at the reflection in disbelief. Though she had always used expensive skincare and makeup, the natural aging process had dimmed her skin's youthful glow. But now, her skin had returned to its youthful state, blemish-free, smooth, and radiating a healthy brilliance. Thank you so much, Venom. Pepper was deeply moved, her eyes shimmering with emotion. No problem. Venom mimicked Tony's earlier tone with exaggerated confidence. Ha ha ha. Pepper burst into laughter, her voice light and cheerful. At that moment, she and Venom grew closer. After finishing their meal, the three women sat with Damien on the couch, chatting. Miss Venom's abilities are truly incredible, no matter how many times I see them. Tony marveled, admiration evident in his eyes. Of course. My wife is the best. Kino declared proudly. No way. Pepper is the best. Tony retorted stubbornly. The two men soon found themselves locked in a heated debate over whose wife was superior. Honestly, my friend, I don't even know how to thank you. Tony's expression turned serious as he looked at Kino. Whether it was saving my life before or helping me get together with Pepper, I owe you so much. How about I give you another 10% of my company's shares? Tony gritted his teeth. That's the most I can offer without affecting the company's operations. No need. I plan on starting my own company soon. If you really want to repay me, how about doing me a favor instead? Kino smiled. As long as it's not a minor task. If it is, I'll take it as an insult. Tony sipped a glass of water. How about helping me remodel Hell? Big enough for you. Cough, cough, cough. Remodeling Hell? What, do you want to turn it into a city of steel? Tony choked on his drink, coughing violently, a bad feeling creeping up on him. No, I want to transform it into a natural paradise. How's the progress? Haven't started yet. I lack both money and manpower. Right now, I'm just dealing with the surrounding lava. I need to see this hell of yours first. Tony suddenly felt he might have overestimated himself. Dealing with lava? That sounded like an environmental nightmare. No problem. The two men prepared to head to Hell. Venom, Pamela, Damien, I'm going to Hell with Tony for a bit. Kino informed his family. I'm coming too. Pamela immediately said. Having just reunited with her beloved, she didn't want to part so soon. Pepper, would you like to come see Hell too? Venom invited. Sure. Pepper agreed without hesitation. She was quite curious about the legendary Hell. Pepper, my dear, maybe there's a throne of flames waiting just for you. Tony teased with a mischievous grin. Humph, always making fun of me. If there is such a thing, it's probably meant for you. Pepper huffed, crossing her arms. Who knows, the demons might treat you as an honored guest and offer you a pile of flaming gemstones. Tony continued his playful imagination. Then you'd be the #1 target for their tricks. Let's see if you can still joke then. Pepper shot back. Quote, some friendships are built on favors, but true friendships are forged through trust and shared adventures. Tony stepped through the portal, instantly blinded by a golden glow so intense that he had to close his eyes. It took him a moment to adjust to the brightness. However, once he finally saw the scene before him, he stood frozen in shock. Mountains of gold and gemstones towered around him, their dazzling brilliance almost overwhelming his senses. Kino, didn't you say you were short on manpower and money? This gold alone could buy the entire world? Who are you trying to fool? Tony asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. I have no idea what's going on either, Kino admitted, looking equally dumbfounded. He had never expected his version of Hell to look like this. Pamela stared in awe. This is beyond extravagant. Pepper covered her mouth, murmuring, I've never seen so much wealth gathered in one place. Venom, on the other hand, was thrilled. Wow, this is a treasure hunter's paradise. I want to explore. A voice echoed from afar. You useless fools, hurry up and move all this into the palace. But, boss, the palace is almost full, a demon stammered nervously. Then build a new one? Do I have to teach you everything? She scolded with her hands on her hips, exuding authority. Yes, came a weak reply. Kino approached, watching as demons pushed carts back and forth, transporting the treasure in a chaotic but industrious manner. He began to piece together what had happened. Kino called out. Young master. She jumped at the sudden sound and quickly turned around. What is all this? She explained, and Kino finally understood. The treasure was taken from Mephisto's vault. 2 demons had swallowed it and transported it back, but when one of them tripped, the treasure spilled out all at once. Young master, with this much wealth, your transformation plan is guaranteed to succeed. She's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly waiting for praise. I don't think so, Tony said, his expression serious as he looked at the massive pile of gold and jewels. Why not? She glared at the human, clearly irritated. If this much gold floods the human world all at once, it could cause an economic crisis, or worse, a world war, Tony explained grimly. Then we definitely can't sell it, Kino agreed after a brief moment of contemplation, realizing the severe consequences. That's disappointing. She pouted. It was such a hassle to gather all this. The devouring demon and the space demon exchanged glances, clearly wanting to say something. It's not entirely unsellable, Tony added. As long as we control the supply and sell it little by little, it won't cause a problem. Gold is also an industrial material, so it will always have demand. That's a relief, she sighed, feeling reassured that their efforts hadn't been in vain. Check with the demons who participated in the battle. See if they have any requests. If they don't, convert their share into money. It will come in handy later, Kino instructed. Understood, young master, she responded respectfully. And what about you, do you want anything? Kino asked, looking at her. I don't need anything. She hesitated, sneaking a glance at Kino but ultimately not daring to voice her thoughts. I'll handle She's reward. Venom grinned, pulling She along towards a secluded corner. Venom, lady, she stammered, but didn't resist, obediently following. Kino then turned to Pamela. Pamela, take Pepper and Damien to explore. If you find something you like, feel free to take it. All right, darling, Pamela replied with a smile, leading Pepper and Damien toward the mountains of treasure. She knew Kino wanted to discuss business. Kino, take me somewhere high up, Tony requested. Okay. Kino grabbed Tony by the collar and flew toward the palace's highest point. That was the worst flying experience ever, Tony grumbled as he landed, immediately straightening his clothes. You're not a beautiful woman. Did you expect me to carry you like a princess? Kino teased. I'd rather die, Tony shot back, rolling his eyes. After their brief banter, Tony surveyed Hell's harsh landscape. There was no warm sunlight, no fertile land, only volcanoes and a sky filled with ash, turning this into a lush forest. Even with his genius, it would take at least 100 years to accomplish. Is it impossible, Tony? Kino asked, noticing his silence. Impossible? Do you know who I am? I'm Tony Stark. Don't compare me to ordinary scientists, Tony scoffed, regaining his confidence. His mind was already racing with ideas. Tell me your original plan first, Tony requested, refocusing on the task at hand. My plan was simple: have the demons absorb the energy from the volcanoes to neutralize them. Then, fill the craters to create dormant volcanoes. After that, we would bring in soil from the outside world and let Pamela cultivate plants to restore nature. Hearing this so-called plan, Tony couldn't help but facepalm. This isn't a plan. This is just blind trial and error. Well, I originally planned to have Dr. Banner help, but he's busy with company matters and pharmaceuticals. So, I figured I'd try it myself first. And now, I've got the greatest genius of the century, Tony Stark, to assist me. Kino grinned, scratching his head. Ahem. Fine. Since we're friends, I'll help? Tony smirked before shifting to a serious tone. Now, listen to my plan. He explained each step, from utilizing magma energy for power generation to installing massive air purification towers. Every aspect of the plan was laid out in precise detail. That's the basic framework. I'll send you the blueprints and production lines in a few days. Just follow them, and everything will work smoothly, Tony concluded. After talking for so long, he felt his throat dry up. Taking the cup of water Kino handed him, he downed it in one gulp. Quote, the greatest achievements were once considered impossible until someone proved otherwise. Kino patted Tony on the shoulder and sincerely said, Tony, I really appreciate your help. You've done a great job. I believe Hell will have a completely new look. Tony pursed his lips, his gaze filled with doubt as he asked, Kino, why are you doing something so exhausting and thankless? And don't try to brush me off with the SHIELD excuse. If all you wanted was to improve people's lives, you could have just built a high-tech iron city. But now, Kino was going through all this trouble to renovate Hell. If it was just to make Hell look nicer, Tony simply couldn't believe it. Kino remained silent for a moment before asking in return, why do you think I'm doing this? Noah's Ark. Tony stared at Kino, and flashes of Obadiah, the Lords of Hell, and mountains of treasures crossed his mind. His instincts told him that the human world was becoming more and more dangerous. Kino, can you tell me the truth? You have such powerful abilities. Why do you still need this? Tony's eyes were filled with curiosity and confusion, as if he was waiting for Kino to give him a convincing answer. I have seen the future alien invasions, the return of gods, the destruction of the world by demon lords, super criminals, time alterations. Kino spoke slowly, his voice deep and grave. As Kino continued, Tony's expression darkened, as if a shadow had cast over him. He did not doubt Kino's words. The grand and determined Hell renovation project before him was already proof enough. So, this place is your sanctuary, your refuge when the crisis arrives, Tony said in a low voice. How could that be? Hell is my home now. I genuinely want to make it look better. But another reason is to use it as my headquarters and stronghold. Do you really see me as that much of a coward? Kino widened his eyes and looked at Tony as if he were an idiot. Sorry. Tony apologized, his tone carrying a hint of guilt. You've probably figured out how I got my powers, right? Kino asked straightforwardly. Last time, when Natasha mentioned poison ivy, he had already guessed that they might have some suspicions. But he had never intended to hide it. I know. DC Comics. Superman's abilities are ridiculously overpowered, Tony sighed, recalling the information he had gathered. That's right. I copied Superman's powers. The crises I mentioned, I can handle most of them. But what worries me is that when the real battle starts, I might not be able to protect the people around me. That's why I came up with the plan to renovate Hell. Just like you, Tony. Because of your carelessness, Pepper was kidnapped. Kino spoke seriously. Hearing this, Tony relaxed. He had witnessed Kino's power before. He nodded and said, I see. I misunderstood you, Kino. But I have to admit, your plan is well thought out. Kino continued, in crises of that level, even the smallest mistake could lead to irreversible consequences. I don't want the people I care about to be in danger. Tony completely understood. I get what you mean. After what happened to Pepper, I realized how important it is to protect those around me. Kino chuckled. Exactly. The renovation of Hell isn't just for a refuge, it's about giving everyone a safe haven. So, Tony, I need your help. The faster we build this, the better prepared we'll be for the future. Tony felt motivated. Don't worry. We'll work together and rebuild Hell to face whatever comes. Then take this. It's a pass to Hell. One for you, and the other for Pepper. If you're ever in danger, you can escape directly to Hell. Kino handed him 2 stone plagues. A slight smirk appeared on Kino's face, barely noticeable. In his heart, he was secretly pleased. The Minister of Hell's construction is now in place. Ah, just as Kino was celebrating the recruitment of a new minister, a sharp cry came from the distance. Pepper. Tony turned toward the voice, his expression filled with surprise as he saw Pepper flying toward them. Pepper was riding a broomstick, her face flushed with excitement as she landed beside Tony. Following closely behind her, Pamela, Venom, she, and Damien arrived, though they weren't using broomsticks. Tony, this is amazing. Pepper waved her broomstick in excitement, her small face glowing with joy. Pepper, how did you do that? Tony frowned and took the broomstick from her, inspecting it closely as he muttered. It's very light, wooden, and has no power source. It's literally just a cleaning broom. It's not the broomstick. It's the power of magic. Kino sensed the magical energy flowing through them. Darling, we found this. Pamela handed Kino a book. Introduction to Magic Spells? Mephisto's treasury even had this. Kino took the book from Pamela, and within seconds, he had scanned through the entire contents. His eyes were sharp and focused, and his fingers flipped through the pages so fast they were almost a blur. But whose magic did you borrow? Kino's expression turned serious as he scanned the group with a sharp gaze. In the Marvel Universe, all magic required borrowing power from magical deities, such as Vishanti or Dormammu. But borrowing magic always came with a price. The physical toll was minor compared to the true cost. Using magic meant taking a loan from these entities. And just like any loan, it had to be repaid. If one failed to meet the terms, they would face severe consequences. Master, it was my magic, she said timidly. I have plenty of magic, so I lent some to your friends to play with. Darling, don't blame she. We saw real magic and couldn't resist trying it out. Pamela quickly defended her. Kino, I was watching over them. Nothing happened, Venom added, unconcerned, knowing Kino was just worried. Godfather, I apologize. Damien lowered his head, seeing Kino upset for the first time. I'm sorry, Mr. Kino. Pepper also apologized. Tony didn't plead for them. He knew no one lent power for free. Either the relationship was strong, or a debt had to be paid. And the price of a deal with a demon god was never cheap. Kino frowned and remained silent for a moment before finally saying, don't let this happen again. You were lucky this time. Since it was she's magic, it's fine. But if you had borrowed from a demon god, things could have gone very badly. Everyone nodded repeatedly, expressing that they wouldn't dare do it again. At the same time, they couldn't help but glance at their broomsticks, reluctant to give up the feeling of magic. Kino thought for a moment and then said, from now on, Hell will provide your magic. But you can only use it within Hell. As he finished speaking, a bright red light flickered around his wrist, weaving like living threads, instantly connecting Hell's magic to them. Hell was bound to Kino. If he ever left for another world, he couldn't risk them suddenly losing their power midair and crashing. Immediately, they felt a surge of magic flow through them. Their eyes lit up with excitement, and they cheered before soaring back into the sky. She, go with them and keep an eye on them, Kino instructed. Yes, Master, she replied cheerfully before flying off. Quote, magic is not about power. It is about balance. Wield it wisely, or be consumed by it. Tony looked up at the sky, watching Pepper soar through the air. His eyes were filled with warmth and emotion. I've never seen Pepper smile so happily before. She's always busy with work or cleaning up after my messes. Kino patted Tony's shoulder and said, maybe the daily stress was too much, and this is the first time she's had a chance to truly relax. But instead of standing here getting sentimental, why don't you join in? Before Tony could respond, he suddenly felt an unfamiliar power surge through his body, and a book was shoved into his hands. I'll go first, Kino said before taking off into the sky, swiftly flying toward Venom and Pamela. He left behind a broomstick for Tony. Tony glanced at the broom with disdain, shaking his head. I'm Tony Stark. I don't need something like this to fly. Muttering to himself, he flipped through the book until he found the page about flying. This spell is ridiculous, $#Y. Tony stumbled through the incantation, and gradually, his body started floating into the air. The sensation was entirely different from flying in his Iron Man suit. There was no armor to support him, only his own control over the spell. The wind buffeted his body, making him feel unstable and extremely unsafe. Take a deep breath. You've flown at 8,000 meters before. Giving himself a pep talk, Tony steadied his body and slowly drifted toward Pepper. Meanwhile, Pepper had already mastered flying. Her movements were graceful, her figure light as a feather. She had completely immersed herself in the joy of soaring freely through the sky. Humanity has always longed for the sky, and at this moment, Pepper was lost in the exhilaration of flying. She cheered happily. Pamela, Venom, I love hell. Her radiant smile bloomed like a flower, dazzling and beautiful. Then hell will always welcome you, Miss Pepper, Kino responded with a smirk. He even started considering the idea of developing hell as a tourist attraction. It could be interesting, as long as he set some restrictions, otherwise, things could easily get out of hand. Pepper, I'm coming. Tony wobbled through the air, his posture stiff and awkward. He was clearly struggling. Pepper burst into laughter at the sight. Haha, Tony, what's with that look? The ever-confident and suave Tony Stark actually has trouble with something. Her laughter echoed in the sky, full of warmth and happiness. Tony initially felt embarrassed, but when he saw Pepper's radiant smile so youthful and carefree, he found himself captivated. Unfortunately, his moment of distraction caused him to lose control of the spell. Gravity immediately took hold. Tony. Pepper's expression changed in an instant. Without hesitation, she dived down on her broomstick and caught him just in time, securing him onto the broom. Are you okay? She asked, her arms wrapped tightly around his waist, afraid he might fall again. Tony felt a little awkward at first, but as he noticed her golden hair brushing against his face and the softness pressing against his back, he smirked slightly. Pepper, hold me tighter. I'm a little scared. Then let's go back down, Pepper suggested, steering the broom toward the ground. No, I mean, let's stay up here a little longer so I can get used to it. Tony quickly came up with an excuse, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Pepper immediately saw through him. She wasn't a naive teenager, after all. With a knowing smile, she hugged him even tighter. How about now? This is perfect, Tony replied, the corners of his lips lifting in satisfaction. Wow, I never thought I'd be the one watching someone else being lovey-dovey, Venom muttered as he hovered nearby. Get used to it. Ever since they made their relationship official, they've been glued together, Pamela said, waving a hand dismissively. Meanwhile, Damien was focused on experimenting with other magic spells, while she kept an eye on him, making sure he didn't get into trouble. Kino, what are you doing? Venom noticed a red screen in front of Kino and curiously floated over. Creating safety rules, Kino replied without looking up. The screen displayed various instructions. No injuries from high-altitude falls, flight magic guidelines, restricted areas. Wait. Kino, are you writing game code or something? Venom asked, puzzled. Something like that. Now that hell is expanding, I'm planning to add some unique attractions and set restrictions to keep things in order, Kino explained. After absorbing the hell fragments, he felt significant changes within hell. Not only was its size increasing, but its power was also growing stronger. If he collected enough core fragments, he might even be able to link the Marvel and DC universes using hell as a bridge. Of course, that was a plan for the far future. He wouldn't consider it until he had the strength to challenge the 5 great gods. Kino, let me try. Venom's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to get involved. Sure, help me think of possible scenarios, Kino agreed, sharing part of the screen with him. Awesome. Venom enthusiastically took the screen and flew over to Pamela. Pamela, let's play together. Pamela smiled and nodded, and the two of them quickly became engrossed in the system's functions. Kino didn't mind. If there were conflicting instructions, he could always fix them later. He continued working, his face illuminated by the red glow of the screen as he refined the system. Time passed, and by the time they returned to the human world, it was already evening. Pepper still held on to her broomstick, jumping lightly on the ground. Ugh, it feels weird being back on the ground, she said, a little disappointed. Pamela chuckled. We can always go to hell again. Once my dear finishes his plans, it'll be even more beautiful and exciting. Really? Pepper's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Thanks, Kino. Today was perfect, Tony said, patting Kino's shoulder with a satisfied smile. It truly had been a perfect date. Quote for the chapter. The sky is not the limit. Your imagination is. After watching Tony and the others leave, Kino was about to take a well-deserved rest. However, as soon as he turned around, he saw an unexpected figure standing there. What are you doing outside? Kino raised an eyebrow as he looked at the small and delicate figure. Young master, mistress brought me out here. She lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Her voice was as soft as a whisper, and she had just told a lie to the young master. Kino, let's go shopping with she tomorrow. Let her stay here for the night. Venom clung to Kino's arm and playfully suggested. Pamela nodded in agreement, adding, yes, dear. She has been working so hard lately. She deserves to relax. Kino chuckled. I never said I was against it. I was just surprised. But yes, you have indeed worked hard during this time. It's not hard work. Serving you is my honor, young master, she said firmly, lifting her gaze to meet his. Kino smiled warmly. No need to be so formal. Just enjoy yourself tonight and have fun tomorrow. She's face lit up with a bright smile. Thank you, young master. Thank you, mistress. Kino then turned to Damien and spoke with concern. Damien, you should also start resting earlier. Understand? Godfather, I always go to bed early, Damien said, puffing out his chest with confidence. Kino smirked and reached out to pinch Damien's cheek teasingly. Then what's with those dark circles under your eyes? Damien flinched before mumbling, well, okay, Godfather. I may have stayed up a little late recently. Pamela suddenly remembered something, her expression darkening. Stark bought Damien a gaming console a while ago. Damien, have you been sneaking out of bed at night to play? I'm confiscating it for a while. Damien panicked for a moment, but seeing Pamela's serious expression, he quickly lowered his head. I'm sorry, Pamela Mom. In the League of Assassins, emotions were always suppressed, but in this warm and peaceful life, Damien was gradually opening up. It's okay, Pamela. Kino used to do the same thing, Venom teased as he gently soothed Pamela's frustration. Kino chuckled and addressed Damien. All right, I won't take it away this time. Pamela is just worried about your health. If children don't sleep properly, they won't grow tall. You wouldn't want to only reach Bruce's opponent's knees when fighting, would you? Damien imagined that scenario and immediately nodded seriously. I understand, Godfather. I won't stay up late again. Good boy. Kino affectionately ruffled Damien's hair. Talking to kids like Damien was easy. They understood the difference between right and wrong and had strong self-discipline. Pamela, take Damien for a bath. I'll be waiting for you in the room, Kino said with a playful wink, his gaze full of meaning. That familiar scent of floral nectar was always irresistible. Pamela's face flushed slightly. She rolled her eyes at Kino but smiled tenderly. You never take things seriously, she scolded before picking up Damien and heading upstairs. Can you help me? Pamela called out. Yes, mistress. She snapped out of her daze and quickly followed. I'm sorry, Pamela Mom. I let you down, Damien said softly. I'm not disappointed, just worried about your health. As punishment, you'll have to drink half a glass of milk every morning, Pamela replied, her tone firm but caring. Yes, Pamela Mom. As their voices faded upstairs, Kino turned to Venom, his gaze filled with expectation. Don't forget what you promised me. Venom smirked. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're satisfied. But first, we need to take a proper bath. Together, of course. Kino grinned mischievously and eagerly pulled Venom toward the bathroom. The night passed. The sky outside was still a bit dark when Kino groggily opened his eyes. However, he quickly realized that he was unable to move. Looking down, he saw why. On his left, Venom was tightly wrapped around him. On his right, Pamela was nestled against him. And in the middle, she was lying directly on top of him. The wild and passionate memories of the previous night resurfaced vividly in his mind. For the first time, I actually feel exhausted, Kino muttered to himself. Ever since he acquired Logan's healing factor, he had assumed that his stamina was limitless. But last night had proven him wrong. Even with a powerful physique, exhaustion was still possible. Young master, more. She murmured in her sleep, her small face rubbing against Kino's chest like a lazy kitten. Are you a succubus or a shapeshifter? Kino mused to himself but made no attempt to move. Instead, he closed his eyes again and murmured, let's sleep a little longer. A soft beam of morning light filtered through the window, casting a gentle glow over the messy bed. Young master. She stirred, rubbing her sleepy eyes before turning to look at Kino's face. Then, like a small cat, she climbed up and planted a light kiss on his cheek. Good morning, Kino greeted lazily, his voice tinged with drowsiness. She's body stiffened, her eyes widening in shock. This wasn't a dream. I am sorry. I didn't mean to treat you like a bed, young master. She flailed in a panic, trying to sit up. As she scrambled to get up, Kino also sat up and smiled at her. Weren't you quite bold last night? Why are you acting so shy now? She covered her face in embarrassment and mumbled, young master, I was out of line last night. It's fine. If anything, I think it was wonderful, Kino replied with a smirk. Though he generally preferred mature women, an occasional change of pace was enjoyable. As long as young master is pleased, she said in a hushed voice, still avoiding his gaze. Kino then noticed the lingering traces of last night on her body. You must feel sticky and uncomfortable. Let's take a bath, Kino said, scooping she into his arms and carrying her toward the bathroom. Turning on the warm water, Kino carefully washed she's hair, gently lathering soap over her delicate frame before placing her into the bathtub to soak. She sighed in contentment, enjoying the care she was receiving. Finally, I am his. Then, as Kino finished washing her, she turned to him with an eager expression. Young master, let me help you. All right, scrub my back for me. At first, she obediently rubbed his back, but before long, her hands started to wander elsewhere. Kino sighed, knowing where this was going. You looked like you were in discomfort, young master, she whispered shyly yet mischievously. You do realize this means you'll have to bathe again, right? I don't mind, she said, her cheeks flushed. After Kino and she washed up again and came out, they saw Venom teasingly saying, were you satisfied last night, master? She stretched out the last word, her tone full of ambiguity. Hearing this, Kino's heart skipped a beat. He quickly suppressed his thoughts and replied, Venom, be serious. If you continue like this, we won't be going out today. All right, Kino. Venom retracted her teasing expression. Good morning, Lady Venom. She greeted her respectfully. She knew very well that without Venom's help, she wouldn't have been able to get close to her young master. Don't call me lady, just call me sister. Venom said with a smile. That won't do. I am a servant. She was very serious about this matter. Even in the bathroom, she did not change her way of addressing Venom. At this moment, she still firmly adhered to her role. Call her whatever you like. It's up to you, Kino said. Yes, young master, she responded. By the way, where is Pamela? Kino turned to ask Venom. Pamela went next door to take a bath. She should be preparing breakfast now, Venom replied. All the chefs in the manor were in hell, and Frank was busy assembling a team. Originally, Kino had planned to recruit new chefs, but Pamela stopped him, saying she had nothing else to do and would handle the meals herself. As they went downstairs, Damien was already sitting at the dining table, waiting for breakfast, while Pamela was busy in the kitchen. Lady Pamela, let me help you. She quickly stepped into the kitchen. You were so exhausted yesterday. Are you all right? Pamela asked with concern. She shook her head and took the plate from Pamela's hands. Lady Pamela, I am fine. Demons have strong recovery abilities. That's impressive. Even after such intense exercise, you're completely fine. Pamela was a little envious. Even though her stamina was greatly enhanced by the green of all, she still couldn't keep up with Kino. She's hand trembled slightly as she held the plate. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. At the dining table. Good morning, Godfather. Good morning, Mama Venom, Damien greeted obediently. Good morning, Damien, Kino replied with a smile. Damien, you smell so good. Venom affectionately kissed Damien on the cheek. Although she had given up eating human brains, the scent of a growing child still appealed to her. At first, Damien was frightened of her, but over time, he got used to her presence and realized she meant no harm. Damien, what have you been up to lately? Kino asked out of concern. Studying, training, and playing video games, Damien answered. When he mentioned video games, his little face turned slightly red. Kino thought for a moment and then asked, Damien, do you want to go to school? His gaze was filled with concern. Although Damien was mature for his age, Kino felt it wasn't good for a child to be cooped up at home all the time. What is school? Damien frowned, unfamiliar with the term. School is a place where people of similar ages gather to learn new knowledge and make friends, Kino patiently explained. Godfather, I already have specialized tutors for learning. And what are friends? Are they strong? Damien asked, his eyes filled with confusion. Ra's al Ghul's men had assigned specialized tutors for Damien's education. Moreover, having grown up with the teachings of the League of Assassins, Damien had been instilled with the belief that strength was the most important thing. The concept of friends was entirely foreign to him. Kino was at a loss for words. He opened his mouth but didn't know how to respond. His face showed a hint of helplessness. Ha ha ha. Venom burst into laughter upon seeing Kino's awkward expression. Her laughter echoed in the room. Kino's face darkened as he shot Venom a sharp glare, feeling secretly frustrated. Damien, meanwhile, looked between Kino and the laughing Venom, completely clueless about what had just happened. After finally stopping her laughter, Venom looked at Damien and said, Damien, even though you have personal tutors and the students at school may not be strong, experiencing an ordinary life is something your father once did. It's also something he wished for you. Damien lowered his head in thought. His young face carried a hint of contemplation. After a moment, he raised his head and said, Then I want to try my father's past life, Godfather. Venom raised an eyebrow smugly. All right, I'll arrange it. Kino nodded. Just then, Pamela and she arrived carrying plates of food. Dear, what happened just now? Sister Venom was laughing so loudly, Pamela asked curiously. Before Kino could answer, Venom eagerly recounted the story. School? That's a good idea. It's good for him to interact with peers, Pamela said approvingly, gazing warmly at Damien. After finishing breakfast, they all set out together. This time, Kino drove the car himself while the others took their seats. Sunlight reflected off the car's surface, creating a dazzling glow. The vehicle started smoothly and drove away from the manor. The ride was filled with chatter and laughter. Besides going shopping, they also planned to buy some clothes for she. Her wardrobe consisted mostly of leather outfits and a few overly revealing pieces fine for private appreciation, but definitely not suitable for public display. Arriving in Manhattan, they found that the once dilapidated streets had been completely restored, as if the previous chaos had never happened. Kino walked in the center, with Venom on his left and Pamela on his right. The two beauties, with their contrasting styles, attracted countless gazes. Venom was bold and seductive, while Pamela was gentle and elegant. Kino himself was strikingly handsome. Together, the trio became a dazzling sight on the street. As for Damien and she, who followed behind, people assumed they were the children of the two women, drawing envious glances. Some looked at Kino with admiration, while others were filled with jealousy, wondering how he managed to handle both women. They entered a large clothing store. The interior was spacious and bright, with racks filled with various outfits. Venom and Pamela enthusiastically picked out clothes for she and Damien, occasionally asking Kino for his opinion. How about this Lolita dress for she? Not bad, quite cute. Try this dress too. Looks good, very elegant. How about this little suit for Damien? Not bad, very handsome. Venom gave Kino a deadpan look. Is not bad all you can say? Very good. Forget it. Just sit and watch. Before long, Pamela and Damien became life-sized dress-up dolls, trying on various styles. Eventually, Venom and Pamela also joined in, turning the shopping trip into their personal fashion show. Kino sat back and enjoyed the view, completely captivated. Black stockings and strap dresses suited Venom and Pamela. White stockings looked better on she. As for Damien, he had long given up and was sitting next to Kino, watching along. Kino quickly attracted some unfriendly attention, making him frown. The emblem of the deity of the human world glowed on his core. He could hear even the faintest whispers. Get ready to make a move. These rich pigs look loaded. Reed, this place is crowded. Isn't it bad to act now? Idiot, just take them somewhere secluded and deal with them there. I've had my eyes on that redhead for a while. Then I'll take the small one. A cold gleam flashed in Kino's eyes, his gaze carrying a chill so intense it could freeze a man on the spot. Godfather. Beside him, Damien felt his scalp tingle as he looked at Kino with fear. Such overwhelming killing intent. The murderous aura around Kino vanished instantly. He reached out and gently ruffled Damien's hair. Sorry, Damien. Did I scare you? Kino's voice was filled with apology. Godfather, who made you angry? Damien raised his head. I'm not angry. I just remembered something unpleasant. Kino smiled warmly, his expression as gentle as a spring breeze, making people feel at ease. He was indeed no longer angry. After all, why be mad at dead men? Soon, a few people approached from different directions, one of them a woman who looked fairly decent. She walked up to Kino and suddenly pretended to trip, as if about to say something. Before she could speak, a knee descended from above, slamming heavily onto her neck. It was unclear if she was unconscious or dead. The store employees didn't even have time to scream. FBI case in progress. We're apprehending a criminal gang. The FBI agent, still pressing his knee against the woman, accidentally met Kino's gaze. Instantly, cold sweat dripped down his back. Even though Kino had appeared publicly before, the cameras had been too far away to capture his face clearly. The public didn't know what he really looked like. But this agent did. He knew that if this man got angry, an entire country could be wiped out. The others in the gang realized something was wrong and tried to flee, but before they could, a few plainclothes agents swiftly tackled them to the ground, restraining them without a word. The entire process was smooth and efficient, lasting less than 30 seconds. The bystanders barely had time to react before it was over. Mr. Kino, long time no see. A warm and familiar voice rang out. Kino turned to see Phil Coulson, dressed casually, walking over from a corner with a gentle smile on his face and a bag of drinks in his hand. Here, an Eastern beverage. I think it tastes pretty good. Coulson handed it over. Kino took the drink and glanced at its green packaging, which had 2 English letters printed on it. His mouth twitched slightly. Even in the Marvel world, he still encountered this brand. Nonetheless, he didn't refuse it. He opened one bottle and handed it to Damien. Is SHIELD monitoring me? Kino asked, his gaze sharp and scrutinizing. Coulson's expression remained unchanged. Not at all. However, we do monitor every major shopping mall. That was the truth. After confirming Kino's abilities, no one dared to spy on him directly. But there were other ways. Traffic cameras, mall surveillance. Whenever Kino or his companions were detected, SHIELD would receive an alert. That's fine, then. Kino nodded slightly, his expression easing a bit. Who wouldn't like free bodyguards? I don't want to see them again. Understood. They'll be fast-tracked for execution this afternoon. Despite his friendly demeanor, Coulson was an elite level 8 agent higher ranked than Hawkeye, who was only level 7. Mr. Kino, can I ask where you've been recently? Coulson's voice was casual, but his eyes carried a hint of curiosity. He had read the report. It mentioned a crimson hand grabbing Kino before he disappeared. Nick Fury sent you to ask. Kino replied absent-mindedly, still watching Venom and the others try on outfits. That's right. Ever since you disappeared, the director hasn't been able to sleep well. Coulson shrugged helplessly and sat down across from Kino. He didn't dare look behind him at the beautiful scene unfolding. Cover my expenses today, and I'll tell you. Kino spoke as if discussing something trivial. Coulson's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected it to be this easy. No problem. He agreed without hesitation. I fought with other Hell Lords and stole some treasures. That's it. Kino said nonchalantly. Other Hells? You mean? Hell isn't the only one. Coulson's expression changed dramatically, his eyes widening in shock. That's right. Including mine, there are 10 in total. Kino casually dropped a bombshell. 10. Coulson couldn't help but exclaim, his voice filled with disbelief. Seeing Coulson's stunned expression, Kino laughed freely. Coulson took a deep breath, then said firmly, You're lying. If there were 10 demon lords, Earth would have been destroyed already. Not necessarily. The sorcerers keep them out. They can't enter. Kino stopped laughing and spoke the truth. Carlson sighed in relief before asking, who are these sorcerers? An ancient secret organization, existing for millions of years. They don't seek fame or fortune. Their sole purpose is to prevent demonic invasions. Compared to them, SHIELD is nothing. They are Earth's true guardians. Kino's eyes held genuine respect. Carlson fell silent, giving Kino a look that clearly meant, then how did you get in? I'm different. I have connections. Kino smirked. He still didn't know why the Sorcerer Supreme hadn't shown up yet, but it seemed like they had accepted his presence. Where are they now? Before Carlson could finish his question, Kino had already stood up. I've answered your question. I'll leave the rest to you. Send my regards to Nick Fury. Hope he gets some good sleep. Watching Kino walk away with his entourage, Carlson let out a bitter chuckle. Sleep well? With this much suspense, even I won't sleep well tonight. Sir, what do we do with all these? The plainclothes agents appeared, pointing at the pile of clothes. Pay for them and have them delivered to the manor. Carlson sighed. But, we don't have enough money. The agent looked troubled. I'll cover it. Only then did Carlson realize that everything here was luxury fashion. Even the cheapest item cost thousands of dollars. He'd have to claim reimbursement from SHIELD later. He sighed again. Meanwhile, Kino and his group continued shopping, enjoying their spree. Even though they had plenty of money, nothing felt better than spending someone else's. As the group felt they had explored enough, they returned to the restaurant they had visited last time. Sitting around the table, they enjoyed exquisite desserts. Pamela gazed at the street outside and said leisurely, the weather is so nice today. Just as she finished speaking, a massive sandstorm howled past the window, instantly shrouding the sunlight with a thick layer of dust. Kino and the others stared at her in silence. For the second time. This has nothing to do with me, Pamela defended herself innocently. At that moment, a white figure flashed past the window. Was that Gwen? Manhattan. The massive sandstorm rampaged through the streets, finally stopping abruptly beside an armored cash transport truck in front of a bank. What the hell is that? One of the guards exclaimed in terror. Before he could react, a violent gust of sand struck him unconscious. Another guard hastily grabbed his radio and shouted, the armored truck is under attack, requesting immediate backup. From within the sandstorm, grains of sand rapidly converged, gradually forming the tall figure of a man dressed in a green striped shirt. Flint Marco revealed himself, striding toward the armored truck. He grabbed 2 bags of cash and prepared to leave. Suddenly, the wailing of sirens filled the air as several police cars sped onto the scene, blocking the road. Drop the money. Officers exited their vehicles and aimed their weapons at Flint Marco, their expressions tense and serious. I don't want to hurt you. Step aside, Flint warned loudly, his voice carrying a hint of menace. Open fire. At the command, a barrage of bullets rained upon Flint, passing straight through his body. However, instead of blood and flesh, only loose grains of sand scattered onto the ground. I told you to step aside. Flint's arm instantly dissolved into sand, transforming into a massive fist. With a powerful swing, countless grains of sand shot out like bullets, whistling through the air. The officers' faces paled as they scrambled behind their cars for cover. The deafening sound of sand striking metal echoed continuously. Taking advantage of their hesitation, Flint turned and attempted to flee in another direction. At that moment, a white figure descended from the sky, shooting a web that latched onto the money bags. With a forceful tug, the cash was snatched away. Sandman, that doesn't belong to you. Standing firmly on the ground was none other than Ghost Spider. Gwen. Give it back. Flint roared furiously, his eyes burning with rage. The police gunfire had already enraged him, and now Spider-Man had interfered. His anger reached its peak. Flint charged at Gwen, commanding a tidal wave of sand to engulf her. Gwen agilely flipped and dodged, moving as if she were dancing midair. She continuously shot webs, trying to restrain Flint's movements. You're committing a crime, Sandman. Ghost Spider called out. I just need the money. Flint roared. The world has never been fair to me. I have to fight for myself. A fierce chase unfolded through the streets. The police watched nervously from the sidelines, unwilling to intervene recklessly. They knew their weapons were ineffective against Sandman. A massive sand fist formed and swung at Ghost Spider. Gwen, while dodging, quickly thought of a way to stop him. She knew she couldn't let Flint escape, or he would continue his crimes. Then, she spotted a construction site not far away and came up with a plan. Intentionally, Ghost Spider lured Flint toward the construction site. Focused solely on reclaiming the money, Flint failed to notice her ploy and pursued relentlessly. As soon as they entered the construction site, Gwen used her webs to swing between the building materials, limiting Flint's attacks. Frustrated, Flint roared and rampaged through the site, demolishing structures in an attempt to find her. You can't run forever, Flint shouted. Hiding behind a large steel beam, Ghost Spider observed Flint's movements. She noticed he was fully focused on searching for her. Seizing the opportunity, she shot webs to secure some heavy construction materials. As Flint approached, Gwen yanked the webs, causing the materials to come crashing down. Flint had no time to evade and was buried beneath the debris. Phew, finally done, Gwen sighed in relief. However, just as she thought it was over, the sand beneath the debris began shifting. Flint emerged, more furious than before. Now you've really made me mad. His body transformed into a massive, towering sandstorm, surging toward Gwen like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf her entirely. Perfect, let's test this out. Gwen raised her hand, where a green gemstone ring on her finger emitted a radiant glow. Instantly, fierce winds erupted around them, and from seemingly nowhere, a massive tornado formed. No. Flint struggled to reform his body within the storm, but the powerful vortex continuously pulled his sand particles away. Within moments, only the violent, swirling tornado remained. Flint's figure had completely vanished. Done. Gwen pulled down her mask, revealing her delicate features as she exhaled deeply. Summer heat combined with fighting in her tight suit made her uncomfortable. That was a big help. I wonder when that pervert will return. She muttered to herself, pressing a kiss onto her ring. It seemed to retain Kino's warmth, making her miss him even more. She had gone looking for him a few days ago, but only found Pamela and his newly adopted goddaughter. That empty feeling in her heart deepened. Spider-Woman. The police officers and armored truck guards finally stepped forward, their expressions filled with shock as they stared at the unmoving tornado. Gwen pulled down her mask slightly and corrected them. Officer, I told you, it's Ghost Spider. Spider-Woman just doesn't sound right. Got it, Ghost Spider. The lead officer smiled, his eyes filled with gratitude. Most officers appreciated her presence, knowing she significantly reduced casualties among law enforcement. Although some still viewed her as a vigilante who undermined the police force's authority, most acknowledged the good she did. Quote of the chapter. Justice may be blind, but it never sleeps. Ghost Spider, can I have your autograph? A young police officer looked at Gwen with admiration, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Compared to the male Spider-Man, the female Spider-Man had more fans, with the majority being male. Of course. Gwen took the paper and pen handed to her by the officer and fulfilled her fan's small request. After signing, she returned to the corner where she had been earlier, picked up the handbag she had retrieved, and handed it to the officer. This is the stolen money taken by Sandman. Please check it. Understood. Thank you for your hard work. The officer took the bag with gratitude and sincerity. However, no one noticed that the sand around the construction site was trembling, gradually being drawn into the tornado. At first, everyone was too focused on discussing how to deal with Sandman. But as the tornado grew uncontrollable, the once stable column of wind began to shake violently, and the howling winds became increasingly sharp. He's coming out. You all need to leave, now. As soon as Gwen spoke, a 10-meter-tall sand giant broke free from the tornado, sending powerful gusts of wind sweeping through the area, kicking up dust in all directions. I told you, give me back my money. The sand giant roared, raising two massive fists high into the air before slamming them down. A colossal shadow instantly enveloped Gwen and the officers, radiating a suffocating sense of oppression. The police officers, witnessing the terrifying scene, trembled, their faces turning pale. They wanted to run, but their bodies refused to move. Gwen could escape with ease. With her abilities, she could flee in an instant. But the officers beside her would undoubtedly be crushed into pulp under the impact of those massive fists. I hope this doesn't hurt too much. She crouched slightly, channeling power into her legs, and then launched herself into the air with explosive force. A gust of wind formed beneath her, accelerating her ascent. Like a cannonball, she shot toward the sand giant towering above. As Gwen closed in on the massive fists, she gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, bracing for the impact. Honestly, you should take better care of yourself. A voice filled with helplessness reached her ears. Gwen suddenly felt an arm wrap around her waist, and a gentle force dissolved the momentum of her charge. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the sky as the enormous fist shattered into countless grains of sand. The violent shockwave sent scattered sand flying into the distance, forming a blinding sandstorm. The force of the blast threw the sand giant off balance, causing its massive body to collapse backward, slamming into a half-constructed building. A dull thud rang out, followed by a rising cloud of dust. Kino! Gwen exclaimed in delight, her eyes filled with joy and excitement. On the ground, the officers stared up at the sky, their mouths slightly agape, their eyes filled with awe and reverence. A golden cape billowed wildly in the wind, resembling burning flames. A suit of armor bearing an S insignia glowed with an icy brilliance, showcasing unparalleled strength. His chiseled features looked as if they had been sculpted by the gods themselves. Even though they had never seen his face before, they knew exactly who he was. The Demon King. One of the officers couldn't help but shout his name, his voice trembling with fear. Unlike Spider-Man, Kino, with his ability to summon demons and his near destruction of a nation, was someone most people only feared. Kino descended slowly from the sky, landing gently. He loosened his grip, smiling as he looked at Gwen, who was still leaning against him, his gaze full of affection. How about we head home so you can lean on me all you want? Kino teased, his voice soft and magnetic. That sounds wait, no, when did you come back? Gwen instinctively responded before realizing what she had said. Her cheeks flushed red as she quickly pulled away from Kino's broad, warm embrace. I returned yesterday. We'll talk later. This isn't over yet, Kino said as he turned his attention to the recovering sand giant. Absorbing the surrounding sand, the sand giant rapidly restored its body. Freshly escaped from prison, he had no idea who the Demon King was. Why are you all stopping me? I only took some money, not all of it. The sand giant roared in frustration, his voice filled with resentment and unwillingness. I don't care about that. I care that you almost hurt my girl, Kino said, his eyes glowing with intensity. A pair of scorching red beams shot out. The blinding heat vision sliced through the sand giant's body, instantly turning the sand into molten glass. Ah! Flint Marco screamed in agony, desperately forming a wall of sand to shield himself while attempting to regenerate. However, as the construction site's sand ran out, he was forced to use his own body's sand as a shield. His massive form gradually shrank in size. Pools of red-hot molten glass spread across the construction site, radiating unbearable heat. The surrounding officers wiped sweat from their foreheads but didn't dare to leave. Soon, Flint Marco had shrunk to less than 5 meters in height. Penny, Daddy is bringing money for your treatment. A desperate and determined glint flashed in Flint's eyes. He left himself with barely a meter of sand, using the rest to fuse with the molten glass, forming a shield. Step by step, he pushed forward against Kino's heat vision. Penny? Kino's super hearing caught his words. He recalled that in one version of Sandman's story, he had robbed banks to pay for his daughter's medical treatment. As Flint's shield melted away and despair set in, the heat vision suddenly ceased. An opportunity. Flint tossed aside the nearly liquefied glass and tried to charge forward. But his body gave out, and he collapsed into a pile of sand. He had reached his limit. Is money really that important to him? Gwen muttered, feeling a sense of sorrow. Although he was their enemy, his fearless charge toward death was still moving. Kino said nothing. He simply looked at the pile of sand, picked up a pendant from the ground, and opened it. Inside was a photograph. Family, huh? In the next moment, he disappeared. Before Gwen could ask where he had gone, Kino reappeared, holding several bags of sand, which he poured onto the ground, forming a new sand pile. Moments passed in silence, as if Flint was truly gone. Don't you want to see your Penny again? Kino's voice rang out. Flint's consciousness had been slipping into darkness, but those words jolted him awake. Penny? I need to bring money home. That thought burned in his mind, reigniting his will to live. His near-fading consciousness reassembled, driven by his obsession with his daughter. The sand pile began to tremble, slowly reforming into a human shape. The process was rough, with collapses in between, but in the end, he succeeded. Why did you save me? Flint asked, his expression complicated as he looked at the man who had nearly killed him but had now chosen to spare him. A parent's love is the strongest force in the world. It can make a person fight against fate itself. Chino handed over the pendant in his hand. I see potential in your abilities. Would you like to work for me? The income will be legal. Flint carefully accepted the pendant, knowing he had no right to refuse. He asked, how much? $300,000, Chino stated his offer. Not enough. I want $1 million. Give it to me within a day, and my life is yours. Flint shook his head firmly and continued, I already owe $100,000 for my daughter's medical expenses. At least $1 million is needed to get her treated. Gwen felt conflicted. Was he robbing people just to help his daughter? No problem. Sign the contract. Chino took out a black demonic contract. The potential of Sandman was immense. With enough sand, he could even temporarily stand against him. Flint took the contract and schemed through it. $1 million? No problem. He picked up a pen to sign, but then he suddenly noticed something at the top of the contract. His eyes widened. Did you make a mistake here? Chino frowned slightly and took the contract back to check. I'm offering a monthly salary of $1 million. As my employee, you will serve under me for life. That's correct, right? Chino asked, looking confused. $1 million per month. The police officers nearby were utterly stunned. They could hardly believe their ears. Where did this generous benefactor come from? Wait, Chino, do you even have that much money? Gwen couldn't help but ask. Flint also looked at Chino in disbelief, his eyes filled with suspicion. Was he playing a joke on him? Did I never tell you? I'm a shareholder of Stark Industries, holding 20% of the shares. Chino tilted his head slightly. Not at all. Gwen realized that her boyfriend still had many secrets she didn't know about. So, do you want to sign? It's a post-tax salary. Chino waved the contract, the paper making a crisp rustling sound. Yes, of course, boss. Without hesitation, Flint quickly signed his name at an astonishing speed, as if afraid the contract would vanish in an instant. He had thought it was a one-time payment of $1 million. Everyone knew about Stark Industries, a multi-billion-dollar company. We can do it now. Give me your bank account number, Chino said as he pulled out his phone, ready to ask Ra's al Ghul to transfer the funds. Boss, I just got out of prison. My ID and bank account are all frozen. Can you give me cash instead? Flint scratched his head awkwardly. Chino's gaze shifted toward the 2 bags of stolen cash on the ground. There was enough cash right there. However, a slender figure stepped in front of his line of sight. That's not an option. Besides, since you're recruiting him, you also need to compensate for the damage he just caused. Gwen crossed her arms and said firmly. If he had killed someone, she wouldn't have let him go so easily. I was just looking. I didn't say I was going to take it. Chino sighed and turned his gaze away, instead focusing on Gwen's slim figure. The tight suit she wore perfectly outlined her graceful curves. Her slender waist was easy to hold, her long legs were toned and powerful, and her well-defined body exuded charm and allure. What are you staring at? Gwen asked, a little embarrassed, turning slightly to avoid his gaze. However, this only accentuated the alluring curves of her back, making her appear even more elegant and graceful. Nothing much, just thinking about getting you a new battlesuit. Chino didn't avert his gaze at all. He had every right to admire his own girlfriend. Feeling flustered under his intense gaze, Gwen moved behind him and forcefully turned his head toward Flint. Enough staring. Handle his matters first, Gwen said, her tone slightly annoyed. So, if I finish handling this, I can look all I want. Chino smirked mischievously. No way. Gwen stomped her foot in frustration. Flint, on the other hand, remained silent, not daring to breathe too loudly. He felt nervous, realizing that he had almost harmed his boss's lover just a while ago. Chino turned toward the door and shouted, Carlson, come over and help me with something. Carlson, who had been waiting outside, calmly walked in. He had clearly been listening to the conversation. Chino, what do you need? Don't play dumb. Erase his criminal record, and I'll give you one piece of ordinary intel in exchange. Chino rolled his eyes at him. No problem. In 10 minutes, Flint Marco's criminal record will be wiped clean. He will be a regular citizen, Carlson responded without hesitation. Gwen watched this exchange but said nothing. The police officers also pretended not to see anything. That's how this country worked. As long as there was enough to exchange, anything was possible. Flint, meanwhile, trembled slightly with excitement. Now, he could see his daughter openly without fear. Flint, go to this address and find a man named Raz Al Ghul. He will give you an advance payment of 1 million, Chino said, handing over a piece of paper. Chino then turned to the police officers and added, you all should go as well. Each of you will receive $10,000, and those injured will receive $15,000. Any damages caused will also be compensated. Flint, this money will be deducted from your next month's salary. Oh yeah. The police officers and security guards cheered in excitement. $10,000 was equivalent to 2 months' salary for them. Especially the guard who had been knocked unconscious. He now looked at Flint with gratitude, as if their previous conflict had never happened. Flint had no objections either. He was about to receive $1 million, so losing a bit wasn't a big deal. Does this satisfy you now? Chino asked Gwen with a smile. It's acceptable, Gwen replied nonchalantly, but the slight upward curve of her lips beneath her mask betrayed her real feelings. Go to GGSH restaurant. Pamela and the others are there. I'll join you later, Chino said. All right. Gwen nodded before gracefully leaving, her figure glowing under the sunlight. Carlson, deep in thought, considered something. Ghost Spider's identity wasn't a secret to them. Perhaps he could use this chance to get her father promoted as a favor. Once everyone had left, Chino turned to Carlson. Hurry up and ask. My date isn't over yet. The location of a sorcerer, Carlson said. That information isn't as cheap as you think. Carlson wasn't disappointed, he had merely been testing his luck. Yesterday, a hammer fell from the sky in New Mexico. Do you know its origin? I actually do. Are you familiar with Norse mythology? Chino raised an eyebrow, playing coy. Don't tell me the gods are descending to Earth, Carlson said with a wry smile. Not quite. To put it simply, Thor made a mistake, and Odin cast him down to Earth to learn a lesson. It's a story of regaining his lost power. What should we do? Carlson asked, concerned. The idea of humans meeting a god was unprecedented. Relax. Just protect him and don't interfere with his trials. If possible, even offer some assistance. Think of it as a diplomatic meeting with an extraterrestrial, Chino said with ease, as if it were no big deal. Wealth is only as valuable as the opportunities it creates. Cusson furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with anxiety and unease. It sounded simple enough, but if that so-called Thor got into trouble on Earth, the consequences would be catastrophic. They would be looking at an interstellar war, a disaster beyond imagination. Earth could end up trapped in endless turmoil. Relax. Nick Fury has experience in these matters. Just report it to him. Carlson recalled an alien who had once disguised itself as a human years ago, making his heart feel even heavier. After obtaining the information he needed, Carlson hurriedly left. Chino flew to the rooftop of the restaurant, his suit instantly transforming into venom. The two of them held hands as they walked down the stairs together. Gwen had already arrived and was happily chatting with Pamela, and she, her face beaming with joy. Damien sat nearby, looking conflicted and confused. Venom casually sat beside she and grabbed a piece of dessert from the table, stuffing it into his mouth. Chino picked up Damien, placing him on his lap. What are you thinking about, Damien? Damien hesitated before whispering, should I call her mom or aunt? A few days ago, he had addressed her as aunt, but now she was wearing a gemstone ring similar to his mother's. It seemed like she might be a new mother. The room fell silent. Although Damien had spoken softly, everyone present had enhanced hearing and heard him clearly. Damien, just call me aunt, Gwen said. Her face turned a deep shade of red, resembling a ripe apple. A trace of shyness and panic flickered in her eyes. Ha ha ha, for now, call her Aunt Gwen. When she moves into the manor, you can call her mom, Chino teased. Who's your aunt? Gwen rolled her eyes at Chino before suddenly realizing Damien was still in his arms. She quickly added, Damien, I wasn't talking to you. You can keep calling me aunt. Gwen's expression was complicated. She couldn't help but sigh. She had reached the age where she was being called aunt. She was only 19, still in school. Damien obediently nodded and said in a soft voice, all right, Aunt Gwen. The others burst into laughter, entertained by Damien's cuteness. The atmosphere became lighter. After finishing lunch, they excitedly continued their outing. This time, Gwen joined them, along with SHIELD agents who handled the bill. Chino deliberately fell back a few steps, walking beside Gwen at the end of the group. Gwen walked in silence, biting her lip slightly, her eyes wandering. Without a word, Chino reached out and grabbed her fingers. She flinched but didn't pull away. A faint blush crept across her face. Chino toyed with her fingers, running his fingertips along her palm, feeling the softness and warmth. Gwen allowed it, her face growing even redder. She lowered her head, avoiding eye contact with Chino. Gwen, what? Tell me your body measurements. Gwen's face turned as red as a tomato. She struggled to shake off Chino's grip, but he held on tightly. Pervert? Why do you need to know that? She was both embarrassed and annoyed. She had agreed to be his girlfriend, but asking for her body measurements so bluntly was too much. Idiot, what are you thinking? I'm making you a battlesuit, Chino replied, exasperated. A battlesuit? Yeah, your current suit has no defense or special features. It's practically a leotard. A leotard? I spent a long time designing that. Gwen turned away, puffing out her cheeks in protest. All right, I misspoke. It's just not very protective. So, I'm going to design a new suit for you. At the very least, it should be bulletproof. Chino explained patiently, his eyes serious and focused. Gwen turned back to him. Seeing the genuine concern in his gaze, she blushed again and leaned in to whisper a few numbers in his ear. Chino stared at her in surprise. Feeling even more embarrassed under his gaze, Gwen quickly pulled away and ran over to Pamela. What's wrong, dear? Did your boyfriend upset you? Pamela teased, playfully ruffling Gwen's golden hair. No. Gwen clung to Pamela's arm, her ears burning. She could feel Chino's intense gaze on her back. It was mortifying. Madam Venom, could you watch Damien for a bit? She suddenly asked. Of course. Venom happily agreed. Venom eagerly picked up Damien and rubbed his cheek against him. So soft and warm. Venom mom, be gentle, Damien sighed, his face full of helpless indulgence. She stood still, waiting for Chino to catch up. When he reached her side, she began walking again. Chino naturally took her small hand. What's wrong, she? Master, I overheard your conversation. There's a species of demon spider in hell whose silk is incredibly strong and has self-repairing abilities. It might be suitable for your needs. She looked up at Chino with a serious expression. That does sound like a good material. Gather some for me. How did you know about it? Chino asked curiously. I used hell spider silk to make a suit for you, but since you always wear venom, it was never used. She's voice was soft, with a hint of regret. Who said it's useless? The company's official opening is coming up. Bring the suit for me then. Chino squeezed She's small hand, his smile warm. Yes, master. She's face lit up with a radiant smile. Her hard work had not been wasted. Chino gently kneaded She's fingers, feeling like something was missing. This is for you. She looked at him in confusion as he took out an ice blue ring and slipped it onto her finger. Instantly, her mind connected to the ring, understanding its function. Master, I can't accept this. She tried to remove it and return it. Keep it. Don't give it back to me. Chino tightened his grip on her hand, his tone firm and unwavering. Quote of the chapter. A warrior's armor is not just steel and cloth, it is the trust woven between those who fight alongside them. You wish to be my servant, and I will respect your choice. But giving you this ring is my decision as well. I don't know what you're afraid of, but this ring is my promise. I will protect you until my last breath. She remained silent for a moment before gently pulling Kino's hand. My lord, kneel down for a second. Kino obediently knelt, and before he could react, soft lips pressed against his. The kiss was brief yet tender, carrying deep emotions. I love you, my lord, but I only wish to be your servant. She's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes full of love. I love you too, Kino responded as he wrapped his arms tightly around She, as if trying to merge her into his very existence. The surrounding pedestrians were stunned by the scene. Even though this country was known for its freedom, she still looked underage. Some onlookers stopped in their tracks, dumbfounded, before snapping out of it and preparing to call the authorities. A few strong men, their expressions filled with fury, rolled up their sleeves, ready to teach Kino a lesson. What are you all standing there for? Run. Gwen dashed forward, grabbing She and Kino before bolting away. Pamela and Venom quickly followed, carrying Damien in their arms. Haha, isn't this fun, Damien? Venom, stop laughing? We're about to be surrounded. Thus, the chaotic chase began. Kino and a group of unique beauties sprinted through the streets, becoming the center of attention. Gwen ran at the front, pulling She and Kino, while Pamela and Venom did their best to keep up, carrying Damien. Their hair fluttered wildly in the wind, their faces a mix of tension and excitement. Passers-by stopped to watch, some gaped in shock, others pulled out their phones to take pictures, while a few pointed and whispered amongst themselves. At that moment, they were the most eye-catching figures on the street. In the Demon King's palace, a portal silently opened. She stepped out, her small figure walking through the dimly lit corridors. The eerie blue flames flickered against the stone walls, casting her delicate face in shadow and light. A faint smile graced her lips, one of happiness. As much as she wanted to stay by her lord's side, there were many matters in hell that required her attention. She couldn't be away for too long. Arriving at her office, she was immediately greeted by a frustrated voice. Why do demons even need bathrooms? They can just relieve themselves outside. No way, she said that land will be used for cities in the future. No random urinating allowed. I used to be just a soldier, I don't know how to handle paperwork. And why doesn't Hulk have to come? Hulk? He can't even read. What would he do here? Damn it, when is that little brat coming back? No idea. Maybe 2 or 3 days. And by the way, you should be more respectful to she. Who knows? Next time she comes back, she might be the new queen. Her? A little runt like that? No way. Just then, the door creaked open. The room fell into dead silence. Blinsky and Bassa lowered their heads, pretending to focus on their work. Mora, on the other hand, perked up in excitement the moment she saw she, you're back so soon. Yes, I'll take care of the remaining work. Mora immediately stepped aside, relieved. Thank goodness, I was getting a headache from all these documents. Thank you all for your hard work. She efficiently went through the paperwork without lifting her head. It wasn't too bad. I just hate reading all this text. By the way, how did it go? Did you win over His Majesty? Should we start calling you the Demon Queen? Mora teased, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. Blinsky and Bassa also listened closely. They all knew that she had left hell for this exact reason. My lord is still my lord. She's expression softened into a warm smile. Across the room, Bassa straightened his posture, a smug grin appearing on his face. I knew it. His Majesty would never be interested in someone as weak as you. His eyes burned with open disdain for she. Even though Kino had defeated him, Bassa had never acknowledged she's strength. In his eyes, she was nothing more than someone who got lucky by obtaining Hell's authority. She didn't deserve respect. Blinsky, however, silently continued his work, indifferent to the arguments. After all, Hell's head steward had not changed, nor would she anytime soon. She remained unfazed, her hands steadily managing the paperwork as if she hadn't heard Bassa's words. Mora, on the other hand, turned sharply, her eyes gleaming with the fury of a demon. She glared at Bassa as if she were ready to tear him apart. Then, she stepped behind she, wrapping her arms around her friend. Her soft, plush embrace rested atop she's head like a comforting pillow. It's okay, she. Try again next time. Mora's voice was gentle. If you want, I can lend you my body as a reference. Humans seem to like this figure. His Majesty couldn't take his eyes off me at first. She nuzzled she playfully, trying to lighten the mood. The two had been together since their weakest days, struggling like insects in the depths of hell. Back then, she would offer herself as bait to distract powerful demons, enduring torment just so she and Mora could survive. Meanwhile, Mora, a healing demon, would always mend she's wounds, bringing her back from the brink of death time and time again. When the previous Demon King summoned candidates to meet the new ruler, Mora hesitated, fearing the unknown dangers. But she held onto a sliver of hope and took a gamble. Amid the sea of terrifying demons, she never stopped trying to stand out, desperately attempting to catch the new Demon King's attention. Just as she was about to give up, Kino called her forward, granting her control over hell. The moment she returned, her first act was to use her newfound power to punish every demon who had ever bullied her and Mora, forcing them to kneel as she lashed them with the fury of a vengeful goddess. Because of Kino, she's heart was filled with gratitude and devotion, an emotion almost sacred, like a worshipper's reverence for their god. Her love for Kino was intricate and tangled, like a web of silk threads wrapped around her heart. Love blossoming like a radiant flower, each petal inscribed with her admiration. Kino was the light that illuminated the darkness of hell, planting the seed of love within her. Yet, fear clung to her like shadows, fear that this love was fragile, that her feelings were insignificant to him, that she might lose this warmth she had barely grasped. In the whirlwind of these emotions, she found herself lost. So, she chose to be his servant. As a servant, she would never be abandoned. Quote, she gently shook her head, her soft voice carrying an undeniable firmness. Mora, becoming a servant is my wish. Sigh. Mora sighed helplessly, knowing that she's decisions were never easily changed. Bassa snorted disdainfully. Since you're back, I'm leaving. Take your time with it. He gestured toward Blinsky. Kid, come with me and have a fight. His eyes gleamed with battle-hungry excitement. Blinsky immediately looked troubled. Bassa had become his combat instructor, and she was the Grand Steward of Hell. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. Mora's face turned red with anger. Just as she was about to say something, she spoke up. Blinsky, you may leave. You've worked hard these past few days. She's words were like a reassurance pill, making Blinsky sigh in relief. Bassa's smug smile hadn't lasted long before she coldly said, Bassa, you are responsible for handling the demon toilets. Why? Are you trying to use your authority in hell to suppress me again? Bassa exploded in rage, his face twisting into a vicious grin. Previously, he had helped because he knew what she wanted to accomplish. But now that she hadn't succeeded, he had no reason to continue following orders. Is this enough proof for you? She's lips curled into a faint smile as she slowly pulled out a necklace from beneath her clothes. The necklace was ordinary, but the blue ring attached to it shone like the most brilliant gem from the deepest ocean. This is the ring. Bassa's voice went dry, his facial muscles stiffening as if frozen in place. His eyes locked onto the ring. Of course, he knew what it was. In hell, the women belonging to the king all possessed such a symbol of status. This was given to you by His Majesty. Mora's eyes sparkled with excitement. She reached out her hand, wanting to touch the ring that carried such immense significance. Yes. She responded with a gentle smile before carefully tucking the ring back inside her clothes, treating it as the most fragile treasure in the world. She shielded it with her hands, her gaze filled with affection, as if only by keeping it close could she feel at ease. To her, this ring was more precious than life itself. Failing to touch the ring, Mora didn't mind. Instead, she excitedly said, "Then you succeeded. I never said I failed, and I will always be the young master's servant." Mora was momentarily stunned before understanding She's words. She knew She's inner thoughts and her unyielding devotion. Mora sighed lightly, her eyes filled with understanding and affection. "I understand you." Basa, however, had no idea what they were talking about. But he did know one thing: challenging the Grand Steward of Hell was one thing, but challenging the King's woman was a surefire way to die. Silently, he returned to the desk, took the toilet project files, and walked away with a dejected expression. The once arrogant and domineering Basa was now like a defeated rooster. Blinsky hurriedly followed, not wanting to stir up any more trouble. Mora, uninterested in them, eagerly pried into She's affairs. "Tell me, how did you do it? His Majesty likes you." "He likes me very much. He especially likes to hold me." "That's thrilling." On this day, Kino arrived at a towering skyscraper. The magnificent building gleamed under the sunlight, with its glass walls reflecting dazzling light. A demonic emblem hung at the top. Demon Corporation. With steady steps, he entered. Inside the spacious and well-lit lobby, the receptionist was a beautiful blonde woman. Upon seeing Kino, a flash of reverence and awe crossed her face before she knelt on one knee. "Greetings, leader." Everyone in this corporation was from the Assassin's League. They were well-trained, disciplined, and followed Kino's orders without question. "Take me to see Raz Al Ghul." "Yes, leader." The receptionist respectfully complied and led Kino to the elevator. Beside the elevator, she skillfully opened a hidden panel and pressed a button, causing the elevator to descend. The upper floors were merely a facade for the outer employees. The real core of operations lay underground, the true headquarters. When the elevator doors opened, Raz Al Ghul was already waiting respectfully. "Master." Raz Al Ghul bowed slightly in greeting. "How is the company progressing?" Kino asked as he stepped out of the elevator. "All facilities and factories are in place. We are ready to begin producing the serum and hold a press conference." Raz Al Ghul responded efficiently. "Good, let's see how Dr. Banner is doing." Kino nodded in satisfaction, inwardly acknowledging Raz Al Ghul's reliability. The two of them arrived at a laboratory surrounded by a crowd, most of whom had some form of physical disability. Without disturbing them, Kino walked over to a window and peered inside. Inside, Dr. Banner was conducting an experiment. On the operating table lay a man with amputated legs. "Are you ready to embrace your new life?" Banner asked with a sinister grin. "Yes, doctor," the man replied nervously. He had won this opportunity through sheer luck, beating out his fellow candidates. "Don't be afraid. I've already tested it on lab mice. Just take a nap, and you'll be fine." With that, Banner injected a sedative before administering a blue serum. In no time, the serum began to take effect. The man's healed wounds cracked open, and two infant-like feet emerged. Banner's eyes gleamed with excitement as he attached various monitoring devices to the new limbs. "The nervous system is connecting, bones are growing, and there are no vascular abnormalities. I did it? Ha ha ha." Banner laughed maniacally, while the onlookers outside the window screamed in astonishment. "Doctor, it hurts. My legs grew back." The subject suddenly awoke, staring in shock at his regenerated feet. Banner frowned. The serum's effects had overridden the sedative. As the man cried out in both pain and wonder, staring at his feet without blinking, Banner rubbed his temples in annoyance. Rummaging through the table, he grabbed a large iron rod. Doctor, what are you doing?" The man stammered, his face turning pale with fear. "You are in pain, aren't you? Since anesthetics don't work on you, we can only use physical anesthesia. Don't worry, you won't die, probably." Banner stood beside him, swinging an iron rod with a rather terrifying expression. "Wait, doctor. I can endure it." The test subject's eyes widened in terror, immediately pleading for mercy. "Really?" Banner looked at him, half skeptical. "Really, really." The test subject nodded repeatedly, sweat pouring down his forehead. "If he hits me with that, my brains will splatter everywhere." After a moment of hesitation, Banner put down the rod. The noise outside was still ongoing, irritating him. He angrily threw open the door and shouted, "Shut up! Whoever is making noise, this is my last warning before I finish his treatment." Silence fell instantly. Everyone became so quiet that they didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. But as Banner finished shouting, his gaze landed on an unexpected figure. "Young master, what brings you here?" "I came to check on the progress of your research." "But Banner, when was the last time you slept?" Chino looked at the dark circles under Banner's eyes with concern. "Sleep? I rested for 2 hours, 38 hours ago. I feel fine. Even if I died, I would revive in perfect condition." Banner dismissed the concern indifferently. "No wonder he's been so irritable lately." Chino shook his head helplessly and then glanced at the injured personnel beside him. "What happened to them?" "Young master, these are the recruits Frank brought in. Since their bodies were too damaged for training, he sent them to me for experimentation." Worried that Chino might disapprove of human experimentation, Banner quickly added, "They all volunteered. Also, my experiments are completely safe. There is no risk of death." The recruits hurried to confirm his words. Young Master, Dr. Banner is telling the truth. We volunteered. Yes, young Master, if there's a chance to regain our bodies, we're willing to take the risk. We trust Dr. Banner, and we trust the organization to give us a new life. Their voices overlapped as they eagerly expressed their willingness. Their determined expressions showed that they had long made up their minds. They knew exactly who they were working for. A demon lord? That didn't matter to them. If they could regain their bodies, they would do anything, even sell their souls. They had suffered enough. The betrayal of their wives, women who once swore eternal love, only to leave them after they became crippled, their backs cold and indifferent. The sorrow of their parents, the pain and helplessness in their eyes cutting into their hearts like daggers. The mockery of friends and relatives, the sharp voices of ridicule still echoing in their minds. The disgust of their own children, once treasures in their eyes, now looking at them with fear and contempt. What did their past achievements matter? Medals and honors meant nothing when faced with the harsh reality of their ruined bodies. Life's struggles would not ease simply because they had once been heroes. Chino pressed his palm down lightly, and the room instantly quieted. He smiled at them in a reassuring manner. Relax. I never said I was against human experimentation. I understand your pain. His voice was calm yet firm. Believe me, you will find a new life here. As long as you serve me well, I will grant you power, longevity, wealth, and health, all of it. Hope ignited in the recruits' eyes as they looked at Chino. Young Master, we will serve you with all our hearts. We won't disappoint you. Chino nodded in satisfaction. He wasn't particularly skilled in manipulative speech, but he didn't need to be. He could offer them something real. All right. You may leave for now. I need to discuss something with Banner. This experiment was a success. Soon, everyone will be restored to their original state. Yes, young Master. The recruits saluted him and turned to leave. Take that guy with you, Banner called after them. Once his leg fully heals, have him come back to me. At his words, a man with half his face burned and another missing an arm stepped into the lab. They picked up the injured test subject and carried him out. Garcia, Varen, be gentle, don't damage my precious little foot. Why are you silent? Are you upset because I won the lottery draw against you? Wait, where are you taking me? That's not the way to the dormitory. The test subject's panicked protests faded as he was dragged away. Once everyone had left, Banner led Chino and Raz Al Ghul into the lab, eager to show off his success. Young Master, in these past few months, I have developed 3 different types of serums. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he picked up a syringe. The first one is the enhancement serum. Theoretically, an injection should increase physical strength by 2 to 3 times. Beyond that, it causes side effects like aggression and bloodlust. Banner picked up a small white mouse and skillfully injected a few drops of a red serum before placing it into a high-strength glass chamber. Inside the chamber, another mouse sat quietly in the corner. This one was noticeably larger than the newly introduced mouse. Chino watched closely. The injected mouse first appeared restless, scurrying around the chamber while scratching at the walls with tiny claws, producing faint squeaking sounds. Then, its body gradually began to grow. The once thin frame became noticeably bulkier. Finally, it settled down, calmly occupying a separate corner from the original mouse without any conflict. Banner then picked up another mouse and injected it with a slightly larger dose. This one was placed into a separate glass chamber. At first, it seemed fine. But after a few seconds, its body began to expand at an alarming rate. Then, its demeanor changed. It became aggressive. It dashed frantically around the chamber, slamming into the walls, gnawing at the glass with razor-sharp teeth, and emitting high-pitched, blood-curdling squeaks. Its eyes turned bloodshot, wild with fury. This mouse has achieved approximately 4 times its original strength, Banner explained with some regret. Beyond this level, no further enhancements occur unless a new formula is introduced. He grabbed an electric baton and carefully inserted it into the chamber. The crazed mouse didn't notice the impending danger and continued its rampage. The moment the baton made contact, a surge of electricity passed through the mouse. It convulsed violently before collapsing, lifeless. I will take care of the formula adjustments, Chino said. But once injected, will future versions of the serum be compatible? There won't be any issues, Banner assured him. The main ingredient is extracted from the Lazarus pit. As long as the core component remains unchanged, rejection reactions will be minimal. However, if the recipient's physique is too powerful, this serum won't be effective. It's only useful for ordinary people. As the news of the Demon Corporation's upcoming press conference spread, various factions also received the information. That so-called Demon King is starting a company? What's he planning to sell demons from hell? Ha ha ha. The Demon King? Raven, go investigate. Let's observe first. The Demon King's power is not something we can oppose. Beneath the seemingly calm surface, the undercurrents of the world surged. Various factions secretly plotted, waiting for the press conference to bring unforeseen changes. Unaware of the agitation caused by the Demon Corporation's press conference, Kino was entirely focused on other matters. The next morning, soft sunlight bathed the entrance of a primary school in New York. A group of stunning women had gathered there, their attention centered on a young girl. Damien, today is your first day at school. You must listen carefully in class, and if you don't understand something, ask the teacher. Also, here, take this. This is a man-eating plant seed I carefully cultivated. If anyone bullies you, throw it at them and let it eat them. Pamela spoke while stuffing a small bag of seeds into Damien's pocket, her eyes full of concern. My sweet little cutie, come home early, Venom mommy will miss you. Venom hugged Damien tightly, rubbing against her affectionately, unwilling to let go. Miss Damien, take this, an obsidian dagger. It's extremely sharp, capable of cutting through steel. Keep it for self-defense. She solemnly placed the dagger into Damien's small backpack. At the back, Frank listened to the series of absurd instructions, cold sweat dripping from his forehead as he muttered internally, it's just school, does it really need to be this dramatic? Since Frank had no special tasks today, he once again took on the role of a caretaker. After the women had finished bidding Damien farewell, it was finally Kino's turn. The two of them stood there, staring at each other in silence, unsure of what to say. Just, study well. And if you can't, at least make sure you eat properly and don't go hungry, okay? Kino spoke awkwardly, struggling to come up with advice. I understand, Godfather. Damien nodded seriously, while Frank also nodded approvingly, thinking, now that's a normal piece of advice. However, Kino still seemed uneasy. He crouched down, rolled up Damien's pant leg, and left a demonic mark on her calf. I sealed a demon inside this mark. If you're ever in trouble, just shout demon, and a guardian will appear to protect you. But don't use it carelessly. Kino warned her. Demon? Frank's mind flashed with images of powerful demonic figures. He had no idea which one Kino had sealed, but knowing Kino's nature, it was bound to be a formidable entity. Out of all of them, you're the most ridiculous one, young master. Frank couldn't help but complain internally. Giving a child such a summoning method, really? Aren't you afraid she'll use it as a game and summon the demon at random? Frank looked at the peaceful primary school before them, a place filled with his childhood memories. It was the school where he had arranged for Damien to enroll, as well as his own alma mater. Yet now, he was filled with worry, his mind unwillingly conjuring terrifying scenarios, visions of the school being obliterated by a rampaging demon, with terrified children screaming amidst the destruction. Today, we have a new student joining us. Please introduce yourself. The teacher on the podium announced. I am Damien Wayne. Her voice was clear, carrying a trace of cold arrogance. The students below started whispering among themselves. She's so pretty. I saw her getting out of a luxury car this morning. She must be rich. Meanwhile, Damien was quietly observing her future classmates. In her eyes, they all seemed weak and childish. Seeing that she had no intention of saying more, the teacher pointed to a seat by the window. Damien, take that seat over there. We're about to start class. Expressionless, Damien walked over and sat down. As the teacher began lecturing, some of the boys next to her kept chattering non-stop, trying to talk to her. She found it incredibly boring. I've already learned all of this before. Why did father want me to come to such a place? The life of ordinary people is so dull. I'd rather be training. Damien frowned slightly, her eyes showing a hint of frustration and confusion. When the bell rang for recess, she ignored the classmates trying to strike up a conversation and walked straight to the restroom. But as she stepped out after washing her hands, a group of tall boys blocked her path. What do you want? One of the boys spoke arrogantly. Why didn't you talk to me when I spoke to you in class? Because we were in class. Damien replied calmly, her opinion of them lowering from childish to childish and stupid. I don't care. From now on, whenever I talk to you, you have to reply. If you don't, I'll have my older brother beat you up. The boy threatened fiercely, while the boys behind him cracked their knuckles, trying to appear intimidating. To Damien, however, they looked like a bunch of yapping snow foxes. She silently analyzed their stance, noting multiple weaknesses. They're full of openings. She then assessed their physique's flabby muscles, no real strength. I could take them down in under 10 seconds. Finally, something interesting. A small smile tugged at Damien's lips, a glint of excitement flashing in her eyes. I'll take 30 seconds to defeat them just to pass the time. Just as she was about to make her move. Nathan, you're bullying people again. A sharp voice rang out. A wooden stick swung through the air, precisely striking the boys, making them clutch their heads in pain and scatter. A girl in an orange hoodie held a broom, skillfully wielding it like a weapon. Are you okay? I'm fine. You stole my prey, Damien said, crossing her arms in slight annoyance. Stole your prey? Wow, that sounds so cool. Hi, I'm Jade Chan, but you can call me Jade. Jade tossed the broom aside and smiled brightly. Hello. Damien responded indifferently before turning back toward the classroom without another word. She had already decided she was going to ask her godfather to let her drop out. There was no point wasting time on people she would never see again. Xiao, who was being coldly treated, did not give up. She wanted to befriend the cool Damien. I transferred here half a month ago. I used to study in the East. I saw you get out of a luxury car today, and you even had a butler. Your family must be very rich. By the way, your last name is Wayne, just like Batman in the comics. What did you just say? Damien suddenly stopped walking and turned to look at Xiao, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. Hearing the name Batman in another world surprised him greatly. Bruce Wayne, the Dark Knight from the comics. Haven't you read it? Xiao widened her eyes and looked at Damien curiously. Then, as if realizing something, she continued, oh, right. This country banned comic sales some time ago. I was hoping to read the latest edition. This was Kino's fault. After SHIELD speculated that the Demon King could gain power from comics, they completely banned DC Comics to prevent authors from creating characters that could destroy the world. Even those authors were arrested on charges of tax evasion. Damien asked, do you have any comics? I can buy them from you. Xiao laughed. You like comics too? No need to pay, I have them in my bag. We can read them together during lunch break. Thank you. 3 days later, outside the Demon Group headquarters, a massive crowd gathered as media reporters, equipped with cameras, jostled for space. People from all walks of life, each with their own motives, had assembled here. Inside the building, the decorations were lavish, and bright lights illuminated the venue. As time passed, the press conference officially began. Tony Stark and Pepper Potts arrived. Kino also noticed Logan, who was being stopped by security for smoking. Nearby, several other figures stood, including one particular individual in a wheelchair. Professor X sensed Kino's gaze and nodded. Kino returned the nod but inwardly commanded Venom, if you detect any attempt to invade my memories, kill him immediately. Understood. At the podium, Kino, dressed in a sleek black suit, calmly approached the microphone. Clearing his throat, he scanned the audience before speaking. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Demon Group press conference. Today, I stand before you with immense pride to present our company's latest achievements. This is not only the result of our team's tireless efforts but also a testament to our unwavering commitment to the future. He paused. The audience fell silent, eagerly awaiting his next words. Now, I invite our head of research and development, Dr. Banner, to introduce our new products. Dr. Banner, dressed in a crisp white lab coat, stepped onto the stage. His heart pounded in his chest, and he took a few deep breaths to steady his nerves. Lifting his gaze, he addressed the crowd with confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce our first product, the healing serum. Holding up a small vial, he continued, this serum can heal both internal and external injuries in an incredibly short time. From minor scrapes and fractures to severe organ damage, its effects are remarkable. He demonstrated the vial, allowing the audience to see it clearly. Its application is simple, just inject it into the patient's body, and it will work instantly. Next, he picked up another vial. Our second breakthrough product is the limb regeneration serum. Regardless of how long a limb has been missing, as long as the wound is properly treated, this serum can regenerate a fully functional limb, restoring it as if it had never been lost. The audience erupted in whispers, their amazement evident. A skeptical voice suddenly cut through the noise. How can we be sure this is real? Are there any side effects? The speaker was an elderly man with graying hair and glasses. His expression was stern, his gaze fixed on Dr. Banner, filled with doubt. There are no side effects. We can conduct a live demonstration. Banner had anticipated such skepticism. A blonde-haired man stepped forward, holding a dagger. Without hesitation, he slashed his own arm, causing blood to spurt out. Gasps of horror filled the room. Oh my god, this is insane. Is this real? How could he do that to himself? People screamed in shock and disbelief. Even Tony hurriedly covered Pepper's eyes. The injured man remained expressionless, revealing the deep wound flesh torn apart, white bone visible. The gruesome sight left many horrified. After displaying the wound, he injected himself with a third of the healing serum. For an injury like this, only a third of the dosage is needed for complete recovery, Banner explained. The audience was dumbfounded. A deep cut exposing bone, and they were calling it a minor injury? Wait, his bleeding has stopped. Someone in the crowd noticed. All eyes focused on the wound, while cameras zoomed in. Indeed, the bleeding had ceased, and a scab had already begun to form. Gasps of amazement filled the room. After 10 minutes, the scab naturally fell off. The injured man calmly washed the dried blood away. What shocked everyone was that aside from a faint red scar, there was no sign of the previous wound. His arm looked as flawless as a newborn's skin. The room erupted in chaos. This is a miracle drug. Unbelievable? I can't believe my eyes. If this becomes widely available, countless lives could be saved. Cheers and astonished exclamations filled the hall as excitement soared. Even Tony Stark's interest was piqued. Kino, how much are you selling these for? I want 100 bottles. Kino rolled his eyes, grabbed a nearby box, and tossed it at Tony. This is all I have for now. Take it or leave it. Come back for more when you run out. Tony opened the box to find 20 bottles each of the healing serum and the limb regeneration serum. Pepper, standing beside him, saw the contents and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Kino. You're welcome. Tony has helped me a lot with the Hell project as well, Kino replied with a smile. Thanks to Tony's equipment, Hell's development had progressed rapidly. Once a barren wasteland, the land was now alive with the roar of machines. Advanced excavation tools, drilling rigs, and transport vehicles moved ceaselessly, raising clouds of dust. Against all odds, a lush green oasis had emerged in the heart of Hell. Tony picked up an unmarked white container and asked, Kino, what's this? There's no label. That's for Pepper. Before Kino could explain further, a voice interrupted from the audience. This serum is a scam? That man is a mutant? I know many mutants have incredible healing abilities. The accusation came from a middle-aged woman in a suit, holding a microphone. Cameras quickly turned to focus on her. Even Professor X and his team directed their attention toward her. Quote, science advances one funeral at a time. Max Planck. The surrounding reporters looked at the middle-aged woman as if she were a fool, wondering if she truly had no idea whose press conference this was. Even if they shared the same doubts as her, they would never voice them out loud. How much was she being paid to say this? The middle-aged woman wore an expression of absolute confidence. Of course, she knew. The Demon King, the mastermind behind the demon invasion. She had done thorough research. The Demon King had only appeared in public once, and during that demon invasion, there had been no casualties, just a lot of noise but little impact. Besides, with so many people present, it was impossible to eliminate all the reporters. If he did, he would never be able to operate in the human world again. Banner attempted to explain, regarding this matter, we can conduct tests on the experimental subjects to prove. The middle-aged woman immediately caught on to his wording and interrupted, so, you're saying that right now, you have no way to prove that this person is not a mutant? Banner was momentarily speechless. Dr. Banner, I would like to ask, have these drugs undergone human trials? The woman pressed on. Yes, but they were all. Banner tried to clarify. Tony immediately realized the situation was spiraling out of control. If Banner admitted to it, regardless of the reason, public opinion would turn against them. Furthermore, Dr. Banner, I have doubts about whether you are truly the creator of these drugs. The middle-aged woman continued her attack. The healing potion was invented by someone else, but the limb regeneration drug was indeed my creation. As soon as these words left his mouth, all the cameras turned toward Banner. The reporters below frantically took notes. Wait, what I meant was. Banner grew anxious. He hadn't anticipated this scenario, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His face flushed, and his hands unconsciously clenched and unclenched. Banner, let me take it from here. Kino stepped onto the stage. I'm sorry, young master, I've ruined the press conference, Banner said dejectedly, lowering his head in guilt. Not at all. This is just a minor unexpected situation, Kino reassured him, patting his shoulder with an encouraging look. Don't worry about it. I'll handle it. Kino turned to face the audience, his gaze calm yet sharp. That look sent a chill down the middle-aged woman's spine, but she forced herself to remain composed and said loudly, What? Did I hit a nerve? Are you going to kill me now? The people around her subtly distanced themselves. Kino shook his head calmly. Not at all. I'm just here to answer your questions. The middle-aged woman smirked triumphantly. She had guessed correctly. He wouldn't dare to kill her. For your first question, you just claimed that the experimental subjects are mutants. So, let me ask you, are you a mutant? Kino questioned. The woman was momentarily stunned but quickly responded, Of course not. I even have an official certificate from the government proving it. Tony shook his head and muttered, This woman is in trouble. In the next second, Kino smiled. Then I'd like to trouble you to serve as our test subject. Before she could react, the middle-aged woman was suddenly brought onto the stage. The experimental subject holding the dagger didn't hesitate. He slashed her limbs and abdomen a few times. Ah! The woman's blood-curdling screams echoed through the room. Her face twisted in unbearable agony, and her eyes filled with terror and despair. The audience was thrown into an uproar. Some gasped and covered their mouths in horror, while others turned away, unable to watch. Pepper pushed Tony's arm aside. Tony, it's okay. I need to get used to things like this sooner or later. Pepper's face was pale, but her gaze was unwavering. Pepper. Kino injected the remaining healing potion into the middle-aged woman's body. As time passed, her wounds gradually healed. She trembled as she stood up, her eyes filled with terror. Her entire body was shaking uncontrollably, as if she had been utterly broken by fear. She finally understood Kino's title as the Demon King was not just for show. At this moment, she regretted everything. She should never have recklessly provoked him. Kino smiled kindly. Thank you for your contribution to the experiment, ma'am. You will receive a small gift when you leave. Now, please return to your seat. Why yes. The middle-aged woman's voice trembled as she spoke. She dared not show any defiance. Her legs were still weak as she staggered back to her seat. Her body emitted a foul stench, a mixture of urine, blood, and sweat. The people around her quickly moved away. Some looked at her with pity and sighed, while others sneered and whispered among themselves. Serves her right. She brought this upon herself. Who told her to provoke the Demon King? She almost got her moment of fame, but at what cost? The woman hung her head in shame, wishing she could disappear. Regret and fear consumed her entirely. Once the stage was cleaned up, Kino ignored the murmurs from the audience and continued. Now, for the second question. Yes, we conducted human trials. Now, let the test subjects come forward. As soon as he spoke, a group of individuals with deformed and missing limbs emerged from backstage. Some had twisted bodies, some had disfigured faces, and their scars were horrifying to witness. The audience fell into a stunned silence. No one could find the words to speak. Kino addressed them. These people are heroes of this country. They risked their lives for this nation. They encountered unimaginable dangers, lost their healthy bodies, and endured immense suffering. Yet, they never complained. They never gave up. The medicine we developed gives them hope of regaining a normal life. Kino paused before continuing. They volunteered for these trials, not just for themselves but so that others like them might never have to endure the same fate. This is why we conducted human trials. The test subjects spoke up. That's right. We volunteered. Without this medicine, we would have ended our lives already. One man, who had lost his lower body, declared. My wounds hurt every single day. I rely on painkillers just to function. I'm only 25 years old. Another, whose face was covered in burn scars, choked up. This drug is our only hope. My condition isn't as severe as theirs. I just want to see my child again. A blind middle-aged man added. The reporters in the audience were moved to tears. Despite their blurred vision, their hands remained steady as they captured every moment. Their hearts were deeply touched, and their pens flew across their notepads, eager to share this story with the world. Even Tony, usually carefree, wore an expression of solemn respect. Pepper, overwhelmed with emotion, wept. Those who dare to challenge fate will either become legends or cautionary tales. Kino saw that the atmosphere was lively and continued. Thanks to the selfless dedication of these heroes, Dr. Banner's serum has achieved an unprecedented success. Now, let us welcome the first test subject of this serum, Will. A barefoot man walked onto the stage. Will, please introduce yourself. Yes, Will responded, turning to face the journalists. I was originally a Marine Corps soldier. During a strike mission, both of my legs were blown off, forcing me to undergo amputation. As he spoke, Will didn't hesitate to pull down his pants, leaving only his shorts on. The difference in skin tone below his thighs was clearly visible, and his new legs had no hair at all. Some journalists in the front row even leaned in, touching his legs with their fingers to confirm if they were real. A reporter from the audience asked, Mr. Will, do your new legs feel the same as your original ones? Of course. In fact, they feel even better than my previous legs. I used to suffer from knee arthritis, Will said confidently. To prove his point, he took a few steps back and performed several clean and precise backflips. His movements were smooth and agile, landing firmly on his feet, showcasing the flexibility and strength of his new legs. The audience erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, while the clicking sounds of camera shutters echoed throughout the room. Seeing that the demonstration was sufficient, Kino signaled for the participants to leave the stage. A journalist stood up and asked, Mr. Kino, Demon King, may I ask about the price of this serum? The reporter almost misspoke, breaking into a cold sweat. Don't be nervous, Kino replied with a relaxed smile. I actually like the title Demon King. Then, he continued, the price of the limb regeneration serum is $5 million per vial. A wave of murmurs spread through the reporters. The cost was undoubtedly high, even considering the miraculous effects of the serum. Most disabled individuals lived in poverty, making such a price unaffordable. Kino added, however, understanding that most people can't afford this amount, we have devised a solution. Disabled individuals only need to pay $50,000, and they can take out a loan for the serum. However, there are two conditions: they can only purchase it once, and the serum must be injected on-site. Thank you, Demon King. A male journalist stood up, his voice trembling with emotion. My wife was a ballet dancer. A year ago, she lost a leg and has been in despair ever since, constantly staring at her old dance photos. Your solution has given our family newfound hope. The journalist deeply bowed to Kino, while the audience looked on with admiration and gratitude. Kino then addressed the next topic. Now, let's move on to the third question. While the original inventor of the serum is no longer in this world, Dr. Banner has taken over the research. His greatest successes so far are the rebirth serum and youth. Youth? What is that? Someone asked, as this had not been mentioned before. Youth represents the most precious time in a woman's life, Kino said, his voice filled with allure. However, this period only lasts a few years. We intend to extend it. As he finished speaking, he clapped his hands. A group of elegant women in kipaos gracefully walked onto the stage, each holding a glass of liquid and a small mirror. They distributed the glasses among the audience. When it was the middle-aged woman's turn, she received an entire bottle instead of a small glass, clearly the small gift mentioned earlier. Her expression darkened as she stared at the large bottle in front of her, while quiet laughter echoed around her. Miss, oh. Tony Stark had been watching the kipao-clad women and instinctively tried to strike up a conversation. However, a sharp pain in his waist made him suck in a breath. Pepper, I just wanted to ask where they bought their dresses so I could get some for you, he quickly explained. This is an Eastern kipao. It does look quite beautiful, Pepper said, momentarily distracted. Seeing that she had shifted her attention, Tony secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Kino noticed that some people had already begun drinking the youth serum and quickly said, everyone, youth is not meant to be consumed. Please apply it to your face. If you're unsure, try it on your hands first. Logan, who was about to take a sip, awkwardly put down his glass. Nearby, Scott and Jean couldn't help but chuckle. The audience began applying the liquid. Some carefully tested it on their hands, while a few bold individuals spread it directly on their faces. One small glass contained just enough to cover an entire face or both hands. As time passed, the reporters began organizing their notes. Today's event had been filled with groundbreaking discoveries, from miraculous healing serums and limb regeneration to the mysterious youth formula. Each revelation was enough to shake the world. Suddenly, a shocked voice rang out from the crowd. My face. A young female journalist gasped as she stared into her mirror. She had trusted Dr. Banner's expertise and boldly applied youth to her face. Now, she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her dark circles from endless late-night work had faded, and her skin had become noticeably softer and more radiant. My hands too. This works faster than any skincare product on the market. A chorus of exclamations spread throughout the room. Everyone who had applied youth was staring at their reflection in amazement. The middle-aged woman, feeling the envious gazes around her, quickly hid her bottle in her arms. Logan, Scott, give me yours. I'll pay you for it, Jean pleaded desperately, her eyes locked onto the serum in their hands. Professor X chuckled and handed her his unfinished portion. Tony, suddenly realizing something, opened a previous sample he had received. Inside was a thick, milky white liquid. He compared it to the youth serum handed out today, which was nearly transparent. Kino, how much did you dilute this stuff? He asked. This just proves how much Kino values us, Pepper said, carefully cradling the original bottle. This is youth. Now, Dr. Banner will explain its effects in detail. As Kino turned to leave, a journalist stood up. Mr. Demon King, I have one more question. Go ahead, Kino said. What are your thoughts on mutants? The question immediately sparked tension among the journalists. Even Professor X whispered to himself, Raven. Kino paused, deep in thought. The audience held their breath, eagerly awaiting his answer. After a moment, he finally responded, my thoughts? Well, I'd say they are both useful and wasteful. Useful and wasteful. The female journalist was taken aback. She had heard many opinions on mutants before words like monsters, threats, and abominations. But useful and wasteful? This was a first. The female journalist asked, on what basis do you evaluate this? Let me give you a well-known example. You all know Magneto, right? His ability is also widely known. He controls magnetism, Kino said. But have you ever considered what else he could do with it? Terrorist attacks? Controlling missiles? Think about it. Kino's gaze swept across the audience. I know that magnetism is one of the 4 fundamental forces of the universe and has many applications, yet Magneto has only learned to control metal. He needs to go back to school, said a journalist with some scientific knowledge. The surrounding reporters cooperated by laughing, their chuckles echoing through the hall. Only the female journalist's gaze remained icy as she looked at him. Are you all idiots? Who asked you that? Kino said, exasperated. The hall fell into silence. What does controlling metal truly mean? It means he could construct skyscrapers as easily as a child stacking building blocks. If he were a little more innovative, he could completely abandon traditional architectural styles and create his own floating skyscrapers, moving buildings. If Magneto had even a bit of intelligence, he could become a titan in the construction industry. Countless people would beg him to build homes for them instead of him ending up as a terrorist. Kino spoke in one breath, his sharp gaze scanning the crowd as if questioning why no one had ever thought of this before. The female journalist looked at Kino, her eyes filled with admiration. This was an angle they had never considered before. Charles Xavier had always sought to integrate mutants into human society, while Eric Lane's hair, fueled by hatred, wanted to destroy humanity. But, Mr. Demon King, mutants have many uncontrollable aspects. Over the years, they have caused numerous casualties. Take Professor X, for example. His ability is mind control. Who wouldn't fear that? A journalist interjected. The reason mutants were rejected wasn't just because of propaganda spread by organizations and those in power. Some mutants had indeed acted recklessly. Most mutants developed their abilities as teenagers or even younger, an age where hormones dictated their actions, leaving them with little self-control. That's true. I also hate that ability. If I ever discover someone attempting to invade my mind, I won't hesitate. I'll kill them immediately. Kino's voice was calm as he looked toward a corner of the room. Professor, this guy. Scott Summers clenched his fists in anger. He's not wrong. Who wouldn't hate that ability? Logan crossed his arms. Logan, you really are on the Demon King's side, Scott said, annoyed. Scott, it's fine. He's just reminding me, not speaking with malice. Professor X remained completely unfazed, his expression serene and his tone as gentle as ever. He was more interested in what Kino would say next. The female journalist's expression darkened slightly. Yes, the mutant community had inherent problems that couldn't be solved by an individual alone. Then why not simply separate them from humanity? Separate them? And where would they go? The desert. Kino continued, mutant abilities vary greatly, controlling weather, generating water, manipulating soil, growing plants. All these abilities are the perfect conditions for creating an oasis. And with Magneto's power, constructing a steel city in the desert wouldn't be difficult at all. Yes? The female journalist's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Separation could be the answer. Professor X fell into deep thought. This was a third path, separate from both his and Eric's ideologies. All right, let's continue with the press conference. Seeing no further questions, Kino stepped down from the podium. In truth, his initial plan had been to invite mutants to hell, but that would have been too obvious. So, instead, he proposed the desert. Though it sounded simple, it was far from easy to achieve. Currently, mutants were scattered and divided. Aside from Professor X's school and Magneto's Brotherhood, there was also the Hellfire Club led by the White Queen. Beyond them, various other organizations existed, each unwilling to submit to the other. For this idea to succeed, all mutants would have to unite, which was nearly impossible. Only if the mutant community suffered a devastating blow could he step in as a savior. Kino returned to his seat. Tony Stark leaned over and reminded him, Kino, mutants aren't just feared because of their abilities. There are also conflicts of interest. Your speech today, favoring mutants, will make many people unhappy with you. I don't care. If they're unhappy, that's their problem. As long as they don't stand in my way, I won't mind. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to bring about a true demon invasion. Kino's eyes gleamed with a chilling determination. I'll warn them, Tony said helplessly. Though he knew it wouldn't help much. Even if they didn't act openly, there would definitely be plenty of underhanded tricks in the dark. Just then, a servant in a kipeo approached. Leader, someone is looking for you. I know. Take them to the backstage area. Kino had already guessed who it was. He turned to Tony and Pepper. Tony, Pepper, I have to excuse myself for now. You're going to be busy for a while. Tony shrugged. Goodbye, Kino, Pepper said with a smile. Kino nodded and followed the servant toward the conference room. Before long, he spotted a familiar figure and, excited, rushed forward to hug him. Logan? It's been a long time. Kid, let go. You're a grown man now, stop acting like a child. Logan's expression was one of distaste, but he made no effort to push Kino away. Hey, it's been so long, after all. But ugh, you reek of smoke. Disgusting. I'm never hugging you again. Kino fanned his nose with a look of exaggerated disgust. You brat, Logan muttered with a chuckle. He relaxed slightly. It seemed Kino hadn't changed, still the same, even a little more playful. Logan, I started a big company. Want to work for me? No thanks. The $1.5 million you gave me last time isn't even spent yet. That's a shame. I was going to offer you a very easy, high-paying job. What kind of job? Test subject. With your amazing body, not using it for medical trials is a complete waste. You brat, you just want to experiment on me. $100,000 per test, with bonuses on top. That's not a bad deal. Logan rubbed his chin, tempted. Jean Grey stood behind them, quietly observing. On television, Kino had the demeanor of an unshakable demon king. On stage, he had spoken with unwavering confidence. And yet, here he was, joking and laughing with Logan like a carefree young man. Which one was the real him? Jean couldn't help but wonder, her eyes filled with curiosity and doubt. Scott Summers, on the other hand, looked displeased, but he remained silent, remembering Professor X's instructions. Quote of the chapter. True power is not in destruction, but in creation. After some playful banter, Logan finally remembered the purpose of his visit. Chino, I want to introduce you to someone. Professor X controlled his wheelchair, moving forward with a gentle smile on his face as he spoke. Hello, Mr. Chino. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. I am Professor X, Charles Francis Xavier. Hello, Charles. My name is Chino. Chino smiled and shook his hand briefly. An Easterner. Charles was somewhat surprised. In fluent Chinese, he said, I see. Yes, Charles, your Chinese is quite impressive. Hearing his mother tongue in another world made Chino feel a deep sense of familiarity, and a genuine smile appeared on his face. I have a strong interest in Eastern culture and history, so I studied Chinese for a while. Charles explained with a smile, his eyes filled with admiration and respect for Eastern traditions. Even though Chino knew Charles was deliberately trying to build rapport, he couldn't help but develop a favorable impression of him. The two soon began discussing Eastern culture, customs, and cuisine. Charles was indeed knowledgeable, able to converse fluently on any topic. Meanwhile, Logan and Scott stood to the side, completely lost in the conversation, looking confused. Jean could understand a few words but struggled to keep up. One moment they were discussing favorite foods, and the next, they were talking about landscapes. After a long while, Chino finally stopped and, noticing Charles had begun to sweat slightly, he smiled and instructed the maids to prepare some tea and wine. Charles, I truly enjoyed our conversation. Let's move to a different place to discuss business. This time, Chino spoke in English, his expression sincere. I would be delighted. Charles sighed in relief and smiled in response, knowing that the real conversation was about to begin. The maids soon arrived with an assortment of snacks, tea, and juice. The alcohol was specifically prepared for Logan. Kid, you really know me well, Logan said happily, opening a bottle of whiskey and taking a long swig. Jean was intrigued by the Eastern pastries. She took a small bite, and a satisfied expression appeared on her face. Seeing how Chino had previously been engaged in friendly conversation with the professor, Scott also lowered his guard. Sitting beside Jean, he picked up a piece of pastry and started chewing. Charles, try some Eastern green tea. In his past life, Chino had loved tea, green tea, black tea, white tea, he had tried them all. It's quite good, Charles praised, taking a gentle sip. After finishing his tea, Charles finally got to the point. Mr. Chino, I would like to ask you about the feasibility of building a city in the desert, as you previously mentioned. Chino was not surprised and responded, if you could control all mutants, there would be a 1% chance. I can't do that, Charles shook his head solemnly. It wasn't just his morals and ideals that prevented him, it was also the reality that if he ever attempted such a thing, both humans and mutants alike would never forgive him. The trust he had spent years building would be completely shattered. Then at best, the chances are 1 in 1,000, perhaps even less. Chino spoke mercilessly, offering Charles no room for illusions as he revealed the harsh reality. Building a city in the desert is the simplest part. Do you have the money? Supporting tens of thousands of people with food, sanitation, and housing requires astronomical sums. Furthermore, do you think the nations of this world would allow mutants to unite? Every mutant organization is backed by a government, including yours. I am not, Charles said urgently, his expression serious. I am only cooperating with governments in hopes of integrating mutants into human society peacefully. Chino looked into Charles's eyes and realized that this version of Professor X was a true idealist. A complicated feeling rose in his heart. He did not hate idealists. In fact, the world only improved because of them. Then do you know why this country tolerates your existence? You are the most powerful telepath in the world. Do you really not know that this country secretly captures mutants? They are researching weapons capable of wiping out all mutants in one strike. The only reason they tolerate Xavier's school is that they fear you might retaliate and bring humanity down with you. Chino's words were like daggers piercing straight into Charles's heart. Charles remained silent, his once bright eyes dimming. Deep down, he had always known the truth. But he had always been avoiding it, deceiving himself. He had always hoped that, through the efforts of the X-Men, humans would learn to accept mutants and change their perceptions. But now, with Chino exposing the truth so bluntly, a sense of powerlessness and despair overwhelmed him. Logan lost interest in drinking. Though he had no memories of his past, he had spent enough time at Xavier's school to feel at ease there. He also knew how much the professor had done for him. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels echoed. Scott was stunned to see Jean acting strangely. So according to you, Magneto's path is the only correct one to wage war against humanity. Jean stepped in front of Chino, her hair floating unnaturally. Jean, calm down. Charles, snapping back to reality, noticed something was wrong and prepared to reinforce her mental seal. Wait, Charles. Chino raised his hand to stop him. He hadn't expected to accidentally awaken a fraction of the Phoenix Force. Nevertheless, he chose to answer her question. Of course not. Magneto's path leads only to destruction. If he dares start a war, I'll be the first to kill him. Chino's gaze turned icy, his presence exuding a chilling aura. His company had just started, and recruitment hadn't even begun. If war broke out, global resources would be strained, and his Paradise project would be jeopardized. Jean's energy suddenly weakened. She understood the power Chino possessed. If the demon army sided with humans, mutants would be doomed. Then what do we do? Are mutants meant to die out? Jean couldn't hold back her tears. Moments ago, she had been a strong and determined woman, but now she was a pitiful figure, her tears falling like pearls from a broken string. Chino rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Why can't you stand seeing a beauty cry? Comfort her, and tonight, you'll have another addition to your harem. Venom's voice echoed in his mind. I already have all of you, that's enough. Chino replied internally, sighing helplessly. There is another way. Jean looked at Chino through her teary eyes, hoping for a perfect solution. Mutants are oppressed because there is no king who can stand against all nations and keep mutants in check. Charles, you are too soft-hearted. Magneto only cares about war. There were 2 qualified candidates before, but you got rid of them. Charles knew he was referring to Black King and Apocalypse. However, if they had succeeded, the world would have plunged into endless war. Their methods were wrong and would have led to disaster. But you cannot deny that they could have provided mutants with a safe haven. The greatest enemy of knowledge is not ignorance, it is the illusion of knowledge. Stephen Hawking. Charles fell silent because he had to admit that Chino was right. The powers of the Black King and Apocalypse were formidable, and the X-Men's previous victories relied heavily on luck. If Chino were to take action, perhaps he truly could change the situation for mutants. But so what? Even if the wrong path brings temporary relief, it will ultimately lead to destruction. Charles furrowed his brows, sinking into deep contemplation. Jean, however, stared at Chino with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. A force strong enough to rival nations, wasn't that exactly what they needed? Then what about you? Can you become our demon king? Jean suddenly asked. Chino was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, I haven't even finished planning, and you're already delivering yourself to me. Did you already take her in? She's way too cooperative. Venom's voice echoed in Chino's mind. You've been with me all this time. Shouldn't you know whether I did or not? Chino retorted internally. Professor X also gazed at Chino thoughtfully. Here was someone powerful, an outsider without any prejudice against mutants, someone who had already proven himself by stopping the demonic invasion as if it had never happened. A figure like him could indeed change everything. Scott, on the other hand, was still wondering why Jean was acting so differently. Logan found the idea amusing. If this kid became his boss, at least he'd have a generous one. Chino weighed his options, his brows furrowed and his thoughts racing. Jean mistook his hesitation for refusal. After all, who would willingly stand against the entire world for a group of strangers? You said before that mutant abilities can be used for building and creating. Our X Academy has many with unique powers: weather control, laser vision, energy shields, and more. We could help you earn a lot of money, Jean urged, her voice tinged with desperation. Chino's face showed hesitation. But I'm not a mutant. They won't accept me as their king. That doesn't matter. If you protect us, the mutants will follow you. Right, Professor? Jean turned to Charles, her eyes filled with hope. Charles nodded decisively. I can't speak for all mutants, but the ones at X Academy will recognize your authority. After exhausting all other options, this path despite its risks seemed to be their best chance. Internally, Chino was practically laughing. They were just giving him power on a silver platter. He was about to reluctantly agree when Jean bit her lip, hesitated, then declared, I can give you a child. If you don't want to be our king, your child can inherit the position instead. The room fell into stunned silence. Logan spat out the drink he had just sipped. Scott's eyes widened in disbelief, and Charles's jaw nearly hit the floor. Even Chino was momentarily speechless, caught off guard by Jean's boldness. Over my dead body. Your first child is mine, then Pamela's, then she's. Who does she think she is? Venom shrieked in Chino's mind. Venom didn't mind how many women Kino had, but there was no way she'd let some newcomer bear his firstborn. Calm down. I didn't say yes, Kino mentally reassured Venom. When he looked back at Jean, Kino realized that the Phoenix Force was beginning to stir within her, subtly influencing her actions. The future Kino had described must have been so bleak that Jean was willing to cling to him as her last hope. If he wanted, she would probably even kneel at his feet. The thought gave him a headache. Being a king isn't as simple as you think. Go back and consider it carefully, Kino finally said, deflecting the conversation. Jean seemed dazed as if her soul had left her body. But, my company will soon be hiring. If any of your academy members are interested, they're welcome to apply, he added. Jean's eyes lit up. This was as good as an agreement. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and hugged Kino, her body trembling slightly. Thank you, my king. I'll bear you as many children as you want. Scott's heart shattered at those words, and his face turned ashen. Logan raised a thumb in approval. Kino was turning out to be a more interesting boss by the second. Meanwhile, Kino felt Venom on the verge of bursting out and starting a fight, so he quickly pushed Jean away. No, thanks. I already have someone I love, he said, waving his hand dismissively. Jean smiled at his flustered reaction. You're so loyal, but I won't give up. Is she really volunteering to be the other woman? Kino thought, exasperated. Scott's expression shifted through every color imaginable. He was furious and helpless. But what right did he have to object? He and Jean were barely colleagues now. Ahem. Since we're done talking, let's end the meeting. But before you leave, I have a gift for you, Kino said, eager to change the subject. Charles, sensing Kino's discomfort, decided to cooperate. It's getting late anyway, he said, with a smile and a glint of curiosity in his eyes. Truthfully, he wouldn't mind if Jean became close to Kino. An alliance through blood ties had worked throughout history. The door opened, and 5 attendants entered, each carrying a silver case. What's this, kid? Logan asked, holding up a red vial. Enhancement serum, an internal product. It increases physical strength by 2 to 3 times. The stronger the user, the smaller the effect, but it has side effects. Kino began to explain. Good enough, Logan interrupted, and without hesitation, injected himself. A wave of heat swept through his body, causing his muscles to swell and strain against his clothing. Pain flickered across his face, but after a few moments, his muscles stabilized, and he exhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Power given is a burden, power earned is a legacy. My strength has almost doubled, kid. Thanks. Logan swung his fists, his face filled with excitement and gratitude. Who wouldn't love getting stronger without any side effects? Kino thought about Logan's aging and the decline of his healing factor. Some believed the adamantium in his bones was toxic, while others thought genetically modified food might also be responsible. Try testing your healing ability. It should have improved as well. Without hesitation, Logan extended his claws and slashed his own arm. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed. 3 deep gashes appeared on his arm, revealing the silver adamantium beneath. Before the blood could even flow, the wounds began to heal. Within seconds, his skin was restored to its smooth, unblemished state. My healing ability has improved too. This used to take more than 10 seconds. Kino mused quietly to himself. In reality, Logan's healing ability was merely restored to its former glory. Scott opened the small box in front of him, revealing a strengthening serum. Without a second thought, he injected it directly. King, what is this? Jean asked curiously, eyeing a small jar in her own box. It didn't resemble the other serums. That's a youth serum. You can use it sparingly, and it will last a long time. I was going to give you the strengthening serum, but considering the side effects, I thought this would be a better gift. Kino explained patiently. Side effects? I feel fine. Logan flexed his arm, showcasing his enhanced muscles proudly. What's happening to my body? A startled cry came from Scott, drawing everyone's attention. His previously lean frame had become visibly bulkier, stretching his clothes taut. It was as if he'd grown an entire size larger in mere moments. That's the side effect. Since Logan was already muscular, it wasn't as noticeable on him. Kino shrugged helplessly. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Scott groaned, feeling a mix of frustration and regret. I was going to, but Logan interrupted me, Kino replied, spreading his hands innocently. Logan clapped Scott on his now broad shoulder, grinning. This is an improvement. You looked like a scrawny chicken before. Really? Scott turned his gaze to Jean, hoping she'd appreciate his new physique. The next moment, his heart shattered. Jean leaned over and kissed Kino lightly on the cheek. Thank you. I love your gift. Logan, seeing Scott's devastated expression, chuckled and said, give it up. You can't compete with him. Scott stood frozen in place, his heart broken into countless pieces. His eyes filled with disappointment and sorrow. Meanwhile, Charles examined the vial of blue serum in his hands. A limb regeneration serum, he asked. That's right. Your legs are still there. The reason you're in a wheelchair is likely due to nerve damage. This serum is perfect for you, Kino said while wiping Jean's lipstick mark from his cheek. Thank you, Kino, Charles said softly, his voice tinged with emotion. His eyes glistened as he fought back tears. No need to thank me. Let me administer it for you, Kino offered. He picked up the serum, flicked the needle to check for air bubbles, and injected it into Charles's neck. No one objected. Once they had accepted Kino as the king of mutants, their trust in him was absolute. Charles closed his eyes, focusing on the sensation. Gradually, a warm, tingling feeling spread through his legs. It had been years since he had felt anything in his lower limbs. The long-lost sensation made his heart race and his breath quicken. As the numbness faded, Charles slowly opened his eyes and tentatively stretched one leg, planting his foot firmly on the ground. He could move. His hands trembled slightly as he gripped the sides of his wheelchair. Tears of joy welled up in his eyes, and his lips quivered with overwhelming emotion. With determination, he pushed himself up, leaning on a nearby table for support. His first steps were shaky, but he refused any assistance. After a few moments, his strides grew more confident and stable. A radiant smile spread across his face, the expression of a man reborn. Jean and the others watched with tears of happiness in their eyes. To them, Charles was more than a leader, he was family. Seeing him walk again filled their hearts with joy and relief. Charles, since you won't need this wheelchair anymore, can I have it? Kino's playful voice broke the emotional silence. Somehow, he'd already taken a seat in the advanced wheelchair, moving it forward and backward with childlike enthusiasm. The group suddenly remembered, despite his overwhelming power and authority, Kino was still just a young man. Feeling a pang of guilt, Jean silently blamed herself for placing such a heavy burden on Kino's shoulders. Charles chuckled warmly. Of course. You've given me something far better. Woohoo! Time to take this for a spin. Kino cheered, maneuvering the wheelchair out of the room with a playful gleam in his eyes. Let's follow him, Charles suggested, his voice filled with lightheartedness as he stepped through the door. The others followed closely behind. Once the room was empty, a figure slipped through the window with cat-like agility. It was the female reporter who had been asking questions earlier. She moved silently, her footsteps barely making a sound. Spotting an unopened box, she quickly opened it. Inside were 2 bottles of green serum and a folded note. Healing serum, she murmured, reading the label. Unfolding the note, she found a message that made her chuckle softly. Tell Magneto to read more about architecture. I have a billion-dollar project waiting for him. Magneto, huh? What a curious nickname, she whispered with a smirk. Disguising herself as one of the maids she'd seen earlier, she grabbed the box and swiftly exited the room, never noticing the faint ripple in her shadow. Meanwhile, outside on the plaza, Kino was joyfully zooming around in the wheelchair. He glanced at the holographic display showing Charles's restored physical status and smiled. Strength, speed, and mind. I have no weaknesses now. This has been a productive day. Venom emerged, plopping onto Kino's lap. So, why didn't you copy Jean's Phoenix Force? It's way stronger, Venom asked curiously. Kino lazily stretched under the warm sunlight, replying, the Phoenix Force is an energy entity, it merely resides within Jean. We probably can't copy it, and any attempt might alert her and make Charles's group suspicious. It's not worth the risk. Fair enough. Anyway, that girl will join your harem eventually, and then the Phoenix Force will be ours to play with, Venom snickered. The future is unpredictable. For now, strengthening and consolidating our existing power is the most important thing, Kino replied calmly, his eyes gleaming with quiet resolve. True strength comes not just from power, but from knowing when to use it. My strength has nearly doubled, kid. Thanks. Logan swung his fist, his face filled with excitement and gratitude. Who wouldn't love becoming stronger without any side effects? Kino recalled the decline of Logan's healing factor in his old age. Some believed adamantium was toxic, while others thought genetically modified food played a role. Try your healing ability. There should be some changes, Kino suggested. Without hesitation, Logan extended his claws and slashed his arm. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as 3 deep wounds appeared on his arm, revealing the silver bones underneath. Before the blood could flow, the injuries began to heal. Within seconds, the wounds were completely repaired, and his skin returned to its smooth, unblemished state. My healing factor has improved as well. It used to take over 10 seconds, Logan remarked. Kino thought to himself perhaps it was better to say it had been restored. Scott also opened the small box in front of him, revealing a strengthening serum, which he promptly injected. What is this, Wong? Jean asked curiously, examining a small vial in the box. It didn't look like a typical serum. It's the essence of youth. You can use it sparingly, and it will last a long time. Initially, I intended to give you the strengthening serum, but considering its side effects, I replaced it with this instead, Kino patiently explained. Are there any side effects? I feel great, Logan said, flexing his bulging muscles proudly. What's happening to my body? Scott suddenly cried out, drawing everyone's attention. His once lean physique rapidly became bulkier. His fitted clothes strained against his now larger frame as if he had expanded in an instant. That's the side effect. Since Logan was already muscular, it wasn't noticeable on him, Kino shrugged helplessly. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Scott's expression was filled with dismay. I was about to, but Logan interrupted me, Kino replied, spreading his hands innocently. Logan patted Scott's broad shoulder with a grin. Isn't this better? You look much more impressive than your old scrawny self. Really? Scott turned to Jean, hoping she'd appreciate his new appearance. A moment later, his heart shattered. Jean gently kissed Kino on the cheek. Thank you. I love your gift, she whispered softly. Logan, witnessing the scene, tried to console Scott. Give it up. You can't compete with him. Scott stood frozen, his heart breaking into countless pieces as disappointment filled his eyes. Charles examined the vial of blue serum in his hand. A limb regeneration serum. That's right. Since your legs are still there, your paralysis is likely due to nerve damage. This serum is perfect for you, Kino confirmed, wiping the lipstick mark from his cheek. Thank you, Kino, Charles said, his voice trembling with gratitude and his eyes glistening with emotion. You're welcome. Let me administer it for you, Kino said, picking up the syringe and injecting it into Charles's neck. No one objected. When they acknowledged Kino as the king of mutants, they had already chosen to trust him. Charles closed his eyes, waiting quietly for the serum to take effect. Gradually, a warm, tingling sensation spread through his legs. After so many years of paralysis, feeling returned to his legs for the first time, causing his heart to race and his breathing to quicken. As the numbness faded, Charles opened his eyes and slowly extended one leg to touch the ground. It moved. His hands trembled slightly, tears of joy glimmering in his eyes, and his lips quivered with excitement. With shaky hands, he pushed himself up from the wheelchair and began to walk. At first, his steps were unsteady, his body swaying as he struggled to find his balance. But he gritted his teeth and refused any assistance. Within moments, his movements became smoother. A radiant smile spread across his face as he savored the miracle of standing and walking once more. Jean and the others watched in awe and joy. To them, Professor X had been like a parental figure for years. Seeing him regain his ability to walk filled their hearts with pride and happiness. Charles, you won't need this wheelchair anymore. Mind if I keep it? Kino, now seated in the wheelchair, playfully manipulated the controls to move forward and backward, his face beaming with childlike glee. The chair automatically adjusted to his posture, providing optimal comfort. Only then did the others realize that despite his power, Kino was still just a teenager. Jean felt a pang of guilt, silently blaming herself for burdening Kino with such heavy responsibilities. Of course. You've given me something far better, Charles said warmly. Even he had failed to notice the pressure they had unknowingly placed on Kino. All right, I'm going for a ride. Kino eagerly steered the wheelchair out the door, zipping around the courtyard like a child with a new toy, disappearing from sight in an instant. Let's go too, Charles said, his voice filled with renewed warmth and calm. Professor, there's one more box here, Scott pointed out, his face still puzzled. It's for someone else, Charles replied simply, opening the door and stepping outside with the others following behind. Once they were gone, a figure slipped in through the window. It was the female reporter who had asked questions earlier. She moved with cat-like agility, landing softly without a sound. Opening the remaining box, she found 2 green vials and a folded note. Healing serums, she murmured, reading the note aloud. Convince Magneto to read more about architecture. I have a multi-billion-dollar project waiting for him. Magneto? What an interesting nickname, she chuckled softly, her lips curling into a sly smile. Grabbing the box, she transformed into a maid she'd seen earlier and hurriedly left through the exit. Meanwhile, outside, Kino had stopped his wheelchair antics. He gazed at the holographic image of Professor X on his communicator, a knowing smile curling his lips. Strength, speed, and mind. I no longer have any weaknesses. What a fruitful day. Venom emerged and settled onto Kino's lap. So, why didn't you copy Jean's Phoenix Force? It's far stronger, Venom asked curiously. Kino leaned back, basking in the sunlight. The Phoenix Force is an energy entity. It only resides within Jean. We probably can't copy it, and trying might alarm her and make Charles suspicious. Not worth the risk. Fair point. Anyway, that girl will end up in your harem eventually. The Phoenix Force will be ours to command, Venom chuckled mischievously. The future is unpredictable. We'll take things as they come, Kino said softly. For now, our priority is to consolidate and expand our existing power to handle any future crises. The greatest power is not the one you wield but the wisdom to use it wisely. At that moment, the shadow behind Kino suddenly turned pitch black, stretching out in front of him. Ripples appeared on the surface of the shadow. A black-clad ninja assassin emerged from the shadow in a kneeling position. The shadow seemed to possess a life of its own, strange and mysterious. Leader, the target has left, the assassin reported, his voice low and respectful, echoing clearly across the empty square. You've done well. Find her base, and your mission will be complete, Kino said calmly. Yes, leader, the assassin replied. Without another word, his body sank back into the shadow and vanished as if he had never been there. The shadow gradually returned to its normal state. All assassins of the Assassin Alliance had contracted the power of the Shadow Demon. This power was both eerie and formidable, allowing them to traverse freely through the realm of shadows. Whether it was assassination or infiltration, their movements were silent and undetectable, like ghosts lurking in the darkness. The only flaw of this ability was during the daytime when changes in shadows were easier to notice. The entire Demon Corporation served as the headquarters of the Assassin Alliance. It was heavily guarded, filled with traps, and intertwined with countless dark energies. Even with advanced stealth capabilities, sneaking in or out unnoticed was nearly impossible. Not even Batman could pull it off. As the reporters dispersed, a storm of public opinion began to brew quietly. By the next day, newspaper sales skyrocketed, and the internet was flooded with news about the Demon Corporation. Reports dominated both traditional media and emerging online platforms, saturating every corner of public attention. The most anticipated product was youth. Countless people eagerly awaited its release. Some even sought out insider connections to acquire it early, while others offered large sums for a sample. The demand was relentless. Dr. Banner became an overnight sensation, earning the nickname Youth Doctor. He quickly became the center of public attention, celebrated and revered by many. Dr. Banner's schedule grew increasingly hectic. He attended numerous award ceremonies and social gatherings, surrounded by people eager to curry favor in hopes that he might develop a life-extending drug. Rumor had it that his calendar was fully booked for the next 3 months, with engagements filling every hour of his days. However, the release of the drug sent shockwaves through the medical and cosmetic industries. The stock market reacted violently, as if hit by a seismic event. Related stocks plummeted, turning red across the board. Countless investors and corporate magnates suffered devastating losses. Many found themselves bankrupt, driven to despair. These people cursed Banner and the Demon Corporation, seething with resentment, blaming them for their ruin. In a dimly lit, opulent conference room, the air was heavy with tension. What are we going to do? We are already losing money, and the drug hasn't even officially launched yet. If it hits the market, we'll be out on the streets, a rotund man roared, his jowls quivering with rage. A demon lord should stick to harvesting souls in hell. What business does he have competing with us for money? Another man in a tailored suit slammed the table, fury blazing in his eyes. Demon lord, a lavishly dressed woman scoffed. The common folk are practically worshipping him like a god. He sells it to us for $5 million but charges them only $50,000. He's not making money, he's robbing us blind. Despite their anger, they had no choice but to pay for the promise of extended life. Seated around the table were the wealthiest figures from the medical and cosmetic industries. Gone were their usual elegance and composure, now they resembled a mob, consumed by fear and rage. Enough, a middle-aged man rapped his knuckles on the table, his voice heavy and commanding. The room fell into an uneasy silence. He was the organizer of this clandestine meeting. Though his wealth spanned across various industries, he stood to lose significantly if the drug went to market. What can we do? A wealthy matron slumped in her chair, her despair evident despite her impeccable makeup. Did you see the demon army that day? Not even the government can touch him. And he's powerful on his own. Force won't work, another man added bitterly, already considering liquidating his assets to preserve a comfortable life. Violence isn't the only tool at our disposal, we can steal it, an elderly man said with a sinister smile. His obsession with power ran deep, and the possibility of extending his life was too tempting to ignore. He refused to relinquish his influence. We can hire people to steal the formula. If he dares retaliate, we'll spread it worldwide. I refuse to believe he can fight the entire world, the old man continued, his face twisted with excitement. We could also manipulate public opinion using his stance on mutants to pressure him into surrendering the formula, another suggested, his voice venomous. And what about Dr. Banner? He knows the formula. We could kidnap him, someone proposed boldly. Are you insane? He's the Hulk. If the Demon Lord defeated him, what chance do we have? A saner voice interjected immediately. He seems to have returned to normal. My sources say he didn't transform during the press conference, came the counter-argument. Hope flickered in their eyes as the possibility of success began to take shape. Eager and desperate, the tycoons began to devise their plans. With their vast wealth and resources, they believed no obstacle was insurmountable. If Kino were an ordinary person, he might truly have been overpowered by their schemes. As the meeting concluded, most attendees departed hurriedly, driven by both fear and hope as they set their plans into motion. In the darkness, they saw a glimmer of light, a last chance to save their crumbling empires. One particularly rotund tycoon returned to his estate in a rush, his face tense with urgency. He descended into a hidden underground chamber. Under the dim light, a modified communication device sat on a table, capable of transmitting signals up to 50 kilometers. Greed blinds those who fear losing everything. The wealthy man picked up the intercom, unlocked it with his fingerprint, and placed it against his ear. A cold, emotionless voice came through the device. Code word. Rebirth. Code word confirmed. What is the matter? The wealthy man explained everything about today's meeting in one breath and asked, should I take action? No need. The voice on the other end grew tense. Those wealthy individuals might not know the true identity of the Demon King, but how could they not? Even if the entire world joined forces, they might still not be his match. After a moment of silence, the voice continued, we must not act recklessly. The higher UPS have no intention of opposing the Demon King. However, you can deliver this information to him as a gesture of goodwill. This intelligence might be of little value to the Demon King, but it could express their good intentions. The wealthy man, still somewhat nervous, added, also, my hospital is on the verge of bankruptcy. Understood. The intelligence you provided is valuable. I will report it to the higher UPS and request to transfer you to a construction company. Hearing this, the wealthy man was overjoyed his luxurious lifestyle could continue. Hail Hydra! Both voices declared simultaneously. After hanging up, the wealthy man threw the intercom into the fireplace, watching it twist and melt in the flames. This was the advantage of being backed by a powerful organization. No matter how one played the game, as long as they didn't betray the group or get exposed, they would remain untouchable. Those struggling at the edge of life and death, scheming and fighting for survival, could never understand the hidden mechanisms at play. Compared to them, he was undoubtedly more fortunate and secure. With this thought, a smug smile crept onto his lips as he turned and left the basement. In a vast, abandoned steel warehouse, Raven gradually reverted to her original form. Her graceful figure moved with light steps as she walked further inside. This was the Brotherhood's temporary base. On a raised platform stood a figure wearing a steel helmet, silently gazing at the sunlight filtering through cracks, lost in thought. Eric, I'm back, Raven's voice broke the silence. Raven, you've worked hard, Eric replied as he turned around. Raven recounted everything that had happened at the conference, including the astonishing fact that Charles had regained his ability to walk. A flash of guilt and relief crossed Eric's eyes. Although they had parted ways, the bond of their past friendship still lingered deeply in his heart. However, when he heard that Charles had agreed to let this mysterious Demon King become the new leader of the mutants, Eric fell into deep contemplation. Although his old friend was soft-hearted, his judgment had always been sound. Raven, what do you think of this Demon King? Eric turned his gaze toward Raven, his eyes searching for answers. Without hesitation, Raven responded, mysterious, powerful. He clearly noticed me, but chose not to expose me. His attitude toward both humans and mutants seems indifferent. I believe he is worth considering. She had already pondered these questions on her way back. She had little faith in either Charles's idealism or Eric's radical approach. In the past, she had no choice but to follow the more pragmatic Eric. Now, with the emergence of a new hope, she was willing to take a chance. Who is there? Eric's eyes turned cold. Before his words finished, the surrounding metal instantly melted into sharp spears, shooting toward the ceiling. Swish, swish, swish. A rapid burst of sound echoed as the spears pierced through the ceiling, leaving a series of holes through which sunlight poured in. The spears did not stop after penetrating the ceiling. In midair, they swiftly fragmented into countless fine needles, scattering in all directions like a deadly rain. Eric, was someone eavesdropping? Raven quickly hid in a shadowed corner, preparing for the ensuing battle. Eric focused for a moment and then said, they've already left. It seems to be a spatial ability, sudden appearance and disappearance. If not for the metal they carried, I wouldn't have detected them. Should we relocate our base? Raven asked, her body relaxing slightly since their conversation was not particularly sensitive. Before Eric could answer, a figure burst through the entrance. The first to arrive was a burly man with golden hair and sharp claws. He clung to the walls, swiftly leaping to Eric's side while remaining vigilant. Moments later, other members of the Brotherhood also appeared. Boss, what's going on? One of them asked. The noise from Eric's powers had alerted them, making them think there was an invasion. It's nothing. Leave us. I have matters to discuss with Mystique, Eric ordered. The Toad glanced at the holes in the ceiling. This was called nothing? But since Eric seemed unbothered, he led the others away. For now, there is no need to relocate. As for the Demon King, I need to think it over, Eric said, his brow furrowed in thought. Raven understood that it was unrealistic to expect Eric to abandon his long-held beliefs so quickly. She nodded in acknowledgement. This is a gift from the Demon King, Raven said, handing him a small box before turning to leave. Just as she reached the door, Eric's voice called out behind her. Raven, collect some books on architecture for me. Understood, Raven responded, a faint smile forming on her lips. She realized Eric was genuinely considering the Demon King's words, and that realization stirred a glimmer of hope in her heart. Meanwhile, Kino remained unaware of the secret plotting among the wealthy elites, nor did he care. With nothing better to do, he decided to join Venom and Pamela in picking up Damien from school. Amidst the crowd of parents waiting to fetch their children, Kino stood out like a beacon. His tall and striking figure, paired with his extraordinary good looks and unique demeanor, made him the center of attention. As the school bell rang, a group of children burst out of the doors, cheering with excitement. Kino, can we sneak 2 kids home to play? Venom's eyes gleamed with eagerness. No. Okay. Venom, look. Damien's coming out, Pamela called out, drawing Venom's attention. Damien emerged from the crowd, walking alongside a little girl. When he spotted the exuberant Venom rushing toward him, a hint of helplessness flashed through his eyes. My sweet boy, did you miss me? Venom's voice was filled with joy, and her face beamed with affection. Of course, Venom mommy, Damien replied obediently. Although his tone held a trace of perfunctory indifference, it was enough to delight Venom. Wow. The little girl beside Damien widened her eyes in surprise, watching the usually cool Damien being treated like a plush toy by the enthusiastic Venom. She couldn't help but giggle. Kino and Pamela also approached and noticed the girl. Kino knelt down and extended his hand with a warm smile. Hello, young lady. Are you Damien's friend? The girl, surprised by Kino's striking appearance, shook his hand with a bright smile. Yes, I'm Damien's best friend. You're impressive. I thought Damien's personality would make it hard for him to find friends this semester, Kino teased, his voice light with amusement. True power lies not in domination, but in the ability to inspire change. Xiao Yu stood proudly with her hands on her hips and said, it's easy to be friends with Damien. She's actually very easy to get along with. Pamela chuckled softly, reaching out to pinch Xiao Yu's chubby little cheeks. Xiao Yu, you're so cute. Where are your family members? Uncle Long should still be on the way. He's always late. Are you Damien's brother and sister? Xiao Yu asked curiously, her bright eyes blinking. We're not. We're her godfather and godmother, Chino explained with a gentle smile. Wow, just like the mafia in movies. Xiao Yu exclaimed excitedly, her face filled with admiration and fascination. At this moment, Damien had already been released. Do you want to come over and play with us? Venom fixated on Xiaoyu, her gaze intense, as if sensing that Xiaoyu's scent was particularly appealing. Maybe next time. Xiaoyu instinctively took a small step back. Something about this beautiful but strange older girl made her feel a bit uneasy. Xiaoyu, where are you? A voice called out from the distance. That's Uncle Long, Damien, and brother, sister goodbye. With that, Xiaoyu turned and dashed toward the source of the voice. Such a cutie. Venom pouted with disappointment, her face showing clear reluctance. I didn't even get to hug her. You scared her, that's why, Chino sighed helplessly. Pamela took Damien's small hand and led her toward the car. The golden hues of the setting sun stretched their shadows long across the pavement. Damien, did you enjoy school today? Pamela asked softly, her gaze filled with warmth. Damien shook her head, then nodded hesitantly. Classes were boring. It's all stuff I already know, but reading comics with Xiaoyu during recess was fun. That's good. Pamela felt relieved. Damien finally had a friend her age, and that comforted her. Godfather, can I bring this comic to my father? Damien asked carefully after some hesitation. What comic? Chino asked curiously. This one Batman. Damien pulled a comic book out of her backpack and handed it over, her eyes filled with expectation. Chino glanced at it and nodded. Of course. I'll also gather the rest of the related comics for you. When the holidays come, we'll bring them back together. Thank you, Godfather. Damien carefully placed the comic book back into her bag. It was a gift from Xiaoyu, and she treasured it. Chino didn't mind. Although this world had DC Comics, it was vastly different from the entertainment-heavy world of his previous life. Here, DC Comics mostly focused on the individual experiences of Batman, Superman, and a few others. There were barely any crossovers, and the Justice League was non-existent. Besides, SHIELD had already shut down DC Comics. To Chino, giving Bruce these comics wouldn't do much harm at most, they would let him learn about the powers and origins of his alternate world counterparts. Still, Chino couldn't help but wonder how Bruce would react to receiving a gift from his daughter. A mischievous smirk crept across his face. Suddenly, Chino's phone vibrated. He took it out and glanced at the screen. A text message. It contained detailed plans targeting his demon syndicate complete with times, locations, and the number of personnel involved. At the end of the message was a chilling sign-off. Hydra sends its regards, Your Majesty. Chino raised an eyebrow. Hydra seemed smart enough to know when to submit. Perhaps he should take the time to recruit them. Such a useful organization would be a waste to destroy. Evil organization or not, SHIELD had only managed to maintain global peace thanks to the substantial efforts of Hydra behind the scenes. As night fell over the city, a team of heavily armed mercenaries crept toward the Demon Syndicate's headquarters. Among them, however, one figure stood out like a sore thumb. Oh, are you guys wondering why I'm dressed so brightly? Because soon, my suit will be drenched in enemy blood. The flamboyant figure boasted proudly, as if speaking to an invisible audience. Shut up, Deadpool. Lower your voice? And who the hell are you even talking to? A burly, bald man hissed. If it weren't for Deadpool's impressive combat record, there was no way the team would have tolerated such a lunatic joining the mission. Obviously, my fans. Deadpool whispered back before turning to an imaginary camera, winking playfully. Call me an idiot, huh? Just wait. After this mission, I'll polish that shiny bald head of yours myself. The bald man muttered under his breath. The promise of $5 million for this mission was the only thing keeping him from strangling Deadpool on the spot. Meanwhile, several pairs of unseen eyes silently observed their every move from the shadows. Deadpool shivered suddenly. Why do I feel like I'm being watched? It's like that time I went to the bathroom and caught that G guy peeking, but hey, he's definitely a bottom now. Deadpool followed the group to the top floor laboratory. It was eerily empty, as if the entire syndicate had gone home for the night. The room was filled with glowing green vials, and a stack of complex chemical formulas lay scattered on the desks. Healing potions? This is almost too easy, the bald man said, his suspicion growing. But the sight of all those valuable vials quickly drowned out his concerns. Without hesitation, he grabbed a bag and started filling it. Deadpool, never one to miss out on a payday, eagerly joined in. Sorry, little boss. Can't blame me if your security sucks. But hey, since we're kind of friends, I'll return the formulas later. The potions, though? Consider them my service fee. He. As the mercenaries looted the lab, the shadows beneath their feet rippled slightly, yet none of them noticed. By the time they finished, an uneasy feeling crept over them. But the lure of their prize was too strong to resist. Once they left the Demon Syndicate's headquarters, everyone finally relaxed, their nerves easing. Following the plan, they hurried toward the delivery point. Quote, greed blinds even the sharpest minds, leading them straight into the lion's den. In a secluded warehouse, an elderly tycoon stood with 4 bodyguards by his side. The goods are in my hands, the tycoon said sinisterly. Where's the money? The bald man asked cautiously. In this line of work, trust was a luxury no one could afford. The elderly tycoon shot a cold glance at his bodyguard and ordered, open it. At his command, the bodyguard pressed a button. A high-intensity spotlight flared to life, illuminating a massive pile of cash stacked like a small mountain. Crisp, fresh bills gleamed under the harsh light, whispering promises of unimaginable wealth. 10 men, a total of $50 million, the tycoon said. The bald man and his team widened their eyes in greed, staring at the money as if mesmerized. Judging by his experience, the amount was likely even greater. Without hesitation, he pulled out a vial containing a precious formula, eager to complete the exchange. But before the transaction could take place, a flash of cold steel sliced through the air. A chilling sensation spread across the bald man's scalp. Warm liquid trickled down his face. In shock, he raised a hand to his head only to find it slick with blood. Before he could comprehend the situation, his body collapsed forward with a dull thud. His severed scalp rolled across the floor, finally stopping at the tycoon's feet. The exposed brain matter gleamed under the light, an eerie sight that sent shivers down the spine. Perfectly clean cut. I might have a future as a hairstylist if I ever retire, Deadpool quipped, admiring his handiwork. The elderly tycoon, who had lived a life of luxury, was unaccustomed to such gruesome scenes. His stomach churned violently, and he vomited his breakfast onto the floor. This guy wanted to double-cross you. Kill him, he rasped, still trembling. The remaining mercenaries snapped out of their stupor, drawing their firearms and opening fire on Deadpool. Gunfire erupted in the dim warehouse, lighting up the shadows. Amidst the bullets, silver blades flashed like lightning. Deadpool moved with inhuman speed, weaving through the chaos like a specter. His katanas danced, carving through flesh with brutal efficiency. Blood sprayed with every stroke, painting the walls in crimson streaks. In mere moments, the mercenaries lay lifeless on the ground. Deadpool, riddled with bullet holes but unfazed, shook off the blood on his blades. $50 million, and these vials. I'm about to be filthy rich, he mused, grabbing a stack of cash and kissing it. However, his excitement quickly faded when he noticed something amiss. The color of the bills seemed off. Upon closer inspection, he realized that beneath the top layer of real cash, the rest were nothing but blank paper. Son of a, it's fake, he cursed. At that moment, a brilliant flash ignited before him. Boom! A deafening explosion rocked the warehouse. Flames surged, engulfing everything in a fiery inferno. Outside, the tycoon watched the burning warehouse with a twisted smile. Wiping his mouth clean, he sneered, a bunch of lowlifes thinking they could get rich. Let them beg the devil in hell for their money. Despite the unexpected mess, the result remained in his favor. Clutching the stolen formula, his cloudy eyes gleamed with greed. With this formula and the doctor of youth, wealth, and immortality will soon be mine. Ha ha ha. His maniacal laughter echoed through the night. But his triumph was premature. From the blazing wreckage emerged a figure wreathed in flames. In his charred hands gleamed two katanas, and his skeletal face burned with rage. Hand over my money. Deadpool's raspy voice growled, his lone surviving eye locking onto the tycoon. The dream of becoming a billionaire had gone up in smoke, and the man who had stolen it from him was about to pay the price. Kill him? Kill him now, the tycoon shrieked in terror. His bodyguards fired their guns in panic. Bullets tore through Deadpool's flesh, sending chunks of charred meat flying, but he kept advancing, unstoppable. Fear overtook the guards, and they turned to flee. You idiots! Take me with you, the tycoon bellowed, struggling to follow. A life spent manipulating others had not prepared him for a face-to-face encounter with death. But by then, escape was no longer an option. You blew up my money. Deadpool's wicked grin was the last thing the tycoon saw before the katana swung toward his legs. I'll pay you? Whatever you want, it's yours, the tycoon pleaded, shutting his eyes tight. But the expected pain never came. Instead, the sound of footsteps filled the air. When he opened his eyes, a man dressed in a ninja uniform stood over a headless corpse. The tycoon barely had time to process what had happened before the ninja spoke. Come with us, he commanded coldly. Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? The tycoon barked, mistaking them for allies. Without a word, another ninja emerged from the shadows. Target neutralized. Mission complete, he reported. Take the tycoon to the base. Clean up the mess, their leader ordered. Yes, sir. The tycoon finally realized these men were not his allies. Who are you people? He demanded, fear creeping into his voice. The second ninja seized him by the shoulder, dragging him into the darkness. I can pay you? Triple no, 5 times whatever you're being offered, he screamed in desperation, his voice raw with terror. But his pleas fell on deaf ears. As the last traces of his form sank into the shadows, the leader delivered a final, chilling message. His Majesty the Demon King thanks you for your contribution. Quote, greed blinds even the wisest, until they fall into the abyss they dig for others. The tycoon's eyes were filled with regret and despair. He desperately tried to scream, but only muffled whimpers escaped his lips before he was completely consumed by the shadow. Watching the tycoon disappear, number 1 seemed to finally understand why the leader had asked him to deliver that message. Hey, buddy, can you flip me over? I really don't want to lick the dust on the floor, there might be traces of excrement in it. Number 1 looked down at the severed head on the ground, his heart filled with shock. A decapitated head was still alive. He nudged the head with his foot, flipping it over. The previously destroyed face and eyes had already regenerated, though the face now looked as if it had been washed with acid, pitted and uneven. Oh, thanks. Although I don't appreciate the foot treatment, it's better than using my tongue. Hey, man, even though you're quiet, I can tell from your eyes you think my face looks like a rotten avocado, Deadpool joked, mocking himself. Originally, he had planned to play dead and wait for these people to leave before reattaching his head. But knowing it was Kino's men, he abandoned that plan. Number 2 walked over, dragging Deadpool by the ankle. His body still has a pulse. What should we do? Fill him with concrete and sink him to the bottom of the sea, Number 1 replied expressionlessly. Hearing their conversation, Deadpool immediately panicked. While he might not die that way, the thought of being trapped in eternal darkness was terrifying. Wait, I know the Demon King Kino, right? We're awesome business partners. Deadpool shouted loudly. The two men exchanged glances. Number 1 said, take him back to the base and report to the leader. If he's lying, give him to Dr. Banner as a test subject. With Deadpool's head in his arms, Number 1 sank into the shadows. Oh, be gentle, this newly regenerated skin is delicate and sensitive. Also, buddy, your arms are so warm, it reminds me of my mom's hugs. Deadpool's endless chatter echoed in Number 1's ears, causing his eye to twitch involuntarily. He swore to the Demon King that if Deadpool was lying, his body would become an experiment, and his head would sleep with the fishes. Elsewhere, in a hidden safe house. Dr. Banner, thank you for your cooperation. I'll return you to the banquet shortly, an assassin said, his tone filled with respect. Dr. Banner watched the kidnapper sink into the shadows and shook his head in disappointment. I've had enough fun. Send me back to the lab. At first, the novelty of the banquet had been amusing beautiful women by his side, influential figures trying to win his favor. But eventually, the conversations became repetitive and tedious. How's your research progress? Are there any side effects from the serum? Would you consider joining our company? Interested in mentoring anyone? The endless greed and ambition wore him down. The thrill of scientific discovery in the lab was far more appealing. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. He hadn't seen Betty in a long time. He wondered how she was doing, a complex emotion rising within him. The next day, the Demon Group acquired a large number of medical and cosmetic businesses at low prices. At the same time, several homeless people appeared on the streets. Kino had not killed the captured tycoons. Instead, he had kindly used healing potions to restore their health. For the once greedy elite, living without power or wealth was a punishment far worse than death. In the once crowded conference room of the Tycoon Alliance, several seats now sat empty. Some members had not returned. What should we do? Toby and Elle were both targeted by the Demon King. I saw Billy begging on the street a few days ago, a wealthy man in the corner said, his voice trembling with fear. Maybe we should apologize to the Demon King. If he's willing to sell those commoners' medicine at low prices, he might forgive us. Right, we can just offer him a few of our companies. He must want that. The room buzzed with fearful discussions. Just as the alliance teetered on the edge of collapse, a loud slam on the table silenced everyone. Quiet. A burly tycoon glared fiercely at the others. His voice boomed through the room, silencing the chaos. He was the wealthiest among them and the elected leader of the alliance. But, Tom, the Demon King has already made his move. We can't fight him, someone protested. And the treatment and rejuvenation potions are about to hit the market. If we don't sell our assets now, it'll be too late. Not everyone is like you. We've invested most of our assets in pharmaceuticals and cosmetics. If the market collapses, the room filled with anxious voices. Tom's expression darkened, his face as heavy as a storm cloud. Shut up. He roared again. Panicking like headless flies won't solve anything? We're still here, aren't we? That means something. The Demon King isn't willing to act openly against us. Do you think begging will stop him from selling his potions? If we surrender now, you'll all be paupers soon. Our only choice is to fight back or prepare to live on the streets. His words struck a chord. The image of their wealth crumbling fueled a new fire of anger and defiance. The hesitant members stiffened their resolve, rising to prepare their next move. As the others filed out, Tom remained in his seat, pulling out his phone. How's the liquidation of our medical and cosmetic assets? Good. Cancel all partnerships in New York and arrange the fastest flight to Mexico. We're leaving. After issuing his orders, Tom stood and walked toward the door. Fight the Demon King? He wasn't that foolish. Since the plan had failed, there was no point in continuing. The others? Just useful pawns to take the hit for him. The reason he had built such a vast empire was simple. He knew when to cut his losses. Even if his assets shrank, as long as he had capital, he could rise again. A smirk played on Tom's lips as he pushed open the door only to freeze in shock. A stranger stood before him. His heart pounded in alarm, and his cautious smile faltered into a wary expression. Who are you? Tom asked, trying to sound calm while his hand discreetly reached for the weapon at his waist. Lei Xiaogu, executive president of the Demon Group, the stranger replied coldly, his eyes piercing through Tom's every move. The true test of power isn't how you rise but how you survive the fall. Tom's heart skipped a beat. The Demon King's men. Without hesitation, he drew his automatic pistol and unleashed a rapid volley at Ra's al Ghul. Bang, 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 8 bullets struck directly at Ra's al Ghul's heart. Logically, even if he were wearing a bulletproof vest, the sheer impact should have shattered his ribs. Yet, Ra's al Ghul stood motionless, his clothes unscathed. Tom did not give up. In 0.6 seconds, he reloaded his gun and aimed at Ra's al Ghul's forehead. Bang, bang, bang. This time, he saw it clearly. A black shadow materialized before him, absorbing the bullets like a stone sinking into water without causing a ripple. Ra's al Ghul extended his hand, revealing 16 spent bullets in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the bullets clinked onto the marble floor. Do you want to keep going? No. But I'm curious, when did the Demon King start watching me? Tom dropped his gun, realizing that against someone with supernatural abilities, even a fully equipped tactical team would struggle to pose a threat. From the very beginning. How did you do it? I am always cautious. My communications are through letters. I change the meeting locations every time. I travel in the most inconspicuous vehicles. How did you manage it? Ra's al Ghul admired the calm, meticulous businessman before him. He fit the master's requirements perfectly. Come out, Ra's al Ghul commanded. A ninja-clad figure emerged from Tom's shadow. A chill ran up Tom's spine. Someone had been watching him this entire time. Tom couldn't help but smile bitterly. Everything they had done was nothing but child's play to the Demon King. According to the master's wishes, we should have played this game until the end. But you tried to quit halfway. So, you're here to punish me for escaping. Tom scanned the surroundings, still harboring the desire to resist. No, this game can end early. The master wanted to select the best performer among you as his subordinate. And you chose me. A fiery ambition ignited in Tom's eyes, a hunger for power and strength. When facing a stronger opponent, knowing when to surrender is also a wise choice. Sign your name, Ra's al Ghul said, producing a demonic contract. Tom didn't even glance at the text. Instead, he locked eyes with Ra's al Ghul. Can I also gain superpowers? Of course. There are hundreds of abilities for you to choose from. If you perform significant feats in the future, even immortality is not impossible. Then, I have only one choice. Tom drew a dagger from his coat, sliced his finger, and signed his name in blood on the contract. I pledge my allegiance to His Majesty, the Demon King. His voice rang out with unwavering conviction, eyes brimming with ambition. Elsewhere, Kino sensed the contract's completion. With Ra's al Ghul's skills, any task was flawlessly executed. Much of the company's rapid progress was due to his efforts. When Kino asked what reward he wanted, Ra's al Ghul requested only to grow stronger and return to the League of Assassins. Coincidentally, Hydra had provided intelligence on the movements of wealthy elites. Kino allowed Ra's al Ghul to select one of them as his deputy to handle company affairs. Kino and Venom arrived at the Demon Tower. On the way, they passed a beach park where a burly man was helping a young girl build a sand castle. The man, despite his formidable frame, exuded gentleness as he guided the girl, his hands carefully shaping the sand into intricate structures. The girl giggled with pure delight, her tiny hands busy molding the sand. Sunlight bathed them in a warm, picturesque glow. When Kino reached the park, Flint noticed them. Boss. Boss, the little girl echoed sweetly. Hello, Penny, Kino greeted warmly. Flint, how is Penny's health? She's better now, just a little weak. She needs time to recover. Go to Ra's al Ghul later and request a healing potion. It'll speed up her recovery. Boss, I haven't done anything to deserve this. Flint's voice was heavy with guilt. He had expected to be experimented on but was instead given a security position. Each day, he accompanied his daughter around the Demon Tower, with weekends off and a substantial salary. Even his wife, Jenny, had become gentler toward him. Kino smiled, understanding his feelings. Pointing to the towering Demon Tower behind him, he said, Flint, you don't realize the importance of your work. This is the Demon Tower. For now, it's fine, but in the future, it will attract countless enemies. I can't always be here. I need your power to protect this tower and, eventually, this entire city. Flint gazed up at the gleaming structure. Bathed in sunlight, it stood as a beacon of their ambitions. A newfound sense of duty surged within him. Boss, I promise you as long as I breathe, no one will harm this tower. His words were resolute, his eyes burning with determination. Good. I trust you. Kino patted his shoulder encouragingly. Just as Flint's fighting spirit soared, a shriek from behind startled him. He turned quickly, only to see the boss's wife playfully tickling Penny, who burst into laughter. Flint relaxed, though he thought grimly that if it were a man, he'd have reduced him to a pulp. Kino chuckled. Flint, Penny is old enough for school. Keeping her by your side all the time isn't good for her social development. You're right. I've been worried about bullying at school. Flint's expression darkened with concern. Having experienced bullying himself, he knew its pain all too well. I'll enroll her in the same class as my goddaughter. I trust your judgment, boss. Flint respected Kino deeply, knowing his decisions were always well considered and for their collective good. After discussing school preparations, Kino and Venom departed. Goodbye, Penny. Goodbye, Venom, the little girl waved, giggling. Flint held his daughter close as she waved enthusiastically, her heart already longing for new friendships. Penny, do you want to go to school? He asked softly. What is school, Daddy? A place where you can make friends and play together. Then I want to go to school, she declared eagerly. Flint stroked her hair gently, smiling. All right. Daddy will make it happen. True strength lies not in the power you wield, but in the bonds you protect. Kino and Venom arrived at Banner's laboratory. Before they even reached the door, they could already hear a commotion inside. Doctor, you have to save me. I'm not a doctor. You can call me Dr. Banner. All right, Dr. Banner, can you still save me? If not, please donate my little brother, he hasn't had enough fun yet. Shut up. You're not even dead yet, and who would want that thing anyway? But Dr. Banner, I can't feel my body. I'm probably paralyzed. And that is the rotating accelerating Jet Armstrong cannon. I've been using it for 20 years, and it's still as good as new. Kino shook his head helplessly and pushed the door open. Banner was holding an iron rod, apparently about to smash something. When he saw Kino and Venom enter, he put the rod down. Young master, madam, you're here. Banner, how is he? Kino asked. Pushing his glasses up, Banner began to report the findings from his night's research. This guy's body is quite peculiar. Cancer cells and a healing factor coexist, creating a strange balance that grants him powerful regenerative abilities. However, because the healing factor is an external modification and hasn't undergone genetic adjustments, it has integrated into his genes in a crude and violent manner. This causes the healing factor and the cancer cells to constantly clash, resulting in severe disfigurement. Kino looked toward the lab bench. There lay Deadpool, completely naked except for a white cloth covering his lower body. A metal needle was pierced into the back of his neck, inhibiting his nervous system from regenerating. Wade, aren't you going to say hello to your fan? A name like Wade must belong to a handsome guy, probably a big celebrity. Though, hearing you call me that makes me quite happy. But I'm Deadpool, you've got the wrong person. Deadpool kept babbling, wearing his usual flippant expression. However, his eyes betrayed pain and humiliation. Venom tilted her head. Someone who talks this much must be that pervert, Wade. Hey, little girl, you've never even met Wade, so how can you call him a pervert? Deadpool squinted at Venom, confirming that he didn't recognize her. What about this, do you remember me now? As she spoke, Venom transformed back into her original form, a black, sinewy body with pale, menacing eyes and rows of sharp teeth. Oh my god. Deadpool's eyes widened in exaggerated shock, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. Even Banner flinched at the sudden transformation. Seeing Deadpool's reaction, Venom reverted to her human form. Now do you remember me? Boss, you have some interesting tastes. Could you share the experience with me? I want one too. Deadpool's gaze was complicated, a mix of curiosity, amazement, and admiration. So, you're not denying you're Wade anymore, Kino teased. That's right, I am Wade, your former idol. Not long after we parted ways, I was diagnosed with cancer. After enduring all kinds of torture, I finally survived but ended up looking like this. With this face, I can't even go home. Damn Francis, I have to find him and make him fix my face. Oh, and by the way, those Stark stocks you told me to buy? They plummeted at first and scared the hell out of me. But then they skyrocketed, and I made a fortune. Once he started talking, Deadpool couldn't stop. His face shifted between anger and delight, his thought process jumping all over the place. Kino suddenly interrupted, if you made a fortune, why did you break into my place to steal? Deadpool froze for a moment before retorting, I was just trying to swindle some mercenary fees. Who knew that old man would blow up both the serum and the cash? Thinking about it still hurts. Want to work for me? No way. Even though you're a generous boss, I have to find Francis. If I don't fix my face, Vanessa will leave me. Deadpool's voice quickened, his eyes burning with determination and a deep longing to restore his appearance. That's impossible, Dr. Banner said calmly. What did you say? Deadpool's playful expression vanished, replaced by cold seriousness. Restoring your appearance is impossible. The balance between your healing factor and cancer cells is the only reason you're still alive. If that balance is disturbed, you'll either die from the cancer or become an uncontrollable mass of flesh. At least, I don't think someone who conducts such crude experiments would possess any advanced techniques to reverse it. Before Banner could finish, Deadpool erupted in rage. You're full of crap. It must be because you're not skilled enough? Francis told me he could fix me. I'm going to find him right now and prove you wrong. Fueled by anger, Deadpool slowly sat up, despite the needle suppressing his nervous system. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging across his forehead. His fury was palpable, as if he was ready to tear the room apart. Impossible, Banner muttered in disbelief, quickly checking the monitoring equipment. The analysis revealed that Deadpool's tissue had begun pushing out the metal needle. 1/3 of his nervous system had already regenerated. With a metallic clang, Deadpool pulled the needle from his neck and tossed it aside. Wrapping the white cloth more securely around his waist, he cast one last glance at Kino before striding toward the exit. His back was filled with an unwavering, reckless resolve. Just as Deadpool was about to step out the door, Kino spoke. I can restore your appearance. Deadpool froze mid-step and turned to face him silently. 10 minutes. That's all it will take, Kino stated calmly and confidently. A mysterious, shadowy glow appeared in Kino's hand, a demonic contract, born from Shi's powers. Sign this, and you will be restored. Without hesitation, Deadpool grabbed the contract and signed his name. After all, things couldn't get any worse. The moment his name was written, the contract vanished into thin air. At the same time, Deadpool felt a surge of new power awakening in his mind, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. As he activated the ability, his grotesque skin began to heal visibly. The rough, cratered surface smoothed over, while hair sprouted across his body, growing from sparse strands into a thick layer, like wild grass flourishing in spring. Hope is a stubborn thing, it clings even when the world says otherwise. In just a few seconds, Deadpool reverted to his original form, now with an even more perfect physique. Deadpool looked down at his body, ran his fingers through his thick hair, and admired his handsome face in the reflection of the smooth wall. His excitement was uncontrollable. Oh, holy crab, boss, I love you so much. I have no idea how to thank you. With that, Wade threw himself at Kino in a hug. I don't like men, especially naked ones, Kino said in disgust, pushing him away. Deadpool's eyes gleamed mischievously as his body began to shift again. His frame became slender, curves swelled into voluptuous proportions, and the scarf around his waist slipped to the floor. Dr. Banner stood frozen in shock at the transformation. What about this? If it's you, boss, I wouldn't mind giving you my first time. This is my favorite body ratio, pretty amazing, huh? Deadpool, now a stunning beauty, twisted her waist seductively, proudly showcasing her curves from every angle. Banner's nose started bleeding at the sight, while Kino simply closed his eyes in exasperation. It wasn't like he lacked female company, he wasn't desperate. Besides, someone else was about to lose it. A woman is one thing, but a man daring to flirt with my partner? Does he think I'm dead or what? Venom, trembling with rage, shifted into battle form. Her eyes burned with fury as she swung a powerful punch, sending Deadpool flying like a cannonball into the steel wall with a loud, dull thud. Still unsatisfied, Venom stormed over, grabbed Deadpool by the leg, and began slamming him back and forth against the ground like a rag doll. Boom, boom, boom. Each impact shook the laboratory, leaving deep craters in the floor. Dust and debris filled the air as the surrounding equipment trembled under the relentless assault. Hiding in the corner, Banner trembled and whispered to Kino, "Boss, shouldn't you stop her? Forget it, let Venom vent her frustrations. She's been in a bad mood lately," Kino replied helplessly. He hadn't expected Venom's transformation to be so thorough, even to the point of having a menstrual cycle. It had caught him completely off guard. Banner nodded in understanding, casting a sympathetic glance at the bloodied and battered Deadpool. Serves him right for running his mouth. Recalling how terrifying Betty could be during that time of the month, Banner shuddered. This was even scarier than the Hulk. The commotion soon triggered an intruder alarm, drawing others to the scene. When the door slid open, they were greeted by the sight of a black monster ferociously beating a woman. Annoyed by the interruption, Venom shifted her face to her human form and snapped, "What do you want?" Recognizing their boss's partner, the newcomers hesitated, then nervously held out some weapons. "We just wanted to know if you needed any weapons. Thanks." Without hesitation, Venom grabbed the offered blades and resumed hacking away at Deadpool with the ferocity of someone intent on dismemberment. The assassins exchanged glances, quickly shut the door, and warned their comrades, "Don't go in, Madam is in a bad mood." When it was finally over, Kino led Venom out of the devastated lab. Behind them lay a scene of utter chaos. The floor was shattered, blood and flesh were scattered everywhere, and broken machinery lay in ruins. Banner sighed helplessly as he knelt to gather the fragments of his equipment. Outside, the bustling city streets hummed with life. "Feeling better now?" Kino asked, smiling at Venom. "Yes. I never realized how troublesome a human body could be, affected by hormones like this," Venom replied, holding onto Kino's arm while some lingering irritation flickered in her eyes. "Why not return to my body, then? You wouldn't be affected that way. I need to get used to it. Otherwise, how will I give birth to our children? Or do you want to carry the baby in your body?" Venom teased, her voice playful as a laugh bubbled up. In the sunlight, her smile was radiant and mesmerizing. "No thanks, I'll leave that job to you," Kino chuckled, shaking his head with an affectionate smile. The next day, sunlight bathed the towering headquarters of the Demon Corporation. Today marked the start of their recruitment fair. "Hey there, folks. Good morning. I'm Wade, but you can call me Deadpool or Handsome, I'm cool with that too." At the entrance to the office, Deadpool, now fully healed, stood wearing a flashy red armored suit. His enthusiasm was infectious as he greeted the applicants. "Hey, beautiful, join us, you'll get surprises every day. Yo, Handsome. Don't hesitate, let's conquer the world together." His playful banter made some applicants chuckle, while others stared in confusion or ignored him altogether. Since his recovery, Deadpool had stayed on, landing a job in the company. He wasn't in a rush to hunt down Francis, there was time for that. Kino had even purchased a nearby building for employee housing, and Deadpool had moved his girlfriend, Vanessa, in with him. In the office, Tom nervously turned to his superior and asked, "Boss, are you sure it's okay to have him as our receptionist? It might damage the company's image." "Relax, Tom. You're one of us now. Besides, I'm practically a demon lord who almost took over a country, since when do I care about image?" Kino lounged casually in his chair, exuding an air of ease. "This company will eventually be home to mutants, aliens, and demons. If someone can't handle Deadpool, they don't belong here." Tom sighed, realizing he needed to adjust his mindset. Working under Kino was a different kind of job altogether. Still, being the right-hand man to such a powerful figure had its perks. With immortality, enhanced abilities, and a boss who valued loyalty over micromanagement, Tom couldn't complain. Steeling himself, Tom resolved to serve Kino faithfully and prove himself worthy of the trust placed in him. After all, thanks to the demonic contract, betrayal wasn't even an option. And to Kino, hell itself was just a bonus. The real gift from Lucifer was that unbreakable contract. From outside the office came Deadpool's unmistakable voice. "Contestant number 1, get inside. The boss is getting impatient." A hesitant voice responded, "That's me." Quote, "Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, or a symbiote on her period. Hello, this is my resume." A slightly trembling voice echoed in the room as Kino glanced at the man in front of him, whose sleeve hung empty. He casually picked up the resume, gave it a glance, and then set it aside. Meanwhile, Tom examined it carefully, flipping through the pages with a serious expression. "Mr. Connors, why don't you buy a limb regeneration potion?" Kino asked. Connors touched his missing arm and let out a bitter chuckle. Sir, I've been unemployed for a long time. I can barely afford food, let alone a potion, he said, his voice heavy with helplessness and frustration. In this world, without an Oscorp equivalent, no one wanted a disabled researcher. Mr. Connors, your resume states you've been researching limb regeneration technology. You should know our company already sells a finished product, right? Tom questioned, his expression stern and professional. Yes, but my research is based on lizard regenerative genes, Connors replied, his face darkening and voice sinking. However, your project has not succeeded, and your resume also mentions you've been dismissed by several companies, Tom pointed out, pausing as he observed the disheartened scientist. It was clear to him that Connors was here on a desperate gamble. Connors' eyes grew even dimmer. He knew what would come next: a polite dismissal. Please go home and wait. We will contact you within a week, whether you are selected or not. However, to his surprise, Mr. Connors, you're hired. Report to work tomorrow, Chino declared. Connors' eyes widened in disbelief. Was he really hired? Regarding your salary, since you haven't produced successful research, it will be $20,000 per month. You'll also have access to employee housing, which you can move into at any time, Chino continued. Why? Connors asked after a moment of silence. Although he had obtained the job he desperately needed, his curiosity demanded an explanation. Probably because of the unwillingness in your eyes. I want to see if your research holds any surprises, Chino said calmly. Thank you for believing in me, Connors responded gratefully. You may leave now. I have the next interview to conduct. After Connors left, Tom couldn't help but question, Boss, even if his research succeeds, it won't benefit us much. Then it will be a decoration, Chino replied nonchalantly. After all, he couldn't tell Tom that, in another world, Connors became the infamous lizard. The next candidate to enter was a man with a bowl haircut. Chino took the resume and glanced at it briefly. Otto Gunther Octavius, Chino read. What kind of luck was today? Even Dr. Octopus had shown up. Otto opened his mouth to introduce himself. You're hired. Report tomorrow. Your salary and benefits. Chino interrupted. Otto stood there, mouth agape, unsure how to react. Any questions? Chino asked. No, Otto muttered in confusion. Was his resume really that impressive? After Otto left, another confident applicant strode in and began speaking enthusiastically. If a disabled man can get hired, I definitely have a shot, he thought to himself. Tom glanced at his boss. Seeing no objection, he began reviewing the resume. Halfway through, he tossed it directly into the trash. You can leave, Tom said coldly. Why? The applicant protested. Cruz University shut down 15 years ago. If you truly graduated from there, you'd be at least 29 years old. Your resume says you're 26. Next time, hire a professional to fake your credentials, Tom stated. It was a printing mistake. I'm actually 36, the applicant tried to argue. Deadpool, get him out of here, Tom ordered, unwilling to listen to further nonsense. All right, buddy, let's have a little chat outside, Deadpool quipped, dragging the man away like a sack of potatoes. Chino no longer interfered with the interviews, only glancing at the resumes occasionally to check for familiar names. Tom, on the other hand, remained professional and thorough, carefully evaluating each candidate. By the end of the day, only 2 other applicants besides Connors and Otto were accepted. Next, Tom called. The door slowly opened, and in walked a young woman with green hair. Her hands were empty, no resume in sight. Tom frowned. To him, this seemed like an unprofessional attitude. Nevertheless, he proceeded as required by protocol. Please introduce yourself, he requested. The green-haired girl stared directly at Chino with wide, unblinking eyes. Tom's frown deepened. He suspected she was just another person trying to seduce the boss for a position, a scenario he'd seen far too often. My name is Lorna Dane. I never attended school, and I'm a mutant, she stated plainly. A mutant? Chino's interest peaked. Although their job advertisement welcomed mutant applicants, Lorna was the first to show up. The X-Men hadn't arrived yet. Can you demonstrate your abilities? Chino asked curiously. Lorna's green hair lifted as if alive, swaying gently in the air. She raised her hands, which became surrounded by a shimmering green glow. The metallic objects in the room trembled and floated as though they were dancing to an invisible melody. Magnetokinesis? What is your relationship with Magneto? Chino inquired. I don't know him, Lorna answered coldly, her expression darkening at the mention of his name. All right, Chino said, not pressing the matter further. A delighted smile appeared on his face. Today had indeed been a rewarding day. Your monthly salary will be $50,000, and you may move into the employee dormitory. Do you have any other requests? He asked. I want to stay by your side, Lorna declared firmly. Chino blinked in surprise at the unusual request. Tom, however, furrowed his brow, sensing something unusual about the girl's intentions. Lorna, however, stood her ground, her gaze unwavering and determined. Why? Don't tell me it's love at first sight. I don't believe in that, Chino said, narrowing his eyes. You forgot. In the alley, she replied quietly. The room fell into silence as Chino's thoughts drifted back. Tom, meanwhile, was already preparing to pack his things. Clearly, this wasn't an employee, this was the new boss's girlfriend. The alley, Chino murmured to himself. He had only been to an alley twice, once when he found Pamela and once when he rescued a mutant. You're that mutant. Why didn't you go to Xavier's school? He asked, his curiosity resurfacing. I don't trust them, Lorna answered simply. Sometimes, the most valuable talents come from the most unexpected places. Chino was speechless. Trust was a delicate thing. So, you trust me? Yes, because you saved me and gave me money. Lorna nodded. Her clear green eyes were filled with sincerity and gratitude. Chino looked at her, feeling slightly helpless. Did he have the face of a good person? However, if you want to follow me, you're too weak. Come back when you can defeat Magneto. Tom, find her some teachers who specialize in magnetism or ask Dr. Banner if he's interested. Yes, boss. After giving the instructions, Chino was about to leave. Wait. Lorna suddenly called out to him. So, as long as I defeat Magneto, it's fine. Yes. Without turning his head, Chino responded and left the room. As he walked away, Venom's low and teasing voice echoed in his mind. Why not just agree? That little one is serious about you. I can't fall for everyone who likes me. I'm not a playboy. Besides, it wouldn't be fair to you all. Chino responded silently, a hint of helplessness flashing across his face. I don't mind. If you build a harem, it benefits me too. Watching beautiful women cry is delightful, and everyone tastes different. Slurp. Hearing the perverted tone in his head, Chino felt speechless. Because of his memories, Venom had become interested in both men and women. If Chino weren't male, Venom would probably prefer women. Thankfully, Venom's gender was fixed as female. Otherwise, the thought of having another man living inside his body would be unbearable. Chino shuddered at the thought and quickened his pace to shake off those chaotic ideas. Meanwhile, at SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury reviewed Coulson's mission report with a satisfied expression. Gaining Thor's friendship could be useful for recruiting him into the Avengers Initiative. Whether it was Thor's combat power or his knowledge of aliens, both were invaluable to Earth. Nick Fury nodded slightly, calculating his next steps. His one eye gleamed with wisdom and resolve. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Director, according to our intelligence, Professor X and some X-Men are heading to New York. They are expected to arrive by 4 p.m., a serious-looking agent reported. Did they file any prior notice? Fury's expression grew tense. Yes, they reported their reason as going to work for the Demon Corporation. The Demon Corporation again. Let them through. At the mention of that name, Nick Fury felt a headache coming on. He massaged his temples, frowning deeply. For the first time, he had encountered a target he was powerless against. Legally, the Demon Corporation had powerful backing. Due to their medical treatments and youth-restoring drugs, many high-ranking officials were eager to support them, hoping for the development of life extension medicine. Publicly, the company had a stellar reputation. The affordable limb regeneration drug had saved countless families. If Chino wanted, they would replace statues of God with his likeness. Militarily, Nick Fury had reviewed the combat footage. Even if Captain Marvel could defeat Chino, which was uncertain, Chino wasn't alone. He commanded a vast demon army. If Fury made a move, the entire nation could be destroyed. Moreover, Chino had already recruited key figures like Banner and Tony Stark, vital to the Avengers Initiative. Fury felt relieved that he had not intervened with Thor. Otherwise, his entire plan would have fallen apart. Taking a deep breath, Fury felt an unprecedented pressure weighing on him. He paced back and forth in his office, formulating a strategy. Although Chino had not done anything to harm the world, in fact, he had contributed greatly. Placing the fate of the planet in one person's hands was too risky. Such uncertainty is like a ticking time bomb, Fury murmured to himself, clenching his fists tightly. On a highway bus, several members of the X-Men sat chatting. Jean, my dear sister, share some of your youth serum with me. A dark-skinned beauty with white hair leaned against Jean. Aurora, didn't you also buy some youth serum? Jean asked. Aurora rolled her eyes. Mine doesn't work as fast as yours. Yours is instant, mine takes several nights and still isn't as effective. That Demon King must have diluted it 100 times over. And it cost me $500 for one jar. Total ripoff. Jean frowned slightly, her expression serious. Aurora, show some respect for the king. He carries the hope of all mutants. I was wrong, Jean. Aurora immediately raised her hands in surrender, flashing a smile to appease her. Truthfully, she admired the Demon King but was frustrated by the difference in product quality. Jean pulled out a jar of the premium youth serum Chino had gifted her. Mix a bit of this with yours, it should work better. Thanks, bestie. Aurora's face lit up with joy as she eagerly opened her jar to scoop from Jean's. Stop, I said a bit. Yeah, just a tiny bit. That's half the jar. Aren't we besties? Not anymore. So mean. To make it up, let me take a little more. Aurora, I'm going to be mad. Scott Summers shook his head helplessly at their bickering. He had talked things over with Professor X and let go of his past concerns. Beside him sat a blue-skinned, sharp-toothed mutant nightcrawler, Kurt Wagner. His hands were tightly clasped, his body trembled slightly, and his face was full of tension and anticipation. I wonder if the Demon King will accept me. Will there be others like me? Kurt murmured softly, his eyes filled with anxiety and hope. Scott reassured him, don't be intimidated by his title. Deep down, he's a good person. I know. He's saved so many families. God will bless him, Kurt nodded sincerely. Scott sighed, just don't mention God in front of him. Who knows if the Demon King has a grudge against him? Sorry, I didn't mean to offend. Kurt lowered his head apologetically. Beast, Hank McCoy, finished filing a report and adjusted his glasses. Charles, are you sure this excuse will work? Don't worry, Hank. We're just a group of mutants seeking jobs, Charles Xavier smiled calmly. Sure enough, moments later, the computer pinged with an approval notice. The Demon King's influence is that strong? I'm starting to believe your words, Charles, Hank said, astonished as his blue fur trembled slightly. Quote, power may bend the law, but true influence reshapes the world. When Charles and his group arrived in front of the Demon Corporation building, he couldn't help but feel a wave of emotions. He understood that this meeting was crucial for the future of mutants. Everyone, stay calm. We are here to seek cooperation, Charles said gently. The group nodded and followed Charles into the building. The lobby was dazzling, filled with modern decor and advanced technology. A professionally dressed woman approached them. Welcome to the Demon Corporation. I am Ellie, the receptionist. Please follow me, the leader is waiting for you, Ellie said with a warm smile. Following Ellie, Charles and his group entered a conference room where Kino was already seated, awaiting their arrival. Beside him sat Venom. With his newly acquired psychic abilities, Kino no longer needed to be on guard against Charles. Welcome, everyone. It's a pleasure to see you. This is my partner, Venom, Kino said with a smile. Venom glanced at Jean, and Jean looked back at him. Professor X also smiled in response. Mr. Kino, it's a pleasure to meet you again. We are here today to discuss the future of mutants. Kino observed the newcomers. Besides the familiar faces, there were a few others he hadn't met before. Beast, Nightcrawler, and Storm. Each one was an impressive individual. Charles, aren't you going to introduce the new members? Kino asked. Of course. This is Hank. Many of the advanced technologies at the X Academy are his creations. Hank stepped forward slightly, bowing politely. Hello, Mr. Kino. His deep, magnetic voice and intelligent blue eyes made a strong impression. Hello, Mr. Hank, Kino responded with a smile, his gaze filled with appreciation. Another technological genius. This is Kurt. His ability is teleportation, and he has long wanted to meet you, Professor X continued. Hello, Mr. Demon King sorry, Kurt stammered nervously. It's fine. Your appearance feels familiar to me. Perhaps you'll get along well with my demons, Kino reassured Kurt, his face warm and understanding. I would love to meet them, Kurt said, his excitement barely contained. His unusual appearance had always made him feel like an outsider in the human world. You'll have the opportunity, Kino promised. After their exchange, Charles introduced the final member. This is Storm, Ororo. Her ability is to control the weather. Stepping forward confidently, Ororo asked, Demon King, if I work under you, can I have access to the real youth elixir? Kino was momentarily stunned, then nodded. Of course. You will receive 1 vial every month. Generous and charming. I'm starting to like you more, Ororo said with a pleased expression. Once everyone was seated, Logan eyed the liquor on the table and cast a glance at Kino in approval. Charles then spoke, Mr. Kino, let's discuss the future of mutants. Kino nodded and replied, Charles, I've also been reflecting on this issue. I have 2 plans in mind. Please, go ahead. First, we wait for the right opportunity. Opportunity. Yes. Despite your efforts, the public perception of mutants hasn't significantly improved. What we need is a global crisis, one that threatens the world itself. Then, we save it. But we've already done that several times, and it hasn't changed public opinion, Charles sighed, worry clouding his face. The problem isn't the scale of the crisis, it's that too few people know the truth. Aside from some government officials, the public views these incidents as internal conflicts among mutants. Even after you save the world, people believe it is your responsibility. Many of you were involved in those events. What did the news report? Kino's gaze swept across the group. The apocalypse incident. The media only reported the destruction and casualties, blaming mutants while downplaying everything else, Scott said, his face heavy with sorrow. Alex Summers' the name weighed on his heart like a stone, a constant reminder of his pain. Ororo lowered her head, her expression filled with guilt. During the apocalypse event, she had been an accomplice. Although she eventually turned back, the scars of her actions would never fade. That's exactly the issue, Kino said with a trace of frustration. Mutants lack a voice in the world. And with Magneto constantly carrying out terrorist attacks, it's no wonder the public fears and distrusts you. It's all Magneto's fault, Hank said angrily, his blue face flushed with emotion. If it weren't for his extreme actions, things wouldn't be so difficult. Charles couldn't defend his old friend. He lowered his head slightly, his face filled with helplessness and bitterness. It's not that simple. While Magneto's actions are extreme and destructive, they also serve a purpose. His presence forces those in power to treat mutants with caution and restraint. This fear has given mutants a temporary peace, albeit at a terrible cost, Kino pointed out. The room fell silent as everyone recalled their battles against the Brotherhood. Despite their conflicts, there was an unspoken rule, never kill fellow mutants. Taking a steady breath, Charles asked, but world crises don't just happen on command. How long do we wait? Not long. Within a year, it will come, Kino said with unwavering certainty. Recently, Kino had sensed a massive energy fluctuation. Thor had already returned to Asgard. In a year, the alien invasion would arrive. Raising his head slightly, Kino's expression grew serious as he envisioned the coming battle. I can feel it. A great storm is approaching, and it will be the opportunity mutants have been waiting for. Hearing Kino's words, the group felt a mix of anticipation and concern. On one hand, this crisis might finally grant mutants a chance to change their fate. On the other hand, the unknown nature of the impending catastrophe filled them with dread. In the shadow of great storms, the seeds of revolution are sown. Charles asked, Mr. Kino, I would like to know what the other plan is. The other plan is that if we fail, I will transfer the mutants to my hell and let you all live there. Upon hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. Images of hell, drawn from ancient legends and myths, instantly surfaced in their minds. In those stories, hell was always portrayed as a place filled with endless pain, darkness, and terror, an environment too harsh for ordinary people to imagine surviving. The mere thought of it stirred a deep sense of anxiety in their hearts. Even if survival were possible, life in such a place would undoubtedly be extremely difficult. Kino noticed their unease and continued, Since we have some time, would you like to take a tour of hell? While the others were still hesitating, Logan spoke up. Burp? Sure, I've never seen hell before. Logan let out a boozy belch, his rough face showing a mix of drunkenness and nonchalance as he swung a half-empty bottle of liquor. I would like to see it too, Charles said calmly, his gentle gaze betraying a trace of curiosity. The others exchanged glances. After a brief silence, they all nodded in agreement. Kino nodded back and opened a portal in the middle of the conference room before moving through it. It was then that everyone noticed Kino was sitting in the old wheelchair once used by Professor X. Kid, you really like that chair, huh? Logan quipped, his boozy gaze glinting with amusement. Of course. Who wouldn't like a wheelchair with a massage function? The only downside is that its speed is limited to 40 kilometers per hour. Kino pressed a button on the chair, activating the massaging mechanism, which began to knead various parts of his back. Hank adjusted his glasses and said, If it's a matter of speed, I could modify it. It won't take long. I would greatly appreciate that, Mr. Hank. Consider it done. Suddenly, Kino noticed something missing beside him and turned his head. Venom was engaged in an intense staring contest with Jean. When Venom heard Kino call her, she blinked involuntarily. Kino, it's all your fault. I lost the staring contest, Venom complained. When did you two even start this contest? Kino asked, rubbing his forehead with an exasperated yet amused expression. No wonder it had been so quiet. It started when she kept glaring at me, Venom pointed accusingly at Jean. Jean, rubbing her eyes, twitched the corner of her mouth. She had assumed the woman was threatening her to stay away from the Demon King, so she refused to back down. Who would have thought it was just a ridiculous contest? Seeing Venom still fuming, Kino chuckled. All right, it's my fault. How can I make it up to you? Venom thought for a moment, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. Be my servant for a day, and I'll forgive you. Charles and the others were stunned. Making the Demon King act as a servant, that woman must be insane. No ruler would allow themselves to be humiliated like that. Scott's eyes widened in disbelief. Hank's glasses nearly slipped off his nose in shock. Logan froze mid-swig, his mouth hanging open. Jean furrowed her brows, worried about Venom's audacity. It would be my honor, Your Majesty, Kino responded, rising from the wheelchair and offering a graceful bow, entirely unbothered by their astonished stares. His voice was soft and sincere, as if the entire world had faded away, leaving only him and Venom. Kino's gaze was filled with warmth and affection, as though Venom was the most precious treasure in his life. Forget being a servant, he had already knelt before Venom countless times. Considering how Venom tirelessly tended to him every night, granting his every wish, it only seemed fair for him to serve her in return. Hearing Kino's answer, a satisfied smile curled on Venom's lips. That's more like it, she huffed playfully. As Charles and the others observed their interaction, curiosity and surprise filled their hearts. Jean, watching the two disappear into the portal, felt a pang of envy. Beneath that envy lay a yearning for such a deep and genuine connection. Charles smiled knowingly. A ruler who treated his beloved with such care and devotion was indeed rare. When they stepped through the portal, a refreshing breeze brushed against their faces. Charles and the others stood in stunned silence, unable to believe their eyes. This was hell? They found themselves on a black stone-paved street flanked by lush green grass that shimmered like emeralds. Before them stretched a city steeped in medieval grandeur, resembling an ancient and mysterious painting unfurling before their eyes. Each building had its own distinctive charm, some adorned with exquisite stone carvings, others embellished with stained glass windows. Sharp spires pierced the crimson sky like swords. At the city's heart stood an enormous tree with branches that spread like a verdant canopy, shading the land below. Demons and humans bustled side by side, conducting business in peaceful harmony. The demons varied in form, some had massive wings, others had skin that glowed like molten lava, yet they interacted seamlessly with humans, who wore expressions of calm contentment. In the blood-red sky, metallic devices hovered and hummed, occasionally emitting strange lights. Suddenly, the once lively atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Everyone, humans and demons alike, froze as if sensing something extraordinary. Their gazes converged on Kino and his companions. Upon recognizing them, their faces shifted to reverence, and in perfect unison, they bowed their heads deeply. A thunderous chorus rang out, "Greetings to His Majesty the Demon King." Each individual present bent in a display of profound respect. Charles and the others stood frozen in awe, their minds struggling to comprehend the spectacle. Kurt, in particular, was struck speechless as he gazed at the demons who bore a striking resemblance to himself. An overwhelming sense of connection stirred within him, as if he had finally found a piece of himself in these unfamiliar yet familiar faces. True power is not in ruling over others but in the love and loyalty you inspire. Today, I am not the Demon King. I am Her Majesty the Queen's servant. The one you should be kneeling to is not me. Kino shook his head with a gentle smile and took a step back. He slightly bowed, signaling to everyone that Venom was the true authority at this moment. The demons and the crowd exchanged confused glances, their eyes filled with uncertainty. Wasn't she the queen? At that moment, a quick-witted individual was the first to shout, "Greetings to Her Majesty the Queen." His words were like a spark igniting a fuse, and soon, the others followed suit, their voices echoing together. "Greetings to Her Majesty the Queen." The waves of sound grew louder and louder, shaking the air. "Rise. Carry on with your duties," Venom said, imitating Kino's regal demeanor from his memories, striving to appear dignified and authoritative. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The demons and the crowd dispersed, returning to their tasks. "Kino, this is fun," Venom said, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She had never experienced the feeling of commanding thousands with a single word. The novelty filled her heart, making her steps lighter. "Your Majesty, as long as you wish, you are the ruler here," Kino said sincerely, as the tattoo on his wrist glowed faintly, transforming into a bracelet. Venom knew Kino was serious. He never wanted to manage these troublesome affairs. All he desired was a peaceful life with his loved ones, a warm home, some wealth, and the ability to protect himself. Charles and the others, however, panicked. They were just about to accept a new king, but the new king wanted to abdicate. "No way, it's too much trouble. You're just trying to push the responsibility onto me," Venom pouted, turning her head away. She knew Kino too well. Beneath his carefree exterior, he was exhausted. In this dangerous world, carrying the lives of so many meant he couldn't afford a single misstep. Venom's gaze held a mix of reproach and affection. "What a pity," Kino said half-jokingly, a relaxed smile on his face. "I was this close to living a life of luxury, supported by my queen." Charles let out a sigh of relief. So, it was just a joke. His tense nerves eased, and his expression relaxed again. But Jean could sense Kino's fatigue. He was already so tired, yet she had placed even more burdens on him. Her heart ached as she stepped forward to comfort him. Before she could speak, Venom had already pulled Kino into her arms, pressing his head against her chest. "I'm done playing. The servant game is over. Just call me Venom again," Venom said. Jean hesitated mid-step, her expression dimming as the light in her eyes faded. She silently stood aside, filled with helplessness and bitterness. Charles and the others tactfully turned away, pretending to admire the city's scenery. Ororo, however, noticed Jean's unusual behavior. She quietly approached Jean, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. "What's wrong, Jean?" Jean bit her lip and lowered her head slightly. In a quiet, downcast voice, she said, "It's nothing. I just always feel like I'm one step behind." Ororo sighed softly. "Don't think that way. There will be other chances." Jean nodded faintly, but the disappointment in her eyes remained. Kino, still in Venom's embrace, rubbed his face against her, breathing in her familiar scent like a child seeking comfort. Energy replenished. "As expected, I feel useless without you around," Kino murmured. Venom let him go and adjusted her clothes. "Is that what I am to you, a stimulant?" "No," Kino smiled warmly. "You are my life. As long as you're by my side, I'm unstoppable." Venom's makeshift heart skipped a beat. Though it was merely a transformation, she couldn't stop it from reacting. A blush crept onto her cheeks as she softly scolded him. "You're always so good at sweet talking." Jean watched their interaction, unable to tear her gaze away. Initially, she had approached Kino for the sake of mutant survival. But as she learned more about his powers, his kindness in selling low-cost medicine to help others, and his unwavering devotion to Venom, her feelings quietly shifted. A part of her envied Venom. She wanted Kino to look at her with the same deep affection. She longed for his warmth and care to be directed toward her. Unconsciously, she clenched her hands into fists, her teeth lightly grazing her lip as conflicting emotions churned within her. A voice echoed in her mind. "You can take him. No, you have the power. No, I can't. Accept your true self, and he will be yours." "I won't." The voice grew louder and clearer, and Jean's eyes darkened with a creeping blackness, consuming the light within them. A voice from the sky suddenly interrupted her thoughts. "Darling." Jean looked up to see a red-haired woman, just like herself, gracefully descending from the sky like a butterfly. She landed directly in Kino's arms. "Pamela MMPH. Kino barely got her name out before the woman's red lips sealed his mouth in a kiss. The darkness vanished from Jean's eyes as shock flooded her face. She glanced between Kino and the unfamiliar woman, and then at Venom, who stood calmly beside them. What was going on? Her mind froze, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before her. Another figure slowly descended from the sky. Venom watched as the kiss lingered for minutes and finally clapped Pamela on the shoulder. "All right, that's enough. Are you two practicing breath holding?" Venom teased. "Mwah." Pamela finally pulled away, a string of saliva still connecting their lips. She licked her lips seductively, breaking the strand. The sensual display made Jean blush furiously. Embarrassed, she turned her head away, her heart pounding in her chest as she touched her flushed face. Pamela looked strikingly similar to her, making it easy to picture herself in that situation. Venom sis, I just missed my darling so much, Pamela whined playfully. You just saw him yesterday. Are you in heat? Venom quipped. Venom sis. Kino turned to the silent figure standing nearby and opened his arms. She, let me hold you. Yes, young master. She swiftly walked into Kino's embrace, her face radiating happiness and contentment. Jean's pupils contracted in shock. A third one? Kino gazed at them all with the same tenderness he showed Venom, a gaze filled with love and warmth, capable of melting anyone's heart. Each woman wore a matching gemstone ring on her finger, sparkling brilliantly under the sun. Love is not about how many people you hold in your heart, but how deeply you hold them. Kino held She in his arms, gently stroking her hair with a look of tenderness in his eyes. She, did you miss me during this time? Kino asked softly. Young master, she thinks of you every day, she replied gently yet firmly, snuggling closer to him. Pamela watched the two of them with a smile full of happiness. She walked to Venom's side and took her arm. Venom sister, our beloved is truly gentle, Pamela said, her gaze filled with affection. Venom smiled faintly and nodded. Yes, he always has been. Charles, let me introduce you. These two are also my lovers, Pamela and She, Kino said, holding She's delicate hand with a proud and content expression. Lady Pamela, Lady She, it is an honor to meet you, Charles greeted with a slight bow. His expression remained calm. To him, it was not surprising that a capable man would have multiple lovers. Among humans, such things were quite normal. Logan raised his thumb with a mischievous grin. Kid, you sure are something else. Kino, just how many lovers do you have? Jean asked abruptly. 4. One of them is still in school. Why do you ask? Kino responded casually. Nothing. Jean muttered, falling silent. Pamela, however, noticed something. She leaned toward Venom and whispered quietly. Venom sister, it looks like we might be getting another sister soon. As long as she doesn't try to claim the firstborn, I have no objections, Venom replied with a smile. Turning his attention back to Charles, Kino spoke. Charles, let me give you a tour of Demon Castle. Charles nodded but suddenly stepped forward and knelt on one knee before Kino. Before that, please become our king. The mutants behind him followed suit without hesitation, kneeling in perfect unison. Even Logan bent the knee. There was nothing left to consider. Kino was not surprised. He took out a contract he had prepared in advance and handed it to Charles. Charles, sign this. Yes, my king, Charles said without hesitation, accepting the contract and swiftly signing his name. The moment the contract was complete, he felt a black mark etch itself into his mind. The mysterious power caused a slight tremor in his heart, but he quickly composed himself. You may all rise, Kino said calmly, lifting his hand slightly with an air of authority. At his command, everyone stood up, their eyes fixed on Kino as they awaited his next words. From now on, we're all one family. Just act as you normally would, Kino said with a reassuring smile. Hearing this, Logan was the first to relax. Kid, that sounds a lot better. I was worried I'd have to kneel every time I saw you. Come on, let's show you what life in hell looks like, Kino said, leading the group forward into the castle with She and Venom beside him. Pamela, meanwhile, pulled Jean aside and began whispering to her in excitement. As they walked, Kino shared his paradise plan with Charles and the others, a vision to transform hell into a new world. Charles and the others were visibly moved as they listened, becoming more enamored with their surroundings. Although the architecture resembled the medieval era, the energy sources were still modern. My king, may I ask where the energy comes from? Hank asked curiously, his eyes scanning for the source. The energy comes from magma power plants developed by Tony Stark. There's no shortage of magma in hell, Kino explained, pointing to a red building in the distance. Tony Stark, huh? What a genius, Hank mused. You'll have a chance to talk to him someday, Kino replied with a smile. As they passed a tavern, Logan's nose twitched, catching a strong scent. Kid, I smell some amazing booze. Mind if I check it out? Kino glanced around and saw that everyone was eager to explore. Alright, everyone can split up and look around. Let's meet at the big tree tomorrow morning. Yes, the group responded in unison before dispersing excitedly. Only Charles, Jean, and Kino remained behind as the others vanished into the bustling streets. Jean, Venom sister, She, let's go soak in the hot springs. My love, come find us when you're done, Pamela said cheerfully, dragging Jean along toward the palace. Jean gave Kino one last complicated glance before following Pamela. Kino, unconcerned, turned back to Charles. My king, what do you need from me? Charles asked, breaking the silence. Relocate the X Academy here as soon as possible. Also, find me a mutant who can control DNA, Kino instructed, arms crossed, his expression serious. In truth, this was because Pamela wanted a child. Even she had begun subtly hinting that she wanted one, and Venom would need such an ability to create the perfect offspring. Yes, my king, Charles answered respectfully, assuming the request was for improving Hell's environment. What about other mutants? I can control them by force if necessary, Charles offered, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Although it went against his principles, he would tarnish his reputation if it meant securing their future. No need. You just focus on calming the mutants. I have someone else in mind for recruitment, Kino said, waving his hand dismissively. Charles immediately understood how dominant the contract's influence was. The Charles he knew would never have suggested such a thing. Is it Eric? Charles asked. In his mind, there was only one other person with the ability and charisma for the job. Yes. His personality is perfect for this, Kino confirmed with a nod. In a dimly lit abandoned warehouse, the flickering light cast eerie shadows over the piles of discarded debris. Eric, our mole at X Academy reported that Charles has taken some of the X-Men to the Demon Corporation. A clear voice echoed through the room. They're probably swearing allegiance to their new king, Eric said indifferently, lounging in a battered chair while studying a structural design. In his hand, a small metal model shifted and twisted continuously. Should I go check it out? Raven asked from the shadows, her figure graceful and poised. A true king does not seek followers, his actions make them follow him. What for? Are we going to beg the Demon King to take us in? Eric paused his work on the model, his tone laced with sarcasm. Raven, if that so-called Demon King truly becomes the new ruler of mutants, he'll come looking for me. If he only wants to protect Xavier's school, there's no point in us seeking him out. He lifted his head, his sharp gaze meeting Raven's. His eyes were calm and rational, as if he had already foreseen everything. Raven sighed softly. She understood his logic, but the unease in her heart and the uncertainty of the future made her restless. Clap, clap, clap. A sudden burst of applause echoed through the empty warehouse, breaking the silence. Well said so, here I am, Magneto. A figure dressed in casual clothes stood at the entrance. It was Kino, his face adorned with a faint smile. Kino didn't like to waste time. After giving Charles instructions on what to do next, he flew straight here. Raven tensed immediately, her body as taut as a drawn bow. You followed me last time, she said through gritted teeth, her eyes locked on Kino. She had changed her appearance multiple times along the way, yet she had still been tracked. Don't make it sound so harsh. I was escorting you. With the expensive gifts you were carrying, someone had to ensure you weren't robbed, Kino replied with a light chuckle, walking toward Eric with a relaxed demeanor as he surveyed the warehouse. Aren't you going to offer a chair for your guest? Eric's expression remained impassive as he flicked his wrist. The surrounding metal twisted and shifted, quickly forming a chair in front of Kino. Thanks, Kino said, his voice calm as he sat down, crossing his legs with an air of ease. Raven watched him in disbelief. He knew full well the extent of Eric's power, yet he still dared to sit on a chair made by him. Was it unshakable confidence in his strength, or complete disregard for Eric? Where are my subordinates? Eric asked coldly. Even if they were weaker, they shouldn't have been subdued without making a sound. They're sleeping soundly. I figured they'd appreciate a good night's rest, Kino answered casually. Eric glanced at Raven, who nodded in understanding and quietly slipped out. If a fight broke out, her powers wouldn't be of much help and could even hinder Eric. Kino didn't stop her. Instead, he picked up a book from the table, flipping through its pages with mild interest. How are your studies going, Magneto? This book on design learning anything useful? Kino asked without lifting his head. I'm halfway through. The structural theories are impressive. They've deepened my understanding of manipulating metal, Eric admitted, though his eyes remained fixed on Kino's every move. Not bad. It's impressive you can still learn new tricks at your age, Kino remarked casually. A vein bulged on Eric's forehead as he glared at Kino. I'm not even 50. Don't call me old. At that moment, Raven returned and gave Eric a nod. Her face bore a trace of shock. Every one of Eric's subordinates had been knocked out without even realizing what had hit them. Eric's tense expression eased slightly. As long as no one was killed, things were still manageable. So, Demon King, why are you here? Eric asked directly. Just call me Kino or King, if you prefer. I'm here to recruit you, Kino said, setting down the book and leaning back comfortably. Recruit me. Eric's voice grew colder. If you intend to lead mutants to the top, then I'll agree. Impossible, Kino said bluntly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Under my leadership, everyone is equal. There is no superior race. Eric's face darkened, his eyes burning with suppressed fury. Equality, he spat bitterly. Humans have oppressed mutants for decades. Even now, our kind are strapped to laboratory tables for experimentation. You expect us to just let go of that hatred? Kino sighed. He agreed that humans had crossed many lines, but in the end, he was human too. I'll negotiate with the president to release the captured mutants, he said. And while I understand your hatred won't fade easily, tell me what is the root of your pain. Maybe I can fix it. Eric's face softened, but his voice was filled with disdain. Fix it? Unless you can bring my wife and daughter back from the dead. His eyes turned bloodshot, and his voice trembled as years of grief and rage surfaced. Bring them back? I can try, Kino said calmly. Before Eric could process his words, Kino stood up and reached for his shoulder. Disrespectful brat, Eric growled, veins bulging as he flung himself backward using the metal on his body to propel him. With a gesture, he summoned every metal object in the warehouse, steel beams, rods, and debris, all of which hurtled toward Kino like a devastating storm. Clang, clang, clang. The deafening clash of metal filled the air. Raven covered her ears in pain, her eyes wide with shock. The steel slammed into Kino's body, but instead of piercing him, they shattered into fiery sparks that scattered in all directions. Eric's expression changed drastically. The shards of broken metal melted midair, reshaping themselves into complex structures, sleek, arrow-like projectiles that hovered menacingly before shooting toward Kino. This was no longer brute force, it was precision. In mere seconds, Kino was encased in a 3-meter-tall steel cage, airtight and reinforced with intricate frameworks. Stay there for 3 days and learn some manners, Eric muttered, crossing his arms. He had no intention of killing Kino. If he truly was the new king of mutants, that could still work in their favor. Eric stood there, watching the cage intently, expecting Kino to admit defeat. You're quick at applying new knowledge, Kino's muffled voice echoed from inside the cage. But, it's not enough to hold me. The steel structure trembled violently as an unseen force pushed against it. You're wasting your energy, Eric sneered. The frame is made of Eastern alloy reinforced and controlled by my power. Unless you can exert thousands of tons of force. His words died in his throat as deep cracks began forming across the surface of the cage. Sweat poured down his face as he focused all his strength on repairing the cracks, but the strain was evident. Raven, seeing this, didn't hesitate. She bolted toward the exit.